Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Gotti Wars, taking down America's most notorious mobster, by John Gleason. Read by Adam Grouper.
Author's note. Even before Gambino family boss John Gotti was found guilty on April 2, 1992, I knew this book had to be written. I was the lead prosecutor in that case. Together with other assistant United States attorneys in Brooklyn and working with the special agents on the FBI's Gambino squad, I not only brought down a notorious boss who'd stuck his finger in the eye of law enforcement, but we decimated an entire crime family, and in time, all of La Cosa Nostra. John Gotti and I were way too bound up in each other. His rise and fall as Gambino family boss coincided almost exactly with my 10 years as an organized crime prosecutor. I came of age as a lawyer, investigating and prosecuting him, members of his crew, and even his lawyer, and was appointed a federal judge because I finally succeeded in convicting him. My 2 trials of Gotti on racketeering and murder charges were thus bookends for us both. His defense in the first mirrored the very public violence that catapulted him to the boss of the family, even as the case was underway, and the result cemented his status as America's celebrity Don. The second was an even more hostile affair. They were sensational in different ways, and each was the most remarkable trial of its time. Prologue. Sparks. In mid-December 1985, Paul Castellano, the boss of the Gambino crime family of La Cosa Nostra, was on trial with 9 other gangsters in the Southern District of New York. It was one of those lumbering multi-defendant affairs that the Southern District then specialized in. It had been underway in the imposing courthouse on Foley Square in Lower Manhattan for more than 3 months, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Castellano was being defended in the case by Jimmy LaRosa, one of the best criminal trial lawyers of his day. On Monday, December 16, the court wasn't in session. That afternoon, Castellano and his driver, Gambino Captain Tommy Bellotti, left their homes on Staten Island in a black Lincoln and stopped by LaRosa's Manhattan office to give Christmas presents to the women on his staff. From there, they left to meet a group of Gambino captains and soldiers for dinner at Sparks Steakhouse on 46th Street, just east of 3rd Avenue. They weren't the only ones out on the town that evening. Holiday cocktail parties are big in New York, and no industry or profession enjoys them more, or has as many, as law enforcement. December 16 is the height of the season, so by 6 p.m. that day, just about every homicide or organized crime investigator in New York had a drink in hand somewhere in the city. At New York University Law School, G. Robert Blakey, author of the RICO Act, passed in 1970 to combat organized crime in the U.S., was holding a party before he delivered a lecture. All of a sudden, a beeper went off. Then another, then another. The FBI agents and the prosecutors present huddled together in a corner before telling their host, "We can't stay. Castellano has just been shot." Within seconds, beepers were sounding all over town, the drinks were downed, and the rush to the nearest payphones began. Bellotti had driven the Lincoln uptown from LaRosa's office and turned right on 46th Street, heading east. Castellano was next to him in the front passenger seat. When they got to the light at 3rd Avenue, it was red. As they waited, they turned on the dome light, and Castellano fumbled with some papers. The distraction cost them their lives. Had Bellotti glanced to his left while waiting to cross 3rd Avenue, he would have seen, less than 5 feet away, John Gotti and Sammy Gravano sitting in a parked car, waiting for them to arrive. Bellotti would have realized the danger and sped his boss to safety. Instead, Gravano used a walkie-talkie to tell the shooters to get ready, and as soon as the light turned green, Bellotti calmly crossed the avenue and pulled over to the right curb into the no-standing zone directly in front of Sparks. Castellano opened his door to step onto the sidewalk. The moment he was out of the car, the four men who'd been hovering near the door to the restaurant closed in. Dressed in identical double-breasted tan trench coats and dark hats, they pulled out handguns and let off a hail of bullets. Bellotti rushed out of the driver's door to help, but the shooters had already run around to where he was standing and gunned him down too. In less than 10 seconds, both men lay dead. Castellano on the sidewalk, and Bellotti in the middle of 46th Street. The gunmen walked in a group calmly but quickly to the east, toward 2nd Avenue, where getaway cars were waiting. Because it was rush hour in the holiday season, there were dozens of eyewitnesses. Nobody intervened. Gotti and Gravano watched from inside the car across 3rd Avenue. After the light turned again, they too crossed the avenue and drove slowly past the dead men. Gravano was in the passenger seat, and he looked down at Bellotti's body on the way by. "They're gone," he told Gotti. The two men then drove east to 2nd Avenue and on south to Brooklyn. Mission accomplished. Part 1. The First Case. Chapter 1. This Thing of Ours. That night, and in the days that followed, the vast network of informants that formed the backbone of law enforcement's fight against La Cosa Nostra unanimously blamed the murders on Gotti. Cops and federal agents weren't shy about sharing that information, and his photo was soon all over the television and newspapers. In one sense, it was hardly news. Gotti and Castellano had been itching to kill each other for years. One thing had held them both back: underboss Agnello Della Croce. Della Croce, whose name translates sweetly into Little Lamb of the Cross, was a gangster's gangster. Shrewd, coarse, respected, feared. Only nepotism had prevented him from succeeding Carlo Gambino as boss in 1976, when Carlo passed over his second-in-command and instead anointed his cousin, Paul Castellano. Even after that slight, Agnello Della Croce remained, in effect, boss of part of the family. The faction that stayed loyal to him after Castellano became boss was violent and unsophisticated, while the Castellano loyalists used the family's corrupt relationships with union officials to siphon millions from the construction, carting, garment, and shipping industries. The people around Della Croce were truck hijackers, loan sharks, drug dealers, and bookmakers. The most ruthless was John Gotti, the captain of the rough-and-tumble crew based in Ozone Park, Queens, at the hole-in-the-wall with the memorable name the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. Gotti and the other half-dozen captains loyal to Della Croce deeply resented Castellano. As far as they were concerned, he'd divided the family into the haves, wealthy through the easy work of labor racketeering, and the have-nots, tough guys who labored a lot harder to earn less, and who paid tribute to Della Croce at the Ravenite Social Club at 247 Mulberry Street in Manhattan's Little Italy. That Castellano shared some of the income from the construction rackets with the Genovese family boss, Vincenzo Chin Giganti, made matters worse. It infuriated Gotti and his crew. For most of the last century, there have been 5 Cosa Nostra families in New York City and 1 in New Jersey. Cosa Nostra translates as our thing, or this thing of ours. The names of the New York families today are Bonanno, Colombo, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese. Across the Hudson River is the DeCavalcanti family. Territorialism reigned for most of that time, but the divides were only partly geographic in nature, since each family, or crew, operated throughout the city and in Jersey as well. The Gambino family also had operations in Westchester County, north of the city, Connecticut, and Florida. The more important territories were businesses and the unions that served them. Thus, if anyone tried to muscle into garbage carting in the city, they had to deal with Gambino captain Jimmy Brown Faella. The docks in Jersey belonged to the Genovese family. The Lucchese family had a lock on the painters' union, and so on. But they all shared the same structured hierarchy and reported up to the Commission, a governing body consisting of the bosses of the 5 families and the heads of the Chicago and Buffalo mobs. All families have their schisms. John Gotti wanted to kill Castellano, but Della Croce wouldn't let him. It wasn't because Della Croce liked Castellano. He hated him, too. But rules are rules. Della Croce was old school, and he actually followed some of those rules, including the ones about whom you could and couldn't murder. You couldn't kill a made guy, a sworn member of your family, without the permission of your boss. You couldn't kill a made guy in another family without the permission of your boss and the boss of that other family. You couldn't even ask a made guy in another family to help you kill someone in your own family without the permission of the other family's boss. Finally, La Cosa Nostra even had a rule about whacking your own boss. You could do it, but only with the express consent of the other bosses on the commission. So Gotti's desire to kill Castellano couldn't even be mentioned to Della Croce. Gotti was his protégé, but Della Croce would kill him before he allowed him to kill the boss. Castellano knew all this. It was obvious and embarrassing that a third of the family's captains reported to Della Croce and not to him. It was just as obvious that Gotti had grown into a formidable threat in the years since Castellano became boss. Castellano wanted that threat extinguished, but just as Della Croce had made it impossible for Gotti to kill Castellano, his presence made it difficult for Castellano to dispatch Gotti. Even a boss can't order the murder of one of his captains just because he's afraid of him. He needs a reason. If Castellano were to kill Gotti without one, Della Croce could go to the commission and get permission to whack Castellano. So Castellano needed a justification, and just a few months before he was murdered, he got one: the drug trafficking by members of Gotti's crew. Another of the mob's rules was a prohibition against drug trafficking. This particular edict was the mob at its hypocritical best. All the families had drug dealers, and tribute from that lucrative trade made its way to each boss just as reliably as the tribute from the mob's other illegal businesses. It was widely known that Castellano not only had drug dealers around him, but even had some in his own blood family. They weren't in danger of mob retribution, but still, the rule was there. And if Castellano could prove to Della Croce that Gotti's crew had violated it, then Gotti's days were numbered. Gotti's best friend was Angelo Ruggiero, and both Ruggiero and Gene Gotti, by 6 years Gotti's younger brother, were soldiers in Gotti's crew. In 1982, the FBI planted a bug in Ruggiero's kitchen, and the famously loose-lipped Ruggiero talked to everyone who'd listen about his heroin trafficking. He, Gene Gotti, and about a dozen others were indicted in federal court in Brooklyn, the Eastern District of New York, some 12 months later. From the moment they were arrested, Castellano tried to get his hands on the incriminating Ruggiero tapes. He told Jimmy LaRosa to get copies of them from Ruggiero's attorney, but Ruggiero ordered his lawyer not to give up the tapes to anyone, especially LaRosa. For almost 2 years, LaRosa tried to get them without success. Finally, in the summer of 1985, Castellano sent a message to Della Croce. Ruggiero had broken a different rule, the one that states that every mafia member must obey his boss. Castellano had demanded copies of the tapes, and Ruggiero had refused. That itself was a reason to whack him. Della Croce summoned John Gotti and Ruggiero to his home on West Fingerboard Road in Staten Island, down the hill from Castellano's mansion on Tote Hill. It didn't matter that Castellano had drug dealers around him, Della Croce told them, as the FBI listened in. "The boss is the boss," he growled. "Give him the fucking tapes." Both Gotti and Ruggiero objected, saying that Castellano was effectively turning them into informers, but Delacroce was adamant. So, in the fall of 1985, Ruggiero's lawyer finally gave a set of the tapes to La Rosa, who in turn brought them to Castellano. They were all the proof Castellano needed to put hits on John Gotti, his brother Gene, and Angelo Ruggiero for violating the rule against dealing drugs. Timing is everything, though, and Castellano didn't move quickly enough. On December 2nd, 1985, Angelo Delacroce died, age 71, from cancer. John Gotti already knew he was in a whack-or-be-whacked situation, and with Delacroce gone, he could now do the killing. Just 2 weeks later, with the help of a dozen loyal followers, he orchestrated the hits outside Sparks, and within hours, he declared that he was taking over the Gambino family. Not a single member objected. In homage to his mentor, Delacroce, he made the Ravenite his headquarters. On the night Castellano and Bellotti were gunned down, I was a federal prosecutor in Brooklyn, an assistant United States attorney in the Eastern District of New York. I'd been in the job less than a year, having recently left a comfortable position at a prominent law firm. Even though I was a rookie, 8 months earlier I'd been assigned to prosecute John Gotti on an entirely different set of charges. So I'd already become part of the criminal world in which the murders outside Sparks were a seismic event. Overnight, those deaths had a dramatic effect on the case I was working on, and over time, they'd alter the course of my entire career. Chapter 2. The Lure of Crime. I'd decided I wanted to be a federal prosecutor 5 years earlier, during the first couple of months of my clerkship. The judge for whom I clerked, Boyce Martin, sat on the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. He recruited his clerks from his alma mater, the University of Virginia School of Law, where I was a student. So after my graduation in May of 1980, my wife Susan and I headed off from our home in Charlottesville to his chambers in Louisville, Kentucky. A law clerk for an appellate judge sits in an office all day reading briefs and advising his mentor how to vote when he or she meets with the 2 other judges on the case after oral argument. If his or her boss is the one to write the court's decision, the law clerk helps draft the opinion. The civil side of the job was interesting enough. There were disputes over union elections and unfair labor practices, employment discrimination cases, contract disputes, antitrust claims, suits against police officers for excessive force, voting rights disputes. But the criminal cases were on a different plane altogether. Each one was a window into a criminal society from which I'd been completely sheltered, and I found that world fascinating. Once people decide they weren't going to obey the law, there were so many ways for them to get rich. In a way I couldn't fully explain, I found myself admiring these rule breakers' sheer audacity. My parents were quintessential law-abiders. They got W-2s for every penny they earned, paid their taxes, obeyed the system. As a result, they barely got by. I'd had no idea that there were all these people thumbing their noses at the same system, taking whatever they could, and hoping to get away with it. It was all so new to me and so human. I could tell right away that even though I liked the civil cases, crime was where I wanted to be. And the legal issues the criminal appeals raised gave me a tantalizing glimpse into the world of criminal investigations and trials. How do you make sure a lineup identification can be used at trial? When do Miranda warnings have to be given? Can a prior conviction be used as evidence? What are the things prosecutors can't say in summation? The learning curve seemed almost vertical. but the law was much more accessible and interesting than in the civil cases. It wasn't as if the criminal cases gave me a burning desire to put criminals in jail. Even before law school, I'd pictured myself not as a prosecutor, but as a criminal defense attorney. Like many people my age, I'd watched The Godfather so many times I practically had it memorized. And I'd long identified with Tom Hagen, the Corleone family's soft-spoken, even-keeled consigliere, its voice of reason. But I could tell just from looking at the lawyers on our cases that the only way someone like me could get real experience in federal criminal cases was to become an assistant United States attorney. The AUSAs were nearly all young. The defense lawyers were a lot older. And when I asked around, I learned that most had started out as prosecutors. That gave me two options: try to get a job as a gopher for a defense attorney, or try to become a federal prosecutor and handle my own cases. It wasn't a real choice. One problem I soon learned was that once my one-year clerkship ended, I couldn't even apply to become a federal prosecutor. I'd be moving to New York City to be close to my mom, who wasn't well, and lawyers had to have at least 2 years' experience before they applied to be an AUSA in either of the 2 United States attorneys' offices there. There were exceptions for Supreme Court clerks and other all-star applicants, but I was definitely not in that category. I'd have to work at a law firm for a couple of years first. The conventional wisdom imparted to young lawyers is that you're supposed to choose a firm based on how you'd fit there. To me, this seemed ridiculous. The big firms had hundreds of lawyers, and I'd meet only 4 or 5 during my interview. I knew from the summer I'd spent after my second year of law school at Shearman & Sterling, a multinational law firm based in New York, that there are plenty of unpleasant people in any organization, and generally, they're kept far away from applicants. I could fit in great with the lawyers at my interview and never see them once I went to work at their firm. My approach to joining a practice was almost entirely mercenary. What I cared about most was having the best possible resume when I applied for a job as an AUSA. I didn't care if I was miserable at the place, so long as its name made me an attractive applicant after my 2 years were up. In the end, my decision turned out to be easy. Only one of the top-tier firms in New York even invited me for an interview. Yet it was arguably the best of them all. Cravath, Swain, and Moore, widely regarded as among the leading law firms in the world. My law school classmates bluntly expressed surprise that Cravath was interested in me. I hadn't made the law review, and instead of the impressive credentials many of them had, I'd spent my 2 years between college and law school as a professional house painter. The interviews at Cravath took a whole day, and I met with 6 partners and associates. During my conversation with David Boies, one of the star partners, we were interrupted by a call from Senator Ted Kennedy. Boies was on the phone for about 10 minutes. Sitting there, waiting for the call to end, all I could think was, I am sitting across the desk from a person who is actually talking to Teddy Kennedy. I would have taken a job as a messenger. When I got a call a couple of days later offering me a position as an associate, I accepted in a heartbeat. Boyce Martin's clerkships, like those for most federal judges, ran from September to September. Toward the end of my year, Judge Martin asked me to stay on the payroll after I moved to New York and write a draft opinion for him in a complicated school desegregation case. I was flattered. I'd earned his confidence, which would serve me well in the years ahead. Also, drafting the opinion would give me a chance to learn the Supreme Court case law on the topic of intentional discrimination, which would be challenging. Those opinions were often deeply divided plurality opinions, in which many of the 9 members of the court would write separately, agreeing with some of what the court's opinion said, but not the rest. You needed a scorecard just to figure out what facets of the legal doctrine had garnered a majority of the justices. Another important dividend: I'd experience no gap in income between leaving the clerkship and starting at Cravath. And at that point in my life, that was important. I happily agreed. The extra few weeks working for Judge Martin turned out to be a godsend. It gave Susan and me some continuity in an otherwise traumatic move to New York City. We'd met in college at Georgetown, and we married when I was a house painter. We were living in Northern Virginia at the time, then moved to Charlottesville for law school, and then to Louisville for the clerkship. Our combined salary in all three places wasn't enough to rent even the cheapest apartment in Manhattan, so we turned our attention to South Brooklyn, where we discovered Carroll Gardens. There were few gardens to be found there, but it was a clean and airy neighborhood. Anyone who grew up in the New York suburbs of the 1960s and 1970s, as Susan and I did, would have thought Brooklyn a war zone. In the mid-70s, the city almost went bankrupt. Crime rates, especially those for violent offenses, skyrocketed. Not even the affluent areas in Manhattan were safe. Most of Brooklyn was dangerous at night, and since we weren't in a position to distinguish among neighborhoods, we assumed Carroll Gardens was as well. On our first day there, after unpacking and returning the U-Haul truck, I needed to make good on my promise to my mother that I'd call to report how the day had gone. But we had no working phone. It was 11 at night, and I'd have to find a public one. Petrified of getting mugged, I ran as fast as I could down DeGraw to Court Street, where all the shops were. There was a payphone a block and a half up Court near Union Street. Out of breath, but trying hard not to sound scared, I managed a hurried chat with my mom, then sprinted back home. The whole time, my heart was racing from fear. It was only a matter of days before Susan and I learned how little we had to worry. We lived in one of the safest neighborhoods in the city. The 76th Precinct, which was a block from our apartment, was a plum assignment for police officers because hardly anything ever happened there. How come? We'd eventually have figured it out on our own, but a neighbor gave us the lowdown soon after we moved in. Carroll Gardens wasn't a safe neighborhood because it lacked criminals. In fact, they were all over the place. Shorty Mascuzio had a club on Court near Sackett. Punchy Iliano owned a restaurant, Casa Rosa, on Court Street near President. Bobby Borriello and Preston Geritano ran a place over on Henry Street. Carroll Gardens was home to these and many other gangsters. They had their own way of dealing with crime, and it didn't involve calling the police. The ambient threat they'd created had proven to be so effective over the years that ordinary criminals chose other places to go about their work. The home burglaries that were the scourge of Brooklyn Heights at the time simply didn't occur where we lived. Street robberies were equally unlikely. I could call my mother from a payphone any time, day or night, and not have to worry or end up out of breath. That didn't mean we didn't hear about crime. With so many criminals living in the neighborhood, talk of it was in the air. One night, shortly after we moved in, I was waiting for a pizza at Nino's on the corner of our block. It was late summer, and the doors to the street were propped open. A group of teenage boys were arguing over whether it was better to get a year or a year and a day. "If you get a year, you don't get no parole," one said. "A year and a day, you get parole. You only do 10 months. "Yeah," another shot back. "But if you get a year, they keep you here. You do your time in Rikers, your girlfriend can come see you. If you get a year and a day, they send you upstate." To people in Manhattan and Brooklyn Heights, upstate means everything north of Yankee Stadium, up where the summer homes are. Carroll Gardens in the 1980s, though, was one of those neighborhoods in which upstate meant in a prison other than Rikers Island. "But they got yards upstate. They got no yard at Rikers. You get a year, you stay here. It's harder time and longer time. I'd rather do the extra time here in Rikers. You know how far away Green Haven is? You can't get no fucking visits." And so it went. There we were, in a cozy neighborhood with pastry shops, outdoor vegetable stands, pork stores, and salumeria delicatessens. One of the local bakeries was Camerari Brothers, soon to become famous in the movie Moonstruck. Most of the local merchants spoke only Italian. But our charming community also happened to be home to many of the city's prominent gangsters. In a few years, I'd get to know many of them all too well. But at the time, I was just one of the many young urban professionals who were gradually gentrifying a Brooklyn neighborhood that was almost entirely free of crime. To draft the opinion for Judge Martin, I had to find a law library. Though the case was fact-intensive, my first task was to synthesize the Supreme Court's desegregation case law. I had 6 weeks to finish the draft and looked around for a comfortable place to work. Federal courthouses have their own libraries, and the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York was up in Brooklyn Heights, near the entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge. The library was on its 4th floor, and the moment I walked in, I knew I'd found what I needed. It looked out on a huge park, lined on each side by huge broadleaf trees that shaded wooden benches. My first visit was on a beautiful September afternoon, and I spotted young mothers with babies at one end of the park's playing field, watching children from nearby St. Anne's School. The library was almost empty of people. The stacks were against the wall, and huge wooden work tables lined the windows that looked out over the park. I could spread out the briefs and the extensive trial records on one half of a table and use the other half to take notes. When I looked up, I wouldn't see a city, not even a car. Toward the end of the day, the sun set a rich orange behind the rows of sycamores on the far side of the park. It was perfect. After a few days, the librarian politely asked me to identify myself. When he learned I was a law clerk for a federal circuit judge, life got even better. He privatized my table, allowing me to leave my books and papers spread out at all times. I'd agreed with Judge Martin that I'd finish the opinion in time to start at Cravath on Monday, October 19th, 1981. On Friday, October 16, I sight-checked the final draft, packed up my belongings, and returned all the books to their shelves. Beginning Monday, there'd be no more walking to work. I'd be riding the subway and making my way through the canyons of Lower Manhattan to Cravath's offices at One Chase Plaza, set between Pine, Liberty, Nassau, and William Streets, in the heart of the financial district. Chapter 3. Cravath. Cravath lawyers worked all the time. Days, nights, weekends, holidays, there were always lots of people there working. This was no doubt like any of the big firms on the top rung of the New York ladder, but the place had an intensity all its own. Associates boasted about pulling all-nighters. Even the firm lore centered on how many hours people put in. An apocryphal story told how a partner once billed 27 hours in one day. It wasn't fraud. He'd flown to the West Coast that morning and had worked all 27 hours until the clock struck midnight in California. Though I'd chosen the place solely for how it would burnish my resume, I found myself enjoying what I did, in large part because in my first week there, I got lucky. Other firms assigned associates to practice groups, where they work for all the partners in the group. But Cravath allocates new lawyers each to a single partner. You operated under that partner for at least 2 years, sometimes longer, and were employed by other partners only if loaned out. This had its risky side. Some partners demeaned the associates assigned to them. One of my friends was directed to bring a draft brief he'd toiled on all night to a country club tennis court in Westchester, where he had to wait patiently as the partner he worked for edited it between sets. My stroke of good luck was that I was assigned to Ralph McAfee, the oldest active partner in the firm, at 66. A recovering alcoholic, Ralph had a gravelly smoker's voice and was regarded as a curmudgeon, crusty and profane. He enjoyed and cultivated this reputation, but he wasn't like the younger partners to whom my friends had been assigned. I got summoned to the country club, too, but it was to play golf with Ralph. He'd found out I'd been a caddy for 10 years at Whippoorwill Club in Armonk. One Friday afternoon, after I'd been with him about 6 months, I picked up my phone and heard, "Hey, shithead, I want you to see what it's like to have a caddy rather than be one. I'll see you at Sleepy Hollow Country Club Sunday at 8. Click. Over the next 2 years, he invited me to play so often that I had to come up with good excuses so I wouldn't hurt his feelings. Ralph felt that Cravath lawyers labored so hard they should fly in comfort. As it wasn't right to charge a client more than the coach fare, he went into his own pocket to make sure I traveled first class. In countless other ways, he treated me as if he actually liked me. He called me shithead often enough to keep up appearances, but I knew better. A pivotal event took place my first week. It taught me a lot about the way Cravath operated. A prominent company had retained the firm to represent it in a commercial dispute. The matter wasn't yet a lawsuit, but the client was convinced it would be soon, and Ralph was the partner in charge of this new piece of business. The first step was to get a fix on all the documents. Our client had a long relationship with the company on the other side and had a bank of file cabinets containing correspondence and draft contracts and the like. A senior associate, Mike Spencer, and I were dispatched to the client's offices to go through them and learn the documentary history of the case. The in-house company lawyer who met us had something different in mind. There were no pleasantries or small talk. He showed us the file cabinets and told us to sanitize them. Once a lawsuit began, he explained, the law would forbid the destruction of documents. So he wanted every piece of paper that would hurt the company's position destroyed before that would happen. He explained all this so matter-of-factly that my first thought as he left the room was that I must be missing something. "We can do that?" I asked Spencer. "Doesn't that violate something?" "I don't know that we can't do it legally," he answered, "but I know we shouldn't. And we're not doing anything until we speak to Ralph." Without even saying goodbye, we got right back on the subway and returned to the office. Ralph seemed genuinely amused when we told him what had happened. "He's a shithead," he said quietly when we finished. Even as he spoke, he was dialing the in-house lawyer's number. He talked to him on the speakerphone as Spencer and I sat there. After confirming with the company's lawyer that he wanted us to destroy harmful documents, Ralph told him, "We don't work that way. I could give you reasons why it would be a lousy strategy. There'll be other copies of those documents. Sooner or later what we did will come out, etc. But the fact is, even if we could get away with it, and it would help us in this litigation, we wouldn't do it. It's wrong. If you want it done in this case, you'll have to find another law firm to represent you." Click. 2.5 years after starting at Cravath, I was more than ready for a move. It had taken almost 2 years after I sent in an application to just get an interview at the United States Attorney's Office. But by early 1984, I'd had 2 of them. The second was with Jerry Lynch, the chief appellate attorney, and it had gone well. I was called back for the final interview with the U.S. Attorney himself, Rudy Giuliani. Nothing was guaranteed, but once you reached the final interview, I was told, your chances were excellent. Giuliani was about to celebrate his 40th birthday and had taken up his new position the year before. His office featured prominently a couple of blue plastic seats from the old Yankee Stadium, salvaged during its renovation in the mid-1970s. He welcomed me to sit in one. I declined, but seized the opportunity to say I was a die-hard Yankee fan. Giuliani began the interview by talking about the storied Southern District. Keen to litigate cases personally, he'd left the job of Associate Attorney General, the third highest position in the Justice Department, to become just one of 94 United States attorneys. Any other office, it's obviously a step down, but not when it's the Southern District, he told me. It was a promotion as far as I was concerned. Within minutes, he moved the conversation to the death penalty. Did I oppose it? Would I be willing to prosecute a capital case? It was an odd topic. There was no federal death penalty at the time, and the first of the laws that would produce federal capital trials in the 1990s was still 5 years away. Giuliani acknowledged that the issue was academic, but he obviously cared a great deal about it. I thought I had a good answer. I wanted the job badly, so I began by emphasizing that I'd have no problem handling a capital prosecution. This wasn't entirely true, but since there was no chance it could happen, I felt safe. Then I added, if I were a legislator, I'd vote against it. Personally, I'm opposed to the government putting people to death. This seemed safe ground. Our governor, Mario Cuomo, who was from the city and enormously popular there, had steadfastly opposed capital punishment and had vetoed legislation that would have returned it to New York. I thought Giuliani might even admire my parsing of the issue. I thought wrong. He drilled into me, what if the victim were your mother? What if she were tortured? I assumed he was testing my commitment to principle, so I said, of course I'd want to kill the guy with my own hands, but I really believe that the government ought to stay out of the business of snuffing out life. Not because some people didn't deserve to be put to death, but because on moral grounds the government shouldn't be killing people. The interview passed on to other subjects, and overall seemed to go well. As he walked me out of his office, Giuliani had his arm around my shoulder. You have to tell Ralph McAfee I'll be calling, he told me. I'd listed Ralph as a reference on my application, but written in bold type a request that they let me know before contacting him. It was a common and accepted way of saying, don't burn me at my current job with a reference check unless I'm really a contender. I'll wait till tomorrow before calling him so you have a chance to let him know, Giuliani said. He'd get back to me soon, he assured me. Things did not go well the following morning. What kind of a stupid goddamn shithead idea is this? Ralph growled. He wasn't a screamer, but was visibly angry. Do you understand what you'd be giving up if you left this firm? You have a better chance of being made a partner here than anyone I've seen in a long time. Why would you walk away from that? What's the matter with you? Nothing. I just want to do this. I've wanted to since my clerkship. I had no idea, he said after a long pause. His anger was giving way to disappointment. We sat in silence in his office for an uncomfortably long time. I'd known he wouldn't be happy, but I hadn't expected such personal disappointment. He really wanted me to stay. Giuliani didn't call that day or the day after. In the meantime, Ralph had gotten some of the other litigation partners he'd loaned me to from time to lobby me to stay. None had ever set foot in my office before. At Cravath, the associates go to see the partners, not the other way around. But they came to me. Each was noticeably more circumspect than Ralph about whether I'd become a partner if I stayed. They'd obviously agreed to proclaim me partnership material, a phrase each one used about 20 times, but they were plainly not assuring me that I'd get that promotion if I stayed. After a week, I asked Ralph to call Giuliani. He refused. Listen, shithead, if he calls me, I'll tell him you're an excellent young lawyer. I won't do anything to keep him from hiring you, but I'll be goddamned if I'm going to help you leave, because I think that would be a mistake. Besides, if he really wants to hear from me about you, he'll call. I knew he was right, so didn't press it. The call never came. A full month after the interview, I got a one-line letter from Giuliani rejecting my application. Chapter 4. Baptism by Fire. Before the Southern District turned me down, it hadn't occurred to me to apply to its neighbor across the East River. They were close geographically, with just the span of the Brooklyn Bridge separating them, but otherwise they were worlds apart. It was no knock on the Eastern District in particular. There was the Southern District, the flagship of the Justice Department, known as the Sovereign District, and then the 93 other U.S. attorneys' offices, including the one in Brooklyn. My years at Cravath made it especially unlikely that I'd have applied first to the Eastern District, even though it was within walking distance of my home, and I'd had such a satisfying time early on working in the courthouse library. Public service wasn't what most Cravath lawyers aspired to, but there was plenty of talk about lawyers and law firms. An opposing attorney was sometimes described as a former Southern District AUSA, and clearly that was a very positive attribute. And when one of our banking clients was victimized by a phony invoice scheme, I went with Cravath partner John Bierbauer to the Southern District to present the case for prosecution. When they met with other lawyers, Cravath partners acted as if they owned the place. But this meeting was different. Even though we'd brought overwhelming evidence of a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme and offered the assistance of both the client and the firm in shaping the case, Bierbauer assumed a hat-in-hand demeanor I hadn't seen before. We were the supplicants. And when Shira Nyman, a young prosecutor, turned us away, we were doing the apologizing. The Eastern District never came up in conversations at Cravath. I'd never heard a lawyer described as a former Eastern District AUSA, and none of my contemporaries was even thinking of applying there. So it was a measure of my dedication to being an AUSA that the moment I got the rejection letter from Giuliani, I did just that. The application process was similar to the one I'd been through in the Southern District, so I was plenty nervous when after 2 rounds of interviews, I was invited to meet the U.S. Attorney, Ray Deary. That was the end to any similarities. Somehow Deary knew that I'd been a starting guard on the Cravath team that won the Lawyers Basketball League championship that spring. We talked about basketball, and when that ended, we talked about golf, since my 10 years as a caddy was on my resume. The work of the office came up hardly at all. It was July 1984, and after the interview, I walked out of the courthouse into Cadman Plaza Park and sat on one of the benches. The late afternoon sun was shining through the sycamores on the far side of the park. It was a beautiful and familiar scene, the one I'd enjoyed for 6 weeks from the 4th-floor library window when I first moved to Brooklyn. All I could think of was how much more pleasant it was talking with Deary about sports than being grilled about the death penalty. Just as with Giuliani, I'd been told in previous interviews that the job was mine unless I talked my way out of it. This time, I managed to avoid that pitfall. A couple of days later, I picked up my phone at work and heard Deary's voice on the other end, offering me a position as an AUSA in Brooklyn. I accepted immediately. On February 25, 1985, I was sworn in as an Assistant United States Attorney in the Eastern District of New York. It was 120 years to the day after Abraham Lincoln signed the law that created the district, carving it out of the mother jurisdiction, the Southern District of New York. Judge Eugene H. Nickerson, a descendant of John Quincy Adams, administered the oath in his chambers, and I had my photo taken with him and Ray Deary. The judge was proper, handsome, dignified, gracious. His loyal courtroom deputy, an old Irishman named Bill Walsh, was fond of saying, "Look at him. That's the face of the people who took our lands." The judge made small talk as we waited for the photographer, asking me where I'd come from. He seemed genuinely interested in me and very kind. I noticed, though, that his right arm hung limp. When we were introduced, he angled his body to shake my hand with his right hand, which he was unable to extend. The arm had been withered by the polio that afflicted him just before he entered Harvard in 1937. An accomplished squash player in boarding school, he was so determined not to be derailed by the disease that he taught himself to play left-handed, becoming the best player at Harvard and captain of its team. The U.S. Attorney's offices were on the 5th floor of the courthouse, 1 floor below the judge's chamber, and 1 above the library where I'd worked for Judge Martin. There were large windowed offices on the outer side of the hallways that ran parallel to the exterior of the rectangular building. On the inner side were larger rooms, all windowless, occupied by 4 administrative assistants. Those rooms, in turn, had their own interior offices, dim spaces the size of large closets, each with a steel desk and chair. The windowless walls were all scuffed. I was assigned one of the closets. My arrival pushed the previous occupant, George Daniels, out and across the hall into a windowed workspace, so he was delighted to see me. He introduced me to the assistants, then brought me to where I'd be based. The desk was cleaned out, but he showed me some business cards he'd left in the top drawer. "They can't switch phone numbers here," he explained. "Every time you move offices, you get a new number. Since these cards already have your phone number, just cross out my name and put yours." I was immediately assigned an appeal, defending the conviction of a drug dealer. By that afternoon, my office was full of boxes. The surroundings were depressing, but the work was familiar. More than anything else, I'd written briefs at Cravath and handled several appeals. I spent my first week learning the case inside out. Early in my second week, the Secret Service arrested Anita Ravenel, a cocaine addict, for passing a forged $300 money order. When they aren't protecting the president or other dignitaries, Secret Service agents are charged with enforcing an odd assortment of criminal laws. I'd come to learn that many agents tended to treat even minor criminals as if they were about to shoot the president. Dave Kirby, the chief of general crimes, and therefore my boss, came by with Pat Convery. Convery was the Secret Service agent who'd made the arrest. Kirby introduced us and told me to handle the arraignment. He then left, leaving Convery sitting across from me. "You know I'm new?" I asked. "No, I didn't," Convery said. He was a big man with a huge mop of hair. "Well, I am," I said, "and I don't have any idea what taking care of the arraignment means." "It means we go to court and she gets let out on bail," Convery said, smiling. "Do we have to bring anything with us?" "We bring the defendant and a complaint." "Where's the defendant?" "She's down in the Marshall cell block." I didn't know what that meant, but I could tell Convery was in charge of the defendant. "Great, so what's a complaint?" Convery taught me what I needed to know. How to make the caption that read, "United States of America versus Anita Ravenel." How much description of Ravenel's crime was needed, what section of the United States Code to cite, and how to request that Ravenel be dealt with according to law. He even knew where to find the pre-printed file folders that AUSAs use whenever a new prosecution is opened. Within an hour, I was off to court. Convery went down to the cell block to pick up the defendant. He'd meet me in the duty magistrate's courtroom. I felt elated. Only on the job a week, and here I was, heading off to court to handle a case. There were partners at Cravath who'd never done that. Ravenel's forged money order was obviously small potatoes, but so what? There were easily 24 people in the courtroom. Most were AUSAs and defense lawyers, all gathered around a couple of long tables up near the judge's bench. Some were seated, others stood. They seemed to be involved in whispered negotiations as the judge handled the case before her. Back in the spectator section were agents sitting with their handcuffed prisoners. Others, whom I later learned were interpreters and pretrial service officers, were also milling about. I immediately sensed a problem. Stationed in the back with Ravenel, Convery was no longer in a position to coach me. My pride turned to anxiety as I listened to what was happening in the other cases. After each was called, the judge would read the complaint, then ask the defendant's lawyer whether he or she had gone over the charges with the client. They all said yes and entered not guilty pleas. The first question the judge asked the prosecutor was the same every time. What's the government's position on bail? The problem was the AUSAs took a different position in every case. One asked for detention pending trial. Another asked for home detention with electronic monitoring. A third said, "I've spoken to defense counsel and we agree, subject to your approval, Judge, on a $100,000 PRB rather than an OR. I could feel my body temperature rising. Part of it was the jargon. I knew they were referring to bail bonds, but I didn't know what all the letters meant. The judge read each complaint silently to herself, so I had no idea what these other defendants were alleged to have done. Even in the cases where there was disagreement about bail, neither side mentioned the charge, arguing instead about roots in the community, whether there were bench warrants, or whether the defendant had a job. Convery had said nothing about any of those things. The other AUSAs at the tables were busy whispering among themselves. I could tell they didn't know I was a new colleague. In urgent need of advice, I followed one AUSA to the back of the courtroom after his case was finished, introduced myself, and asked if he could help me figure out what position I should take on bail. "What kind of case is it?" "A forged money order case," I said. "Just ask for a $25,000 PRB," he said. Primed, as I thought, when the courtroom deputy called, "United States versus Ravenel." I approached the bench and said, "Assistant United States Attorney John Gleason for the government." Even though my heart was pounding, it felt great to say those words. I'd repeat them hundreds of times over the next 10 years, and they never failed to give me goosebumps. Ravenel had no money for anything, let alone for a lawyer, so one was appointed for her. Liz Fink, one of several disciples of the celebrated civil rights lawyer William Kunstler, caught Ravenel's case. I'd already heard of her, since she was litigating the long-running class action on behalf of the inmates who were injured or killed during the riot at Attica Prison in 1971. Fink was soft-spoken and friendly. She entered a plea of not guilty just before the judge turned to me to ask for the government's position on bail. In time, I'd learned that almost all the judges in the Eastern District welcomed new prosecutors and defenders to the courthouse. Though the cases would naturally result in disagreements, sometimes even in acrimony, it was a community, and not a large one. Judges would ask where the new lawyers came from and wish them well. Many felt an obligation to teach young newcomers, and would assume an almost parental demeanor during an AUSA's or federal defender's initial appearance. I wasn't before one of those judges. "We request a $25,000 PRB, Your Honor," I answered confidently. If all you had to go on was the look on the judge's face, it was as if I'd just asked that Ravenel be summarily executed. The judge stared at me in disbelief for about 5 seconds. "That's ridiculous," she finally blurted. Why do you think this case, which involves one money order worth only $300, requires a PRB? Why shouldn't I release her OR?" I was stunned. I not only had no idea what the answers were to her rapid-fire questions, I didn't even understand them. I just stood there, lost for words. But she was apparently waiting for some kind of response, so all I could think to do was say, "Judge, that AUSA," pointing to the back of the courtroom, "recommended that I ask for the $25,000 PRB. "This defendant will be released on her own recognizance," she declared, glowering at me. The low-volume whispering in the courtroom had disappeared. A new AUSA was being baptized by fire, and everyone had stopped to watch. The judge filled in some blanks on the bond, then called out to the back of the courtroom, "Mr. Gold, should we schedule a preliminary hearing?" It turned out the AUSA I'd given up was named Mike Gold. "Judge, this is not my case, it's Mr. Gleason's," Gold replied. "I know it is," the judge responded tartly, "but it's pretty obvious he has no idea what he's doing, so I thought I'd ask someone who does." It was a different quiet now. The judge had gone beyond breaking in a new AUSA to humiliating one, and everyone present watched with the same rapt attention bystanders give a car crash. The judge finished the arraignment by speaking only to Gold. To his credit, he never came forward from the back of the courtroom and kept repeating that it was my case, not his. He also said he was responsible for the position on bail that she'd found so objectionable, not me. But the judge would have none of it. She'd declared me incompetent and pretended I was no longer standing right in front of her. When it was over, I walked back through the silent courtroom. The combination of the judge's cruelty and the look of complete devastation on my face drew a supportive crowd as I made my way to the door at the back of the room. When I got into the hallway outside the second-floor courtroom, everyone, including Liz Fink, tried to make me feel better. Apparently, many others had been subjected to similar treatment by that judge. I wasn't interested, and quickly made my way up the stairwell to my office. I called Susan and told her I'd had enough and would return to Cravath. I didn't leave there to get humiliated, I told her. I know they'd welcome me back. Let's face it, Susan told me. You're not good at handling change. You never were. You can't quit. You'll look ridiculous if you go running back to Cravath. You've been looking forward to this job for 4 years. You finally have it, and you're going to quit after 1 week? She was right about me and change. Plus, there was something else about my distress that Susan nailed during our conversation. Maybe this judge was meaner than she had to be, she told me. But you went into her courtroom unprepared. At Cravath, you never did anything without being 1,000% prepared. It's not enough just to go to court. You need to be on top of things once you're there. Chapter 5. Willie Boy. On March 28, 1985, 1 month after I started as an AUSA, a woman named Diane Jacalone took down the Delacroce case. She was one of the most senior lawyers in the office, having been there more than 6 years. Between her time in the office and a stint before that as a prosecutor in the tax division in Maine Justice, she was also among the most experienced trial lawyers in the Eastern District. She knew her stuff. Jacalone had grown up in the Richmond Hill section of Queens and attended Our Lady of Wisdom Academy in Ozone Park. She was a hard worker, a dedicated prosecutor. If there were significant others in her life, she kept them a secret. And despite a career that consisted solely of public service jobs, she owned a house in the upstate village of Hudson, where she spent a good deal of time in the summers. She had a life. 9 defendants had been taken into custody, but Jacalone really cared about only one, Wilfred Willie Boy Johnson. It wasn't that he was the big fish in the case. That was Agnello Delacroce, the underboss of the Gambino family. The indictment also included 3 captains, or capodicinas: John Gotti, who at that point ran things at the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club in Queens, and Lenny DiMaria and Nicky Carrazzo, who together were in charge of a crew based in the Canarsie section of Brooklyn. Of the others, 3 were made members of the Gambino family: Gene Gotti, John Carniglia, and Delacroce's son, Armand, whom everyone called Buddy. Willie Boy wasn't even a made guy. He'd never get made, for that matter, because he wasn't a full-blooded Italian. Willie Boy wasn't even well known within law enforcement. In his 50th year, he was 5 years older than John Gotti, and had been in the Bergen crew since long before Gotti replaced Carmine and Danny Fatico as its captain in the late 70s. When he wasn't in prison, Willie Boy was always around Gotti's club, and he was an earner, for years steadily paying tribute to his captain from his gambling and loan sharking operations in Brooklyn. In sum, he was a loyal but junior associate in the Gotti crew. On the day of the arrests, Willie Boy got all of Jacalone's attention because the truth was he hadn't been quite as loyal as everyone believed. To the FBI, he was 5558-TE. TE is the Bureau's designation for its top echelon informants, its most treasured assets in the fight against organized crime. Willie Boy had been regularly meeting with the FBI for almost 20 years, a relationship that began when he was in prison. The flip side of the Oath of Omerta is the mob's obligation to take care of the family of a stand-up guy when he goes away. Back in the 60s, Willie Boy had been arrested, stood up, and went away. But nobody helped his wife and son, and they struggled. This made him so angry, he reached out to the FBI, telling them he'd be willing to provide information. After he was released, that offer blossomed into one of the most productive relationships in the history of the FBI in New York. Willie Boy's value as an informant was the reason the FBI hadn't been involved in his arrest, or the other arrests earlier that day. Just before the case was indicted, the Bureau approached Giacalone and the U.S. Attorney Ray Deary to share some extremely confidential information. Two of the defendants, Willie Boy Johnson and Billy Batista, were sources, and Willie Boy was T.E. Neither Deary nor Giacalone had any idea. As far as the FBI was concerned, today's prosecutors were tomorrow's defense lawyers, so the identities of sources were carefully kept from them. When the agents told the prosecutors about Willie Boy and Batista, a low-level truck hijacker with a much looser affiliation with the Gambino family, they assumed both informants would be removed from the indictment. But Johnson was going to be charged with murder. In the late 70s, Agnello Della Croce had been indicted on racketeering and homicide charges in Florida, along with an underling named Tony Plate, who allegedly had killed a loan shark for his boss. Plate was a notorious tough guy, and the evidence against him was plentiful. Della Croce decided he'd have a better chance of beating the case if Plate wasn't at the table with him. So Willie Boy went to Florida and killed Plate. It worked. Della Croce was tried alone and beat the case. Now, 6 years on, Giacalone had enough evidence to charge Johnson with the Plate murder. She told the FBI that rogue informants didn't get passes for murders, no matter how valuable they were. She was backed up by Deary, and together they rebuffed the Bureau, and both Willie Boy and Batista were indicted. The FBI could do no more for their sources, and walked away from the case for good. Willie Boy's 209 file, the mass of reports created from the information he'd supplied over the years, was literally 2 feet thick. Just about everybody in Gotti's crew had gone to jail at least once because of information Willie Boy had passed along. He'd told his handling agents about the crew's truck hijackings from Kennedy Airport, as well as their loan sharking operations and gambling businesses. He even gave up John Gotti for a murder in Staten Island, about which more later. In the jargon of his co-defendants, Willie Boy was a rat and had been very valuable to the FBI for a long time. On the day of the arrests, Giacalone had him brought to her office so she could make a pitch to him. Susan Shepard, the chief of the Major Crime Section, was also present. Giacalone wanted Willie Boy to become her witness. Willie Boy was big and muscular, with a shock of greasy, dark hair extending out over his forehead. He had a high-pitched voice that seemed out of place, set against his imposing physical presence. After the handcuffs were removed, Giacalone got to the point. "Mr. Johnson, the fact that you've been an FBI informant since 1966 will be made public in this case." "You can't do that," he responded. "My whole family will be slaughtered." "We are prepared to protect you." "I don't want your protection. Why are you doing this to me? I was promised they would never tell anyone. Now you're going to tell John? I never would have met with them if there was any chance this could happen. You can't do this to me. I'm going to be killed. My whole family is going to be." Giacalone laid out what was about to happen and how Willie Boy could avoid it. In a matter of days, the informant file would be turned over to the defendants. He'd be detained pending the trial, because the judge would know that if he were released on bail, he'd flee rather than stick around to be killed. And if he remained in pre-trial detention, the Gambino family would try to kill him there as well, so he'd have to be housed in the hole, the bleak solitary confinement the Bureau of Prisons euphemistically called administrative segregation. "You have 2 choices," Giacalone told him. "Choice number 1 is you cooperate and testify for me at trial. If you do, I'll tell the judge how much you helped out, and you'll probably get a much shorter sentence. I'll put you in the witness protection program, so when you get out of prison, you and your family will have new identities in a relocation area. In the meantime, you'll be in the protective custody of the program, which is a lot more comfortable than the hole. Do you understand?" Willie Boy was silent. "Choice number 2 is you stay in the hole for a year until we try the case. If you get convicted, you'll get life for murdering Tony Plate. You'll spend the rest of your life in the hole for your own protection, because they'll always be looking to kill you, even in prison. If you somehow beat the case, John Gotti will kill you the moment you hit the street. So choice 1 is cooperate with us, do some time, and we'll relocate you and your family. Choice 2 is go to trial, and you'll either do life in the hole or get killed." Willie Boy didn't even hesitate. "I will never testify against John Gotti. He's my friend." "Mr. Johnson," Jackalone said, "my whole point is you really don't have any choice. If you don't cooperate, the best possible outcome for you is you'll spend the rest of your life in the hole. 23 hours a day in lockdown, no contact with other people. That's what'll happen if you're convicted, and you will be. But if somehow I'm wrong and you manage to get acquitted, you know as well as I do you'll be killed as soon as you're out of jail. So basically, you have to cooperate. It makes no sense not to take the opportunity I'm offering." "No," Willie Boy said softly. "You can take me back downstairs now." Jackalone was exasperated, but she could tell Willie Boy wasn't going to change his mind. The agents put his cuffs back on and escorted him out of the office. That afternoon, the defendants appeared in court for arraignments. The indictment had been assigned to Judge Eugene Nickerson, who just over a month before had presided over my induction as an AUSA. Jackalone agreed to the release on bail of all the other defendants on various conditions, such as the posting of homes as collateral in case they skipped town. When it came to Willie Boy, however, she asked for detention. "The reason is that Mr. Johnson has been an informant for the Federal Bureau of Investigation for a period of over 15 years. The other defendants and their lawyers froze in disbelief. This was the first any of them had heard about it. Willie Boy was beside himself, but he'd known since his meeting with Jackalone that this was coming, and he'd frantically charted a course that he hoped would get him through it. He couldn't leave it to his lawyer, who was as surprised as all the others. "Not true, Your Honor. I'm not no informant. I have talked to agents and everything, but I am not an informant." It was an uncomfortable situation. Jackalone relayed to the court the conversation she'd had that morning with Johnson, in which he confirmed his relationship with the FBI and said he'd be killed if it were revealed. The judge ordered that Willie Boy be detained, agreeing that it was all too likely he'd flee if released. To Jim Abbott, Willie Boy's handling agent at the FBI at the time, all this was a supreme act of treachery by the government. In exchange for Willie Boy's information, the FBI had promised him that his status would never be revealed. Now the same government that had made that promise had broken it. In Abbott's view, the pitch to Willie Boy was nothing less than extortion. Abbott believed that Willie Boy should have been given an out, even had he murdered Tony Plate, and Abbott didn't believe he had. Willie Boy could have been given the chance to plead guilty and do his time without his special status being revealed. Before sentencing, a message could have been sent to the judge that he'd been a TE informant. The FBI had done that before without telling the prosecutors, and they would likely have shortened the sentence. A similar message could have been sent later to the Parole Commission. Willie Boy could even have continued as a valuable source, both in prison and when eventually released. Abbott believed, incorrectly, that the prosecutors had refused to consider that option because they needed Willie Boy's testimony so badly. As far as he was concerned, the session in Jackalone's office was more of a shakedown than an offer of a cooperation agreement. I'd righted myself in the 6 weeks after my rocky start. With Susan's help, I'd taken something positive away from being humiliated at my first court appearance, and made it my business to be thoroughly prepared for everything I did. There were so many basics to learn: the Bail Act, the Speedy Trial Act, the rules of criminal procedure, the rules of evidence. I'd immersed myself in all of it. I caught a couple dozen general crimes cases, and everyone's written work, indictments, discovery letters to lawyers, letters and briefs to judges, had to be approved by supervisors. The feedback on mine had been overwhelmingly positive, which made me feel I was making the grade. It also resulted directly in an unusual assignment. "I know you came here because you didn't want to be an associate anymore," Dave Kirby told me after calling me into his office that April, a few days after the arraignment in the Delacroce case. He was in his typical position, feet up on the desk and a squash racket in his hand. "I know you want to try your own cases, but you're a very good writer, so I'm afraid I'm about to make you an associate again." So began my participation in the Delacroce case. Before it was over, it would come to be known as the Gotti case, the first of John Gotti's 2 federal RICO indictments. Kirby told me that Diane Giacalone needed help opposing a slew of pretrial motions. The defendant's lawyers had announced their plans to make dozens of challenges to the charges and the government's evidence. I was to write the brief opposing them. Diane also needed help reviewing hundreds of hours of wiretaps and bugs for more evidence. If the case went to trial, which was likely, I'd assist her. But that wouldn't happen for at least a year. In the meantime, I'd stop catching general crimes cases, so I'd have the time to focus on this one. I'd still pick up trials from other AUSAs who had scheduling conflicts, so the Delacroce trial wouldn't be my first. It was clear I was being drafted, not being asked to volunteer. It was just as clear that this was a huge case for the office. Kirby said as much explicitly, and I'd have been crazy to resist. Still, he said that the office would be grateful if I took the job on and performed it well. There was another dimension to Kirby's comments. More by his manner than through anything he said, he suggested that Diane wasn't easy to work with. Not everyone would be a good match for her, he told me, but he thought I had the personality to get along with her fine. But after an hour with Diane, I was wondering what Kirby was concerned about. Right off the bat, I identified with her. Every horizontal surface in her office, desk, chairs, file cabinet tops, radiators, was covered with multiple stacks of paper. Most showed the discoloration and dryness that comes with age, and the stacks were not neat. As she described the case to me, she'd occasionally begin casting about for documents. This involved navigating her way around several piles to a particular stack, then a methodical examination of the papers in it, beginning at the top and working her way down. She never finished looking through the stack, or found what she was looking for. And even as these searches were going on, she didn't stop talking about the case. Diane was affable and gracious, with an easy smile and a good sense of humor. She told me she was a career prosecutor, and more of a trial lawyer than a brief writer, and needed someone who'd handle that side of things. She also wanted me to listen to months of 1981 wiretap recordings from a telephone in the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club, and to the entire set of wiretap and bug tapes from Angelo Ruggiero's home in 1982. "There are nuggets in those tapes," she said. "Little pieces of evidence that will help our case. I want you to find them." There were other tapes, too. We'd use a Suffolk County gambling wiretap from the 1970s. George Ferrangi, a loan shark victim who'd cooperated with the FBI and worn a wire, recorded a series of conversations with loan sharks who worked for 2 of our defendants. Finally, there were about 6 months of video recordings, hundreds of hours in total, that the New York City Police Department had taken from an apartment across the street from the Ravenite in the summer of 1979. One of my jobs would be to review them and make a composite videotape of gangsters entering and leaving the club on a regular basis as they paid respects and money to Neil Delacroce. Giacalone didn't say anything about my standing up in court and handling witnesses. That was fair enough. I'd never even seen a jury trial, so didn't feel slighted. and since I'd left Cravath only 6 weeks earlier, I still viewed myself as a support lawyer whose job was to prepare others to do the actual talking. When I left Diane's office, I was excited, eager to roll up my sleeves in the fight against organized crime. Chapter 6. Wise Guys Speak. Writing the brief in response to the defense motions was the most valuable learning experience I'd had as a lawyer. My friends in the general crime section were constantly picking up new cases and spending so much effort trying to get agents to meet with them and hustling from courtroom to courtroom that they had little time for anything else. There were briefing motions here and there, but everything was rushed and superficial. Most of us had come from big law firms, and we were all used to being much more thorough than our work as an AUSA permitted. Once assigned to the Delacroce case, I had the same luxury I'd enjoyed at Cravath. For 6 weeks, I holed up in the same library in which I'd finished up my clerkship 4 years before. I made camp on the same long table, looking out on the beautiful park. Instead of the huge trial record from the school desegregation case, this time I surrounded myself with the indictment, Jacquelone's lengthy prosecution memo, the huge pile of defense motions, and copies of every case they relied on. My first task was to learn more about the charges. The history of La Cosa Nostra in New York is littered with stories of Irish guys, not Sicilians, doing stupid things. And one of the stupidest produced the centerpiece of our case. It was a scheme hatched in the early 70s to make money by kidnapping wise guys' family members and holding them for ransom. Irish hoodlums would pull off the kidnappings by pretending to be cops. In May of 1972, Manny Gambino became one of the victims of this ill-considered enterprise. Manny was Carlo Gambino's nephew, so in that sense he was mafia royalty. The men who kidnapped him demanded a $300,000 ransom. They collected far less, as the family agreed to pay only $100,000. Then, as if impersonating cops to snatch gangsters' kids for ransom wasn't risky enough, they killed Manny anyway. Word spread among the wise guys about the guys who were doing these kidnappings. It included the rumor that Jimmy McBratney, a Staten Islander, had been in on Manny Gambino's kidnapping and murder. John Gotti and Angelo Ruggiero saw the situation as an opportunity. What could be a better way to impress their boss than to whack the guys who snatched and killed his nephew? So on May 23, 1973, they walked into Snoop's, a Staten Island bar, with Ralph Gallione, an associate from the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. McBratney was seated at the bar. After a struggle, Gotti held one of McBratney's arms out to his side. Ruggiero held the other, while Gallione shot the Irishman in the head. The McBratney murder was one of the 7 specific crimes Gotti was charged with in the Delacroce indictment. He was also charged with 2 truck hijackings from JFK Airport in the late 60s, running a gambling business, aiding and abetting 2 armored car robberies in 1980, and loan sharking. It was clear from the first court appearance I attended that there was something special about Gotti. Delacroce was the underboss, but he was old and frail, and looked as if he'd been brought in from a nursing home. The other defendants all came across as ordinary guys, bewildered by the formality of the courtroom and off their stride. And they orbited around Gotti, who was confident, handsome, well-dressed, completely at home in the courtroom, and in charge not only of the other defendants, but their lawyers as well. This was not a modern-day gangster. I'd already learned enough about the Mafia in New York to know that its bread and butter was labor racketeering. If you owned the right union, you could own an industry, or at least a big enough slice of one to siphon tens of millions of dollars a year out of it. And if you owned it for long enough, you didn't even have to threaten or kill to maintain your position. Everyone knew Gambino Captain Jimmy Brown Fiella owned Bernie Adelstein, the corrupt leader of Teamsters Local 813, and they'd known it for so long that no one ever dared to bid for commercial garbage carting contracts in the city. The prices charged by the companies that were with Jimmy Brown were a little high, but the mob's presence was so entrenched there was never any need to tell potential competitors that if they bid against those companies, they would get whacked. The same arrangements existed for pouring concrete on major construction projects, unloading cargo ships at the piers, moving racks of clothing around the garment center, plumbing and drywall work on new high-rises, and numerous other industries. The money flowed in, and the wise guys in charge rarely broke a sweat and never got their hands dirty. Gotti knew nothing about labor racketeering, except it was happening on a large scale, and his crew saw none of the riches from it. One of 13 children, he was born in the Bronx on October 27, 1940. But the family moved when he was a boy to East New York, Brooklyn's roughest neighborhood. After dropping out of high school at 16, he joined the Fulton Rockaway Boys Gang, a breeding ground for mafia members, where he met Angelo Ruggiero. An early job as a truck driver's helper prepared Gotti well for his first mob specialty, hijacking cargo trucks leaving nearby JFK Airport. That was big business back then, and it brought Gotti, Ruggiero, and Gotti's younger brother Gene into the Bergen, and under the supervision of Carmine and Danny Fatico, who jointly captained a crew there. Surveillance photos taken outside the club in the 70s show the cocky, well-dressed John Gotti, looking like a character in Saturday Night Fever, using the reflection off the front window to brush his hair. The other members of the crew had the same attitude, giving the finger to the surveillance agents and dropping their pants for the cameras. They all hijacked trucks, and on the few occasions when they got caught, did short federal prison terms, and they could live with that. Then they expanded into running numbers and dice games, and the debts those businesses generated became their loan shark books. More than anything else, they were tough guys. When they were given a piece of work, as John Gotti called a murder that was ordered from on high, they did it. There were made guys and even captains in the Castellano faction who'd never once killed. But for those around Gotti, it was a given, a baseline requirement. John Gotti married Victoria DiGiorgio, a half-Italian, half-Russian daughter of immigrants he met in a bar in 1958. They had 5 children and lived in the Howard Beach section of Queens, close to JFK. Their youngest son, Frank, was killed at age 12 in March 1980 when he drove a motorized bike into the street and was hit by a car. The driver, neighbor Frank Favara, disappeared a few months later, killed by members of the Bergen crew, which Gotti had taken over from the aging Faticos. By then, the crew was also moving heroin. They were all tough guys, earners for their captain and for their underboss down at the Ravenite. Their loyalty to Neil, as they called Delacroce, was undiluted, as was their animosity toward Paul Castellano. Such was Gotti's world. On paper, we had strong evidence of the McBratney murder. In 1975, Gotti and Ruggiero had pled guilty to the killing in state court in Staten Island. That they'd admitted to a homicide might seem strange, but it was a sweetheart deal. Even though the murder was an execution, and Gallione the shooter was himself executed a few months later, Gotti was allowed to plead guilty to only attempted manslaughter in the 2nd degree, for which his sentence was just 2 years in prison. Gotti had been represented by the infamous Roy Cohn, and informants reported that Cohn had bought the plea bargain with a bribe. This perversion of justice had an upside. Gotti's admission was a matter of public record, and we could use it at our trial. So was his admitting to the 2 truck hijackings, for which he'd served 3 years in the late 60s. The racketeering charge would be proven by establishing that Gotti had committed a series of other crimes, called predicate acts, as his way of participating in what was called an enterprise, the legal term for an organized crime group. We'd use 3 of his prior convictions as predicates. They'd be easy to prove at trial, because we could offer in evidence the court judgments convicting him of those crimes, as well as the transcripts of his guilty pleas. But there was a much bigger downside, which would be the jurors' natural reaction to our recycling old cases in this way. Sure, they'd be told that it was not double jeopardy to use old convictions as predicates for a racketeering charge. But just because the jurors would be told that it was legal to hold Gotti accountable again for crimes for which he'd already served prison time, that wouldn't make it fair. Juries value fairness. We were going to have that huge problem at trial, and it would outweigh the benefit of being able to prove 3 of our predicate acts so easily. The charges against the other defendants were a similar potpourri of crimes committed over many years. Willie Boy Johnson was charged with killing Tony Plate, and with the same gambling and loan sharking John Gotti was charged with. John Carniglia, one of the biggest earners in Gotti's crew, was charged with the 1976 murder of a New York State court officer, Albert Gelb, in addition to a couple of airport hijackings and the 2 armored car robberies. Lenny DiMaria's racketeering acts were possession of untaxed cigarettes, loan sharking, and gambling. Delacroce, the underboss of the family, was charged with aiding and abetting everyone else's crimes. As I worked through the motions and learned the case, the unifying theme of the various racketeering acts became clear. They fell into 3 categories. Some were the defendant's prior convictions. Others grew out of cases Diane had previously prosecuted against the defendant's underlings. Finally, there were crimes James Cardinale, Eddie Maloney, Sal Polisi, and several other accomplice witnesses would testify about at trial. They'd each told Giacalone about illegal acts they'd committed with or heard about from one or more of our defendants. There were 32 separate challenges to our indictment and our evidence in the defendant's motions. The cream of the organized crime bar in New York consisted of highly skilled legal beagles who knew the law and wrote great briefs, and also courtroom lawyers who'd stand in front of juries at trial. The papers I was responding to had been written by some of the best in the former group. I read and took notes on every case they cited. Then I went on to all the other cases, the ones they didn't cite, on the same issues, cataloging each and carefully noting the differences not only in the outcomes, but in the language they used. The motions covered all the usual topics. The defendants moved for a witness list and a statement from us naming every one of the conspirators, even if they weren't charged as defendants. They challenged searches conducted by state and federal agents and wiretaps authorized by federal and state judges. They objected to joining the defendants and the separate crimes in one case and argued for a large number of unconnected trials. They challenged the RICO statute itself on the grounds that it was unconstitutionally vague in every case and improperly used in this particular one. They asked for bills of particulars, that is, more precise statements from us as to what we claimed the defendants did and who else was involved. There were some unique motions as well. The dual status of Willie Boy Johnson and Billy Batista as both active members of the Gotti crew and active FBI informants created some tricky issues. We'd be offering at trial statements Willie Boy made to other people while they were committing crimes. A statement by a co-conspirator in furtherance of a conspiracy is exempted from the rule disallowing hearsay, meaning we could use it at trial. The theory is that each member of the conspiracy speaks as an agent for all. But, the defendants argued, Willie Boy was an informant, so he was an agent of the FBI at least as much as he was an agent of Gotti. He might have been talking to others in the Gotti crew just to generate information he could relay back to his FBI handlers. Why should those statements be admissible? Willie Boy had his own arguments. If his FBI handlers knew all along that he was running a gambling business on Church Avenue, as charged, why wasn't that authorized by the FBI and therefore not a crime? Batista, who'd been charged only with truck hijackings and made bail on the day he was arrested, chose a different route. He jumped bail and became a fugitive, and if he's still alive, he remains one to this day. As I read on, it became clear that I wasn't learning all the governing law just for one case. I was getting an intensive introduction to areas I'd need to know my entire career as a prosecutor. Years later, the research files I created would become the raw material for a treatise I wrote on federal criminal practice. In addition to taking in all the basics, I realized that I'd need to learn the RICO law inside and out. By 1985, RICO had become the Babe Ruth of federal criminal laws. It allowed the government to charge in a single case and include together in a single trial defendants who previously had to be prosecuted separately. It also allowed the government to try in a single case all the crimes of a single defendant. Previously, those charges had to be split up. Before RICO, our configuration of defendants and charges would have produced 15 distinct trials, each involving only one or two defendants and a narrow slice of our evidence. In the courtroom, as in life, the whole is almost always greater than the sum of the parts, and RICO had become the bane of the existence of gangsters and their lawyers. The Delacroce indictment contained only 2 counts, and both were brought under the RICO law. Each defendant was charged in one count with participating in the affairs of an enterprise through a patchwork quilt of crimes, and in the other with conspiring to do so. As for the nature of the enterprise, instead of accusing the defendants of participating in the Gambino family, the indictment alleged an enterprise consisting of only 2 crews and the underboss, Gotti's crew in Queens, and the one captained by Di Maria and Corazzo in Brooklyn, supervised by Delacroce in Manhattan. We'd have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this separate criminal organization operated within the Gambino family, and it seemed clear that our defendants identified themselves as members of the Gambino family, not some subset of it. Still, it would be odd indeed for a jury that decided our defendants had actually committed the crimes charged as part of their participation in organized crime, to then acquit them because of a technical glitch in the precise definition of the enterprise. Years later, long after the case was over, we'd discover how significant our charged enterprise turned out to be. Once I finished my work on the motions, my brief ended up 136 pages long. My Cravath mentors would have been proud. My first job was to find as much evidence as possible in the various wiretaps and bugs. Since the scorched earth with the FBI over Willie Boy Johnson was still smoldering, I started with recordings we could get our hands on right away. The conversations intercepted at the Bergen by the Queens District Attorney's Office back in 1981. There was a phone in the club, and the district attorney had had a wiretap on it for months. I spent a couple of 100 hours listening to the tapes, picking the conversations we'd use, then transcribing them. On the bright side, it was a wiretap, so the audibility was great. When I switched to bug recordings later on, I'd have to listen to conversations over and over just to figure out what was being said. The beauty of a wiretap is that the words are spoken directly into a microphone. I got steeped in mob language. For some reason, I'd thought use was a plural pronoun, but I quickly learned otherwise. Anybody else there? No, I'm alone. Good, I'll come by yous in 10 minutes. The word kid connoted status, not age. To a made guy, an associate could be 15 years older, but he would still be referred to as a kid. There were no pleases or thank yous, and when a third person was needed to get something done, I'll ask was never part of the conversation. Not even, I'll get. I'll make Frankie go over there and talk to him, or I'll make my wife bring that basket to his family. The conversations had patterns. Ruggiero started almost all of his with food. Hey, it's Ange. Hey, did you eat yet? Yeah. What'd you eat? And predictable expressions. John Gotti was fond of, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Sometimes it seemed unnecessary. I hate that motherfucker. I'd like to fucking kill him. You understand what I'm trying to say? They understood all right. Other times it made sense. I'm going to be late because I got to try to deal with this motherless fuck I spoke to that guy about at the other guy's place. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Nope. I learned the nicknames: Ralphie Bones, Georgie Butterass, Benny Eggs, Quiet Dom, not to be confused with Skinny Dom, Gas Pipe, and on, dozens of them. They didn't know each other's real names, so the nicknames could be used if they ever testified at trial. I figured we wouldn't need too much evidence to convict some of them, like Pete the Killer. Anyone thinking of a life in the mob ought to consider their likely nickname ahead of time. When you're in front of a jury, would you rather be Good-Looking Jake or Mattress Face, Sammy the Bull or Carmine the Snake? Except for a lot of illegal horse betting, there weren't many criminal conversations on the Bergen Wire. Wise guys, like all career criminals, are careful on the telephone, to the point where they sound as if they're talking about a crime even when they're not. "Did you see that guy?" Angelo Ruggiero would ask Gotti. "What guy?" "The guy from over there, the one we saw last week." "The tall guy?" "No, the other guy, the one with the guy who had the union beef last year." "The guy from 86th Street?" "No, not that guy, the other one, who we saw with what's-his-name from Canarsie." Every once in a while, wise guys ended up whacking the wrong guy. After all those hours listening to them, I found myself wondering why that didn't happen more often. Though it didn't produce blockbuster evidence, the Bergen wiretap covered valuable ground. We had a gambling predicate, and since gambling is a minor league crime, it's okay to discuss by telephone. Literally thousands of bets were placed on or relayed over the Bergen phone each week. Most were on horses running at the Aqueduct Racetrack in Queens, or at Monmouth Park Racetrack in Jersey. Exactas, trifectas, quinellas, every kind of bet on a horse or a combination of horses. I learned what they were, then picked about 100 of the bets to play at the trial. The Bergen Wire also proved what a degenerate gambler Gotti was. He'd bet $10,000 on a single race. He was always being given tips, but they weren't very good because he never won. If being a lousy gambler were a crime, we'd have had him dead to rights. Nor was he any good at paying what he owed. I listened to scores of state wiretaps of his bookmakers scrambling to lay off his bets. A normal bettor could be threatened or required to pay up front or have his debt converted into a loan shark loan. But this wasn't a normal bettor. So the bookmakers spread the risk among themselves. The Bergen tapes also helped us prove that Gotti was the boss of the Bergen crew. In the memorable "Buddy My Balls" conversation, a blistering rant by Gotti directed at associate Tony Moscatello, more about that later, Gotti established beyond a doubt that he was the captain of the mobsters he'd inherited from Carmine and Danny Fatico. Finally, the Bergen Wire brought our case some levity. In one conversation, an unknown caller asked for Frank the Beard Guidici, and when Guidici got on the phone, the caller said he wanted to come to the club to pay the vig on his loan. Vig is the exorbitant interest that makes loan sharking so lucrative a business. Guidici yelled that he had no idea what the caller was talking about and slammed the receiver down. This was typical wise guy behavior. Horse betting was one thing, but you don't talk about loan sharking on the phone. And yet, Guidici immediately picked up the same telephone and told a guy named Tony, "You won't believe what this fucking moron just did. This motherfucker just called and told me he was coming down here to pay his fucking vig. Do you believe that? Just like that, he said it, right on the fucking phone." Another source of levity was Detective Mike Falciano, an old-timer who worked on the Bergen investigation for the Queens District Attorney's Office. The Falcon, as everyone called him, was well into his 50s. He supplemented what we learned from the wire by making overhears on the sidewalk directly outside the Bergen, where the real criminal conversations were happening. Wise guys would naturally pause their conversations if any stranger, cop or otherwise, was walking or standing nearby. But the Falcon outfoxed them. One scheme he used to great effect was pretending to be a homeless person. At 4 a.m, he would hide a partially eaten sandwich under a pile of trash in the garbage can on the sidewalk outside the club. The next afternoon he'd stumble by, dressed in a stained old raincoat, and begin foraging. The wise guys would watch in disgust as he discovered the sandwich, unwrapped it, and slowly ate what remained. But then they'd resume their talk of stolen loads or loan shark victims who refused to pay up. The Falcon got some pretty good overhears that way. Our main contact with the Queens District Attorney's Office for this evidence was the Falcon's younger colleague, Detective Vic Ruggiero. Vic was a good and cooperative cop. By the time we started on the Delacroce case, he had retired from the police department and joined a private investigation firm. But he was still helping us out and was our main witness when the defense asked for the Bergen wiretap to be suppressed. Mike Coiro, who'd been house counsel to the Gotti crew for years, cross-examined Vic at the hearing and began by saying, "Detective Ruggiero, I'm sorry, you're off the job now. Mr. Ruggiero." Vic stiffened visibly on the witness stand, and after the hearing ended, he was furious. There was no mistake there, he told me in my office. He was telling me that I'm off the job, so I no longer have the protection that comes with being a cop. That was a threat. I hadn't perceived it that way at all. I thought Coiro had just misspoken, but figured Vic would know better than me. In any event, he was beside himself with anger and fear, which immediately made me worry whether we could rely on him as a witness at trial. Chapter 7. The Cast. One of the most interesting parts of putting our case together was meeting our accomplice witnesses, a ragtag bunch of hoodlums who barely deserved to be called accomplices. They were criminals, certainly, but low-level hangers-on to a man, and for the most part they hadn't even committed their crimes with our defendants. Still, each one of the six, Eddie Maloney, Sal Polisi, James Cardinale, Dominic LaFaro, George Ferrangi, and Matt Traynor, was headed for a brief moment in the limelight. Eddie Maloney was one of the Irishmen who, along with Jimmy McBratney, had been involved in the snatching of Wise Guy's kids. He'd come to the government for protection after being shot multiple times in the Cozy Corner, a bar in the Maspeth section of Queens run by Phil Sestero, a bookmaker and member of John Gotti's crew. It was amazing that Maloney had survived. When the final bullet was fired, it was from a handgun placed in the center of the Irishman's forehead. When I asked Maloney how he'd survived, he said it only went in about this far, holding his thumb and index finger about 2 inches apart. I thought that even in a blockhead like his eyebrows were like wire brushes. There was some important stuff in that space. Whether it was from that adventure or not, Maloney was slow and difficult to prepare. More important, though he had damning testimony to give about Sestero, he had almost nothing that was admissible against our particular defendants. Sal Polisi was a colorful character from Queens who'd been to the Bergen and knew the people in Gotti's crew. He'd flipped a couple of years earlier after he was arrested for bribing a judge to help beat a drug case. The judge was named William Brennan, but it wasn't the famous Supreme Court justice. This Justice Brennan was a corrupt trial judge in state court in Queens, and Polisi had testified in our office's successful racketeering prosecution of him. As if being a drug dealer who'd bribed a judge wasn't enough to damage his credibility, in 1974, Polisi tried to beat another rap by feigning insanity. Represented by Mike Coiro, Polisi pretended that mental illness rendered him unfit to stand trial. This earned him the Italianate nickname Sally Ubats, Crazy Sally. He told us that after one of his court appearances, he'd been driven home by Coiro, who made a stop at Roy Cohn's Manhattan townhouse. Gotti and Angelo Ruggiero were there, and according to Polisi, they were celebrating Cohn's fixing a case involving Gotti. I had the docket sheet in Polisi's case, which showed that his court appearance occurred at the same time Cohn and Coiro had obtained the 2-year deal for Gotti and Ruggiero for the murder of Jimmy McBratney. At least Maloney and Polisi had provable connections to our defendants. James Cardinale, our most important accomplice by far, didn't. Cardinale decided to cooperate after being prosecuted for murder. In exchange for a manslaughter plea and a dramatically reduced sentence, Cardinale would testify that he'd been a regular at the Bergen from 1979 to 1981. He said that Gotti had told him he'd killed the kidnapper of Manny Gambino. Willie Boy Johnson had let it drop that he'd killed Tony Plate. And John Carneglia, the biggest earner in Gotti's crew, had freely shared that he'd killed a court officer. Cardinale's testimony was the fulcrum of the 3 murder charges in our indictment. Cardinale wasn't even on law enforcement's radar screen before he flipped. There was no shortage of surveillance photos taken at the Bergen over the years, but he'd never been identified in any. After he flipped, the photos were all scoured again, and we found a couple of grainy photos that appeared to show Cardinale on the sidewalk outside the club. That helped, but he hardly seemed to have the sort of presence at the Bergen that would explain why everyone would be comfortable talking about any illegal activity with him, let alone murders. As Gotti would tell me to my face when Cardinale finally testified, he was a motherfucking coffee boy at the club, and it was unlikely that a jury was going to believe that everyone there confided in him. Dominic LaFaro was in Captain Ralph Mosca's crew, and for the purposes of our case, would contribute to our gambling charge against Gotti. Mosca was in charge of lucrative operations in Queens and upstate as well, and LaFaro worked in them. However, he made his real money selling heroin, and in 1983, he was arrested up in Orange County for drug trafficking. It was a big case at the time. LaFaro had distributed more than 25 kilograms of heroin, and the New York State Organized Crime Task Force seized $300,000 in cash from him when he was arrested. LaFaro had known what he'd do if he ever got locked up for his heroin dealing, and he didn't even want to be taken before a judge and arraigned. He cooperated immediately, agreeing to wear a wire to record a couple of years' worth of conversations with Ralph Mosca and others in Mosca's crew. LaFaro had been allowed to keep $100,000 of the money seized from him. Because that was drug money, it would damage his credibility at trial. Also, when he started puffing about how valuable he'd be as a witness, he stretched the truth. He told the state prosecutors he was a made guy, and that he'd been sent on important missions to kill people for the Gambino family, including one in which he killed 5 people with an Uzi. None of it was true. LaFaro was our most forgettable witness. He talked slowly and seemed older than his 56 years. He helped Ralph Mosca run gambling businesses, and once he went with a car full of others to the Bergen to report to John Gotti about them. That was basically his entire contribution to our case. It's hard to make the world of organized crime seem boring, but LaFaro pulled it off. He was a one-man sedative. George Ferrangi was not, strictly speaking, an accomplice. He was really a victim. He'd come to the FBI because he was so far into the loan sharks and so unable to pay them back that he was about to get hurt. One of his creditors was Ralph the Fly Davino, an associate in the crew run by Lenny DiMaria and Nick Carrazzo. Turning to the FBI didn't get Ferrangi away from the Shylocks, as mafia loan sharks call themselves, at least not immediately. The FBI wired him up and sent him right back into them, hoping to record threats that would lead to arrests. Of all the proactive uses of cooperators, putting loan shark victims back on the street was one of the riskiest. The idea was to get solid evidence that they'd be roughed up without their actually getting beaten. We didn't need to worry too much about their getting killed. The whole point of any violence was to get debtors to cough up, and dead men don't pay. Ferrangi related some harrowing situations in ways that made us laugh. One of his loan sharks tended bar at the Georgetown Inn in Brooklyn, and Ferrangi went there wired up to tell him he needed more time. The loan shark seemed fine with that news, and for a while they continued talking. Then all of a sudden on the tape, Ferrangi began mumbling loudly and continuously, and a careful listener could make out the word gun. The bartender had put the business end of a handgun in Ferrangi's mouth to make the point that he had to pay. Ferrangi was trying to get the attention of the agents sitting outside in the car who were caught napping. They should have hustled into the bar and arrested the loan shark. On another occasion, Ferrangi was about 150 feet from a daytime meeting on the street with a loan shark when the wire for his hidden microphone became unattached. Seconds from meeting an angry wise guy with a gun, Ferrangi looked down to see a 12-inch piece of wire dragging behind him out of the bottom of his pant leg. Instead of freezing or trying to run, he unzipped his fly and started pissing on the sidewalk. The loan shark did an about-face and walked away. "Better off him thinking I was crazy than I was cooperating," Ferrangi said with a laugh. He was a Brooklyn guy and had never even been to the Bergen. He helped us only against Di Maria and Corazzo, so his usefulness was limited. But he was a good witness. Not all the colorful characters we'd lined up stayed on our roster. Matt Traynor had decided to cooperate after being convicted of bank robbery out in Nassau County. Like Cardinale, he'd been in and out of the Bergen, and he told us he'd been involved in some of the airport hijackings with the Gotti brothers. It was good enough testimony for us to rescue him from state custody and place him in a federal witness protection unit, where he was housed with Cardinale. Traynor wasn't shy, and he was demanding. He wanted sneakers, commissary money, visits with family. Diane was good at saying no, which annoyed him, and in response to one of her no's, he blundered, telling Diane that if he didn't get what he wanted, he'd contact the defense lawyers and tell them that she'd asked him to lie. Faced with a witness who was both willing to give false testimony and trying to shake us down, we tore up Traynor's deal and crossed him off our witness list. Then, fulfilling our constitutional obligation to the defense lawyers, we told them they should interview him. We thought that was the end of him. Most of our witnesses weren't accomplices. Rather, for one reason or another, they simply knew something useful. They ranged from people who happened to be in Snoop's bar when McBratney was killed, to truckers whose loads got hijacked, to people with personal relationships with our defendants or their colleagues in crime. In canvassing what we had, I saw several instances of Diane's investigative brilliance. Much of our evidence about the armored car robberies was the result of what she called girlfriend days in the grand jury. Those robberies were committed by young men who hung around the Bergen. Our theory was that the proceeds of the robberies were shared with Gotti and others. Diane subpoenaed their present and former girlfriends to appear before the grand jury at the same time. Then she'd show up a half-hour late, requiring them to sit together in the windowless, closet-sized waiting area next to the grand jury room. By the time she arrived to take their testimony, the women were eager to tell her terrible things about the men they'd been fighting over. One of our pretrial issues required a road trip. It was an issue involving Barry Slotnick and his partner Bruce Cutler, both on the defense team. Slotnick, a prominent mob lawyer in New York, represented Della Croce, while Slotnick's protege, Cutler, represented John Gotti. This situation presented a potential conflict of interest. The clash could be waived by the defendants, but that waiver had to be on the record, and it had to follow a thorough explanation by the judge of the risks each defendant was taking. Della Croce, according to his doctor's affidavit, was too sick to come to court, so we all made a road trip to his home on West Fingerboard Road in Staten Island. The caravan across South Brooklyn to the Verrazano Narrows Bridge included Judge Nickerson, a deputy marshal, and a court reporter in one car, Diane Giacalone and me in another, and about 4 other vehicles bearing the defendants and their lawyers. When we arrived, Della Croce's longtime girlfriend, Rosemary Connolly, was there to greet us. The home was immaculate, though a little disorienting because there were mirrors everywhere. Silver trays with Italian pastries were everywhere, too. Once everyone was present, we were ushered into Della Croce's bedroom. A chair was brought in for the court reporter. The rest of us stood. Even at the time, I realized how ridiculous the scene was. Crowded into the small room were Slotnick, Cutler, Gotti, the court reporter, Judge Nickerson, Della Croce's doctor, Diane, and me. Della Croce was lying in the bed, looking like death itself. The covers were not rumpled at all. Waiver proceedings require a judge to explain to defendants all the ways that lawyers with a potential conflict of interest could screw their clients. While Judge Nickerson was in the middle of that, Delacroce silently signaled his doctor, who asked the judge if we could take a break. Always the gentleman, the judge agreed, and we all trudged out into the living room. There weren't enough places to sit, so the judge and the court reporter took chairs, while the rest of us stood awkwardly. Gotti seemed to make a point, both in the bedroom and in the living room, of holding himself especially erect. It was a military pose, arms folded in front, but he kept a smirk on his face. The judge reached for a pastry and took a bite. There we were, in the living room of the underboss of the Gambino family, and the silence was overwhelming. Judge Nickerson looked up at the group and asked politely, "Has anyone seen the movie Prizzi's Honor?" To this day, that remains one of the best icebreaker lines I've ever heard. But the judge had no takers. About a minute later, the doctor appeared and broke the silence, and we reassembled in the bedroom to complete the waiver proceeding. Throughout it all, Delacroce looked terrible. Giacalone and I were certain he was faking, and we even thought he'd been made up to appear paler than usual. Within a matter of weeks, a surprising revelation proved us at least partially correct. We learned that the FBI had a bug in his house. If they hadn't turned it off while we were there, it would have recorded Judge Nickerson's Prizzi's Honor line. And we'd also learned that, in a long conversation the day before, Delacroce had kicked Gambino Captain Mike Caiazzo out of the family and mused out loud in his growling voice about whether to put him in a fucking hole in the ground for making the wrong guy the acting captain of Caiazzo's crew. The conversations recorded by the bug vindicated our suspicions, but not completely. Delacroce was either truly ill or on the verge of being so. In less than 5 months, he'd be dead. The signs of dysfunction in our relationship with the FBI's Gambino squad, which began when we burned Willie Boy, had already become too numerous to count. But this one topped them all, at least to that point. A court-ordered bug in the living room of our lead defendant in an indicted case, and we had no idea. We were living with an FBI problem because Diane Giacalone had burned their informants, and by the fall of 1985, it was becoming increasingly clear we needed to put our two houses in order. It's hard to catalog all that FBI agents typically do to help prosecutors. They serve subpoenas on uncooperative witnesses, bring cooperative ones in for pretrial prep, keep track of the physical evidence, prepare transcripts of recorded conversations, and do countless other tasks, all the while continuing to investigate right up to and during the trial itself. In the months leading to a major trial like ours, the prosecutors are in constant touch not only with the assigned case agent, but with other agents as well. Two features of our case made it particularly FBI-dependent. More than half a dozen of the predicate acts in our RICO counts had been prior FBI prosecutions. We needed everything from those trials: transcripts, minutes of guilty pleas, physical evidence, and witness statements. Though Diane served as prosecutor for some of those cases, which helped, we were almost entirely dependent on the Bureau for the others, including various airport hijacking cases from the 1970s. Second, I'd been mining more than half a dozen wiretaps and bugs for evidence. I'd already begun doing that with the state wiretap at the Bergen, but two FBI bugs were especially critical. The 1982 bug in Angelo Ruggiero's home produced hundreds of hours of recorded conversations over several months. The recently disclosed bug in Delacroce's home lasted only a month, but produced dozens of hours of potentially useful conversations. The testimony about the various admissions our defendants made to our accomplice witnesses, especially James Cardinale, would need all the corroboration we could get. Bug recordings were a logistical nightmare. The original tapes were kept on big reels that had been sealed up in boxes by the judge who'd supervised the electronic surveillance. They were preserved in the FBI's Electronic Surveillance Storage Space, or ELSR room. A court order based on affidavit was needed to unseal them. Duplicate tapes had to be made. The additional handling of the original reels had to be properly recorded on the chain of custody envelope containing each one. The monitoring logs had to be duplicated. The electronic surveillance orders and underlying affidavits had to be copied and produced. And the originals had to be taken back to court for resealing. It was a lot of effort, even with an eager and dedicated FBI agent helping out. Without the Bureau's help, the hurdles could have been insurmountable. Along the way, we'd enlisted the help of the DEA, even though there were no narcotics allegations in the case. Their agents, Ed Magnuson and Ron Melvin, and NYP detectives Bill Burns and Frank McCann, assisted with subpoenas and witnesses. But there was no way those men would be able to bridge the gap between us and the Bureau. As excellent as FBI agents were in helping prepare for trial in one of their own cases, they were notoriously bad at cooperating with other agencies in the best of circumstances. The fact that Jack alone was the prosecutor made it impossible for the police department or DEA to get their cooperation. That left me. I wasn't involved in the decision to burn Willie Boy. I was new to the office. I was 31 years old, but looked 10 years younger. And I found exactly the right path to what we needed: the Organized Crime Strike Force. The Strike Force was a separate cadre of federal prosecutors in the same courthouse complex we were in. It was barely a tenth the size of our office, about 20 lawyers all told, and it focused solely on Italian organized crime within the U.S. Established by Attorney General Bobby Kennedy in 1967, the strike forces answered not to U.S. attorneys, but directly to the Organized Crime Section in Main Justice. In 1985, there were 14 strike forces around the country and all the places you'd expect, with a single exception: the Southern District of New York. Given how pervasively the Mafia was engaged in all sorts of crimes, it was inefficient, to put it mildly, to have two sets of federal prosecutors in the same district competing to chase overlapping groups of criminals. The Southern District, always in its own mind first among equals and more powerful than any other U.S. Attorney's office, had succeeded years earlier in forcing the Southern District Strike Force to merge with its U.S. Attorney's office. In 1985, all the other strike forces were still in place. Within 4 years, they too would be merged into their local U.S. Attorney's offices. But in the meantime, the Eastern District Strike Force would become very important to Diane and me. The FBI's Gambino squad worked hand in glove with the Brooklyn Strike Force. The two had worked together to bug both Ruggiero's home in 1982 and Delacroce's in the summer of 1985. So when we needed recordings from these bugs in our case, I presented myself to the strike force. And when I did, the attorney in charge assigned Laura Ward to help me. Ward was to the strike force what I was to the U.S. Attorney's office: young, eager, full of innocence and dedication. She was my age, with a relentlessly upbeat personality. In addition, she seemed to know everyone. Part of it was her outgoing nature, but it was also because she'd literally grown up in the Southern District Courthouse, where her father, Robert Ward, was a respected judge. Like me, Ward had come to the government from a large law firm, so we had the same enthusiasm for the real-world in-court work we'd recently signed up for. Most important, neither of us cared about the squabbling that preceded us and had divided the Gambino squad in my office. I needed the Ruggiero and Delacroce bugs, and that was good enough for her. She got me duplicates of the applications, court orders, and monitoring logs, and gave me her own copies of the recordings. Ward and I meshed well. Whereas I was likely to forget and misplace things, she was meticulous and ultra-organized. As our relationship grew, she'd call to remind me of things I needed to do: disclosures to the defense, resealing orders, chain of custody requirements. For my part, I was spending hundreds of hours in my office on the opposite side of the courthouse complex, headphones on, listening over and over again to the recordings, finding ways, some big but mostly little, for them to beef up our case. I was still new to the job, but I had a good feeling for which conversations would be both accessible to a jury and add value to our cause. Once I found them, I'd spend long hours perfecting the transcripts, preparing excerpts that provided sufficient context to fend off claims of cherry-picking, but still make a point crisply and without boring a jury. Ward made sure I tended to all the details I had to. We got along great, and since she was loved by all the FBI agents on the Gambino squad, they began to take to me despite my association with Diane. For her part, Diane was grateful for the relationship I forged with Ward. She watched it from a distance with great interest, as she knew better than anyone how difficult it is to prosecute high-level members of organized crime without the help of the FBI. She wanted the Bureau's help very much, but it wasn't in her makeup to try to rebuild the relationship. She was tough and believed the FBI had gotten too close to its informant and was now trying to protect him from being held accountable for murder. The Bureau was just as dug in, convinced she'd unnecessarily burned Willie Boy. That schism would never be repaired. Chapter 8. Into the Spotlight. Neil Delacroce died on December 2, 1985, of natural causes, in his bed, without ever serving a significant prison term. A rare trifecta for such a long-time ruthless gangster. Within days, his death produced our first big break. Jerry Shargell, the lawyer for Buddy Delacroce, was in our office telling us that Buddy would plead guilty to the racketeering conspiracy charge. We'd been aware that John Gotti needed Neil Delacroce to protect him from Paul Castellano. When Jerry came to us, we realized for the first time that Buddy also needed Neil. We should have realized it. Buddy was a fun-loving, drug-abusing loser. Everything his father wasn't. Once Neil was gone, there was no reason for anyone to lift a finger for Buddy, and his co-defendants saw him as a liability because of his drug habit. Through Shargell, Buddy offered to plead guilty to one of the 2 counts, meaning he'd face up to 20 years in jail. This was great news, as it would validate our case to have one of the accused admit the crime. It would also remove a defendant from a defense table that was already too crowded. Finally, it would remove Shargell from the trial, and he was hands down the best defense lawyer in the case. There were 2 catches. First, Buddy would plead guilty only if we agreed not to call him as a witness. Second, we'd have to allow him to be released from jail for the 3 months between his guilty plea and his sentencing. The first catch was easy. There'd be no reason for us to call Buddy. For one thing, he wouldn't help our case. He was a gangster, and an unintelligent one at that. Also, he'd be petrified of the people he was testifying against. Besides, we wouldn't need him. If he pled guilty, we'd be able to use the transcript of Buddy's plea against the others at trial. There was a case from the Second Circuit, United States v. Windley, that allowed the guilty plea of one conspirator to be used at the trial of the others to prove the existence of the conspiracy. I was particularly eager to get Buddy's admission that the enterprise we'd alleged, 2 crews reporting to their underboss, existed within the Gambino family, so we had no problem agreeing to Shargell's first condition. The second was problematic. Releasing Buddy would turn the system on its head. Before his plea, Buddy had been presumed innocent and entitled to bail, but he'd blown that early on by violating the conditions of his bail. So we had someone already in custody on the grounds he was a flight risk, who wanted to be sprung from jail after admitting he was guilty of racketeering. Usually pleading guilty is what gets someone into jail, not what gets them out. However, the gift of a guilty plea, and the fact that we could use it against the other defendants, was too attractive to turn down. Diane and I persuaded our boss, Ray Deary, that it was worth it. On December 6, 2005, Buddy pled guilty and was released on a bond signed by several neighbors and family members who posted their home as collateral for him. He promptly absconded, and they lost the equity in their homes as a result. Even though it gave us our first conviction, Diane and I were deeply disappointed by Delacroce's death. He was our lead defendant and our most important. Now we were stuck with a trial involving mostly low-level gangsters, as they appeared to us then. Everyone in law enforcement knew we'd indicted an important case, but its significance all but disappeared with Delacroce's death. Also, we'd have to try a case about two crews reporting to an underboss without the underboss at the defense table. Then, on December 16th, Sparks happened. It was a Monday evening. By the time the television programs were interrupted by news bulletins, it was about 8 o'clock. I'd gotten home to my Carroll Gardens apartment about a half hour earlier and had fallen asleep in our bedroom. My wife Susan woke me to tell me to come out to the living room to watch what was happening, because Paul Castellano was dead, and John Gotti was going to be the new Gambino boss. Literally overnight, before the completion of a single news cycle, our case was transformed. For 9 months, our lead defendant had been an underboss no one outside of law enforcement had ever heard of. Now our lead defendant was a boss-in-waiting, well on his way to becoming a household name. We were still 4 months away from jury selection, so Diane and I took off Christmas Day. Susan and I spent it in Connecticut with my oldest sister Kathy and her husband Chuck, who had assumed the roles of matriarch and patriarch after my mom died in 1982. My sisters Mary and Eileen and my brother Kevin were also there, all with their families. At the time, they had 11 kids among them, so it was a happy and chaotic day. The conversation away from the kids was all about Gotti. Everyone had known I'd become a federal prosecutor early in the year, and over the summer I'd told the family I was assigned to a mafia case. But in the 8 days since Castellano and Bellotti had been gunned down, no one had made the connection between me and the media blitz. "You're on that case?" Kathy asked, surprised and obviously worried, after I announced that John Gotti was my defendant. "Well, we're not prosecuting the Castellano murder," I replied. "That crime is only 9 days old. But Gotti is a defendant in the racketeering case I've been working on since April. And now he's the lead defendant." I regaled them with stories about Gotti. He was a ruthless, violent, drug-dealing upstart from Queens, I told them, who took over the Gambino family in a violent coup just before he was about to be whacked himself by the guy he'd killed. We were going to nip his career in the bud by getting him sentenced to life in prison. My siblings, ever protective of their baby brother, were concerned, but they couldn't help being fascinated. All of a sudden, less than a year removed from the staid corridors of Cravath, their brother was a celebrity prosecutor. I was flush with their attention. My brothers and sisters were an accomplished group. Our parents had 1 high school degree between them, but their 7 kids excelled. Advanced degrees, 3 college professors, the chief of pulmonology at a medical school, 2 other teachers, and me, the lawyer. They'd all nurtured me growing up. I couldn't have had a better or happier childhood. But with all they had going on, no one had had any reason to notice me for anything other than being the baby. Now they were taking notice of something else, and I liked that more than I'd expected. A couple of days later, Mary called me at work. My brothers and sisters never did that, so right away I knew something unusual was up. "Oh, Yanni," the nickname only she used for me. "I have to tell you something," she said. She was trying to be her usual upbeat self, but it was obvious she was distraught. The possibilities began popping into my head. She and Eddie were splitting up. One of them was gravely ill. Something terrible had happened in one of our brothers' or sisters' families. "What's the matter?" "We knew all year you were on an organized crime case, but we didn't know until Christmas that John Gotti was one of the defendants." "Well, hardly anyone did, but I don't understand why you're so upset." "You're not going to believe this," Mary said, "and Eddie is sick about it." "What?" "They're related." "Eddie is related to John Gotti?" Yes, they're cousins. Cousins covers a lot of ground, I said cautiously. What's the exact relationship? They're first cousins, Yanni. Eddie's mom and John Gotti's father are brother and sister. Wow, was all I could come up with. I spent about 10 minutes telling Mary not to worry and that it wouldn't pose an issue at all. I'm sure it wasn't a very convincing effort, since I actually thought it was a huge problem. Well, who'd have thought we'd have this snag, and it would be you, Ray Deary said, the next day when Diane and I went to his office. Diane grew up Italian in Queens and walked past these guys' social clubs every day on her way to grammar school. If we found out she had some family relationship with one of these guys, that'd be one thing. But you? The Irish kid from Westchester? And your sister is married to Gotti's first cousin? You sure you want to stay on this case? I was. After my initial conversation with Mary, I spoke to her and Eddie together. He didn't know Gotti. The two strands of the family had stayed almost completely separate. Eddie's mom, Thomasina Gotti, had married Patrick Carvin, an Irish electrician, and moved to Mount Vernon in Lower Westchester, north of the city. Her brother John, the father of my defendant, stayed in Brooklyn, where they'd grown up. Eddie had been to the wake of one of their sisters, his Aunt Connie, and Jean Gotti was there with some of his friends. But apart from that, he never knew or saw his gangster cousins. He didn't care if I prosecuted them, and felt bad, even though he'd done nothing wrong, that he was causing me a problem. I wasn't prohibited from staying on the case, but only barely. Before I told anyone, I'd hit the library to see if there were any rules about family relationships between prosecutors and the defendants they prosecute. There were, and they focused on the degrees of consanguinity between the two. 4 degrees or less, and you were toast. But I had 5. Me to my sister Mary, Mary to Eddie, Eddie to Thomasina, Thomasina to her brother John, and him to his son John, my defendant. I was free to prosecute my brother-in-law's first cousin. Not a word of this to anyone, Ray Deary told us after he decided I could stay. It will be on the front pages of the tabloids if it gets out, and Eddie's life won't be the same. We now had a sprawling and sensational trial to prepare for, and less than 4 months to do it. Writing briefs wasn't new to me. That was all I'd done at Cravath. But trial prep was mostly uncharted territory. I'd managed to try 3 cases in the fall of 1985, before the Castellano murder, but they were all simple, with just a couple of witnesses each. The Gotti trial would include almost 100 witnesses, some of whom Diane hadn't seen in ages, and others she'd never met at all. We had to find them, bring them in, talk to them about events that in most instances had occurred many years earlier, and prepare outlines for their direct testimony. This experience was a revelation for me. I'd come into the job believing that prosecutors and agents were the good guys, and that everyone felt the same way. I expected the people we were rounding up would admire what we were doing and be eager to play their part. Mistake. One of my first witness prep sessions was with Miriam Arnold, and she quickly set me straight. Arnold had been in Snoop's bar when Gotti and Angelo Ruggiero killed Jimmy McBratney. She remembered the details of the murder vividly, exactly as she had in the grand jury all those years earlier. But John Gotti was an unknown thug back in 1973, when she'd cooperated fully with the police and the district attorney. He wasn't anymore, and Arnold had zero desire to help us convict him of a RICO charge. She was furious with me. Why can't you people leave me alone? I am not testifying about this again, and you can't force me to. I was shocked. Why was she furious with me? I hadn't shot McBratney. I was going to put the guy who had in prison where he belonged. The same naivete that produced my surprise led me into a blunder. I thought I should answer her question. So I explained that even though we could technically prove Gotti's participation in the McBratney murder by reading his own 1975 guilty plea into evidence, we wanted to present a three-dimensional case. We wanted to recreate the scene in Snoops through live witnesses. I should have anticipated how badly this would backfire. "You mean you don't even have to call me as a witness?" Arnold yelled. "You can spare me and my family, but you've just decided not to? Who the hell do you think you are? We're scared to death of these people." Civilians weren't our only problem. Vic Ruggiero, the former detective who'd helped with the Bergen wiretaps the summer before, wasn't returning our calls. Diane and I figured maybe he'd gotten too busy with his private eye work to bother with an unpaid stint as a witness. But when we checked with his former colleagues in Queens, they told us he decided he wouldn't be testifying. Vic believed that when Mike Coiro called him Mr. Ruggiero during the suppression hearing, he was telling Vic that he'd be treated like any other rat who testified against John Gotti. Vic had decided to make himself scarce. The law has tools for dealing with witnesses who refuse to obey subpoenas to appear at a federal criminal trial, and I was learning how to use them. We filed an affidavit with Judge Nickerson, telling him we had a material witness who'd indicated to us that he wouldn't be complying with a subpoena to testify at trial. "John, do you understand how unusual this is?" he asked after reading my request for a material witness warrant for Vic. "You need to arrest a former NYPD detective in order to get him to testify about the investigation he conducted while he was on the job? This is so bizarre. What's wrong with this case?" Our problems with law enforcement weren't limited to former NYPD detectives. Diane and I had gotten used to the FBI's cold shoulder. I'd been able to figure out how the Bureau's bug recordings could help us. And with Laura Ward's assistance, I'd done what we needed to do to get them into evidence. And Diane and I were able to cobble together the court files from the prior FBI cases that were predicate acts in our RICO trial. It was all ridiculously inefficient, but we got it done. The Bureau's refusing to help was bad enough. In early 1986, that morphed into a more insidious situation. Someone in the FBI teamed up with mob lawyers, people they hated even more than the mobsters they represented, to try to defeat our case. Among the countless motions the defense lawyers were making was one to prevent us from using any co-conspirator statements made by Willie Boy Johnson or Billy Batista, the two informants Diane had indicted. I'd persuaded Judge Nickerson that unless an informant's handling agent explicitly authorized the informant to commit a crime, any statements during and in furtherance of that crime were co-conspirator statements, even if the agent was aware of the crime, and even if the statements in question also furthered Johnson's or Batista's interests as informants. Still, we needed an evidentiary hearing to prove that the handling agents for Johnson and Batista had not explicitly authorized them to engage in criminal conduct with our defendants. The agents insisted they hadn't, but the defendants contended otherwise. And it was during that hearing that things got weird. Willie Boy had been handled first by Agent Marty Boland, then by Jim Abbott. Boland and Abbott overtly hated Diane for burning Willie Boy, and believed that exposing him had set back the FBI's effort to combat organized crime many years. They were furious, and neither would even return our calls. Batista, a far less serious criminal than Johnson, and not nearly as valuable an informant, had been handled by Agent Pat Colgan. Colgan, unlike Abbott and Boland, was happy to cooperate with us. If he was upset that we'd burned Batista, he didn't show it. The hearing into whether the FBI had authorized the informants to commit crimes was held in March of 1986. Colgan testified that he'd never given such authorization to Batista. During Jerry Shargell's cross-examination, the defense lawyer revealed that an anonymous male caller had provided him with material from Colgan's personnel file in the FBI. Colgan had been demoted 2 years earlier for improperly disseminating confidential information provided by an informant. Shargel used it to show conflict between this agent and his brother agents, and to argue that Colgan was lying when he testified that he hadn't told Batista to commit crimes. The judge believed Colgan, and we won the motion. But he was visibly disturbed by how ugly the case was becoming. Someone in the FBI had crossed a bright line, the one between withdrawing from our prosecution of a mob boss and actively working against us to help that mob boss beat the case. That person had turned against Diane and me, and because Colgan hadn't done that, he turned on Colgan as well. The FBI wasn't the only federal law enforcement agency working against us. One of our witnesses was Sonny Black Montello, a Colombo associate who'd done some hijackings with the Bergen crew. He was in the Marshal Service's Witness Protection Program. Federal prosecutors don't know where relocated witnesses are, so all contacts with them must be made through the marshals. When Diane and I needed Sonny Black for trial, we sent a subpoena to the DOJ's Office of Enforcement Operations for transmission to a deputy marshal in Montello's relocation area. That deputy would arrange for Montello's trip to New York, where he'd be in the protective custody of the Marshal Service until he completed his testimony. Sonny Black doesn't want to testify, Diane and I got told by the OEO. He says he's finished cooperating with the government. We don't really care if he wants to testify, Diane snapped. That's why God made subpoenas. And since when do we let witnesses decide their cooperation is finished? All I can say is the local marshal tells me he's refusing to come. Sonny Black's reaction wasn't unusual. Relocated wise guys get settled in their new homes. They get jobs. They change their appearance. Another trip to New York can cost them those jobs and show the media what they now look like. In a high-profile case, it can also result in media coverage. If someone back in the relocation area connected the dots and figured out who he was, Sonny Black would be required to relocate again, starting the process all over. Diane asked me to take care of getting Sonny Black back for our trial, so I got a material witness warrant to arrest him. Judge Nickerson signed an order directing the Marshal Service to take him into custody and bring him to New York to testify. When I went to his chambers to pick up the warrant, the judge called me into his office. John, why do you need an arrest warrant for someone who's in the program? Because he refused to come in, Judge, like we wrote in the affidavit. But it's called the Witness Protection Program for a reason. If he refuses to be a witness, why don't they kick him out of the program? I don't know, Judge. I was so far down in the weeds trying to get Sonny Black back that I hadn't thought about how unusual his situation was. There's something wrong with this, the judge said. Jerry Shargel comes to sidebar to tell me that the FBI is helping him instead of you. You need a material witness warrant for a former NYPD detective. Now the marshals are letting a witness in their own program refuse to testify in your case. You're not just up against the defendants and their lawyers. You're up against your own government. We left it at that. I sent the warrant for Sonny Black to the OEO. A week later, they called to tell me that the local marshal couldn't find him, but would keep looking. I tried to get beyond that. Had they gone to his home? Had he skipped town? When had they seen him last? But got no answer. This is called obstruction of justice, Diane said when I told her. They're protecting him from us. They're not looking for Sonny Black. He's not missing or in the wind. He's where he's been all along. And there's nothing we can do about the fact that they'll help him stay away from our trial. She was right. For the next year, until our 7-month trial ended, I got regular updates from the OEO on the alleged search for Sonny Black. The marshals were looking, I was told, but he was nowhere to be found. Then a few months after the trial ended, I got a message that they'd found him. Along with the message was a request that I get the judge to vacate the material witness warrant. After all, the trial was over. Chapter 9. False Start. Jury selection started on April 7, 1986. It never really got off the ground. The 500 prospective jurors were petrified of Gotti, and it was hard to blame them. Just 3 months earlier, he'd burst on the scene as the second coming of Al Capone. The media had already convicted him of masterminding the murders of Paul Castellano and Tommy Bellotti, and the fact that he was the new boss of the Gambino family was common knowledge in New York. And because Diane and I had done nothing to try to alter the procedures used in typical jury selection, he now had in his hands the name and home address of every person on the jury panel. As they were summoned one by one to be questioned by the judge, we saw the same look on all their faces. They each gave a quick glance at Gotti about 15 feet away, then fixed their eyes on Judge Nickerson. Their look said, "You can't be serious. You can't really be asking me to serve as a juror in this case." Quite a few, men as well as women, started crying before any questions were asked. Some others got in a few answers before the tears came. But even when there was no crying, there was fear you could feel just by being in the courtroom. Diane and I had discussed the possibility of asking the judge to impanel an anonymous jury. Such juries are rare, mostly because they're so harmful to defendants. When jurors are anonymous, their assigned number becomes their name throughout the trial. Their identities are kept from both sides, not just the bad guys, but they know early on that the defendants can't be trusted with their names. That's never actually said to them. A lie is used instead, the usual one being that anonymity is needed to keep the press from bothering them. But jurors know. We believed that before we could get Judge Nickerson to order an anonymous jury, we'd need strong evidence that Gotti had tried to obstruct justice in the past. We didn't have it. We had information that he and Angelo, through Roy Cohn and Mike Coiro, had bribed their way into the sweetheart deal in the McBratney murder case. And Gotti had just recently beaten a minor assault case in Queens because the complaining witness, Rommel Piecyk, suddenly got amnesia on the witness stand, although we had no proof that he'd been intimidated. We weren't going to be able to make enough of a showing to get an anonymous jury, so we decided to not even try. All the same, we seriously underestimated how much fear there'd be. We would need 12 jurors and 6 alternates, and after 3 full weeks of jury selection and several hundred in-court interviews, we weren't even halfway there. Early in the morning on April 28th, the 4th Monday of jury selection, Diane and I got summoned to the office of our new United States Attorney, Rena Raggi. Rena had become the acting U.S. Attorney, pending a full-time appointee, after Ray Deary was appointed to the bench. On our way down the hall to Rena's office, I asked Diane if she knew what was up. People don't usually bother you early in the morning when you're on trial, not even the U.S. Attorney. Not a clue, she answered. Rena was alone in her office, and she closed the door as soon as we entered. We sat down across from her at her huge desk. "Do you have any basis to remand John Gotti?" she asked. "I'm sorry," Diane replied. "If jury selection is suspended today, do you have grounds to revoke his bail so he is in jail when jury selection resumes in a few months?" Diane and I looked at each other. We'd never once spoken to Rena about the trial. "Not really," Diane answered. "He just recently beat that little assault case in Queens. The witness was obviously scared to death, but so far we have no evidence of intimidation. The witness could have clammed up because of what he learned on TV, for all we know. Why do you ask?" "I was just curious. If for some reason jury selection were postponed for a few months today, it would be good if we could move to have John Gotti remanded into pre-trial detention. That's all. It's almost 9:30, so you'd better be on your way up to the courtroom. Thanks." When Judge Nickerson took the bench that morning, he read into the record an order suspending jury selection. We'd try again with a fresh jury panel 4 months later on August 18th. He gave us a date for us to state our positions regarding whether the next jury should be anonymous. "How subtle can you get?" Diane whispered to me. "I guess we'll be moving for an anonymous jury." After he finished the order, the judge looked up at Diane and me. Even we could figure this out. "I think this is when we're supposed to move to remand Gotti," I told Diane. "We sure are," she said. "Let's just hope he doesn't ask us right now on what grounds we're moving." Diane stood up and asked nervously if we could appear the next day for a hearing on our application to remand John Gotti. Despite the tedium of 3 weeks of jury selection, the courtroom was half full of reporters and court buffs. The motion brought an audible gasp, and the mood at the defense table went from delight at the postponement to outrage at our application. Bruce Cutler was furious, but luckily for us, Judge Nickerson had no interest in discussing the details of our motion. Diane and I quickly retreated to our offices. We had exactly 1 day to find grounds for claiming that Gotti posed such a danger of tampering with the judicial process that he had to be placed in jail until the jury announced its verdict. If we could prove that Gotti had committed a crime during the 13 months he'd been out on bail in the case, we could then argue that he could no longer be trusted to abide by his conditions of pretrial supervision, and therefore had to be remanded. Gotti had just beaten a minor assault case out in Queens. Rommel Piecyk, the complaining witness, had done a complete about-face on the witness stand, so we began by focusing on him. Proof that Piecyk was intimidated would serve double duty. First, witness tampering is a crime, and that would get us to first base. Second, we could argue that if Gotti was willing to tamper with witnesses in a trial as minor as that one, which was basically a dispute over a double-parked car, he obviously couldn't be trusted not to tamper with witnesses when charged with racketeering and murder. The cops and prosecutors who lost the assault case were more than happy to help us. They believed that Piecyk's amnesia in the Queen's courtroom, which produced the unforgettable New York Post headline, "I forgot Gotti," happened because he had been reached. As far as they were concerned, if we could prove that in our bail hearing and get Gotti remanded to prison because of it, it would be a vindication for them. The evidence they gave us wasn't great. It was based partly on Gotti's statements when Piecyk asked the cops to arrest him, partly on something Piecyk had said to the cops before he got amnesia. The Queen's prosecution was a bit lame to begin with. Piecyk, a refrigerator repairman, was driving in the Maspeth section of Queens when he found himself hemmed in by a double-parked Lincoln. He did what everyone in New York does in that situation, leaned on his horn. A man from the car then approached him and through the window slapped him in the face before going into a nearby restaurant. For good measure, he took some cash from Piecyc's shirt pocket. Piecyk called the police and pointed out Gotti sitting at a table with about 10 other guys. The officers went into the restaurant and told Gotti he was under arrest for assault. Gotti's response was, "Does he know who I am? Let me talk to this guy." The statement mostly showed how conceited he was, but it also carried the implication that he was inclined to talk to witnesses against him. As for Piecyk, he'd told Sergeant Anthony Falco before the trial that he had second thoughts about testifying because he was afraid. He added that since the indictment, the brakes had failed on his van, and that he believed they'd been tampered with by Gotti's people. This was weak stuff. We had to show that Piecyk was intimidated by Gotti, not that he thought that he was intimidated by Gotti's people, whoever they were. We wove it together with some informant information and surveillances that made it pretty clear Gotti had become the boss of the Gambino family after Castellano's murder, but it was still far from compelling. The best thing we had going for us was a judge who seemed interested in putting Gotti in prison. So we went for it. 12 witnesses in all, and it took more than a week, longer than most trials. When the hearing was over, Judge Nickerson said he'd get back to us with a decision. On May 13, 1986, I drove to Providence for the day to watch my niece graduate from Providence College. Raymond Patriarca Jr., the son of the boss of the New England La Cosa Nostra, was among the graduates. Can't get away from it, I thought. As I drove away from the Providence Civic Center, I heard a radio news report that Judge Nickerson had ordered Gotti to report to the Metropolitan Correction Center on May 19th. We'd won. The news report included quotes from a live impromptu press conference called by Rudy Giuliani. The government was proud that it had successfully sought the remand of John Gotti, he crowed. I pulled the car over and looked for a payphone. Diane was in her office when I called. "Congratulations to us," I said when she answered. "Yes, I wished you were here when I got the call from Chambers that we'd won. Did you hear about the press conference?" "Yes," she answered. "Do you believe this guy? How shameless can you get? You'd never know from what he said that the case isn't even in his district." Before he moved to the MCC, Gotti moved to reopen the detention hearing. His lawyers told Judge Nickerson they'd call Piecyk, who testified that he wasn't in fact intimidated by Gotti. We responded by saying that the best evidence Piecyk had indeed been tampered with was his willingness to now testify on behalf of Gotti. The judge would have none of it, and Gotti duly reported to the courthouse to be taken to the detention facility. He arrived with a seemingly chipper attitude, determined to show the crowd of reporters that he was unfazed at having to spend the rest of the case in pretrial detention. "I'm ready for Freddie," he crowed, smiling broadly as he crossed the park to turn himself in. Chapter 10. Take 2. A lot was happening in the street in the 6 months after December 16, 1985, when John Gotti whacked Paul Castellano and took over the Gambino family. Right away, Gotti had made Frankie DeCicco the new underboss. Since DeCicco had been close to Castellano and was one of the men inside Sparks whom Castellano was on his way to meet when he was gunned down, the promotion looked like a reward to Judas. In any event, DeCicco didn't enjoy his new role for long. On April 13, 1986, he visited Captain Jimmy Brown Fiella at his club in the Bensonhurst section of Brooklyn. When DeCicco returned to his car, it exploded, blowing him to bits and injuring others nearby. His killers thought Gotti would be with him. There was a message in how the murder was committed. One of the blood oaths every MAID member takes at his induction is not to use bombs to kill people. They're messy, and few things rile up law enforcement more than injuries to innocent bystanders. It was as though DeCicco's murderers were telling the street, "You want to break the rules by killing the boss? Well, we can break the rules too." There were other changes. Gotti's being in the MCC made the process of selecting a new underboss to replace DeCicco more difficult. The elevation of DeCicco had signaled Gotti's preference for sharing leadership with someone from the Castellano faction. One obvious candidate was Robert D.B. DiBernardo. D.B., a captain, had run the construction racket for Castellano for many years. The key to that business was Bobby Sasso, the president of Local 282 of the Teamsters. D.B. owned Bobby Sasso. Their corrupt relationship was as simple as it was lucrative. The only way a truck could get on a major construction site in New York City was if the on-site steward, a Local 282 member who was usually in DiBernardo's crew, let the driver in. Because project schedules on those sites were so intricate, the ability to shut one down, even for just a few hours, conferred enormous economic power on the Gambino family. Knowing that, the construction managers subcontracted to companies that were with the family, even if their bids weren't the best ones submitted, just to keep the peace and the job moving. Concrete, rebar, drywall, electrical, plumbing, whatever the trade, the Gambino family had a MAID member or associate in that business, and they'd reliably get the work. DB knew the construction business, and he'd controlled Bobby Sasso to great effect for Castellano. He played the central role for years in funneling to the mob $3 for every yard of concrete poured on major construction sites in New York City. $1 went to Sasso, $1 to the Gambino family, and in a deal Castellano had struck with Vincenzo Chin Giganti, the boss of the Genovese family, $1 went to Chin. Having to share the wealth with Chin, rather than with the captains and soldiers loyal to Neil Delacroce, was one of the reasons Gotti hated Castellano so much. DB wasn't a tough guy. Like Castellano, he was more businessman than gangster. This made him a perfect, non-threatening candidate to succeed DeCicco. But DB also got whacked. It happened less than 3 weeks after Diane and I got Judge Nickerson to remand Gotti. It wasn't public and spectacular like the hit on DeCicco. On June 5th, DB just disappeared, never to be seen again. It would take almost 4 years before Gotti himself would unravel it for us. But unlike DeCicco, who got killed for betraying Castellano and becoming Gotti's underboss, DB got killed to prevent him from taking that position. In a guileful manipulation of both Gotti and Gravano, Angelo Ruggiero orchestrated DB's death, and even managed to have the murder committed by Gravano, one of the people who liked DB most. In late June, we got a new U.S. attorney, Andy Maloney, whom Senator D'Amato had recommended to President Reagan. The AUSAs in our office responded to the news with a collective groan. Nobody had even heard of Maloney. He was an obscure defense lawyer who 20 years earlier had been an AUSA in the Southern District. Since we were constantly in skirmishes with them over which office would bring cases, we were afraid he would fail in the one quality we needed most from him, the courage to stand up to the Southern District. Within a few days, Diane and I met with Maloney to brief him on the Gotti case. He wanted to know why the FBI wasn't helping us. We told him about the schism over Willie Boy Johnson and Billy Batista. A West Point grad, Maloney made it clear to us that he'd never have pissed off the FBI like that, but what was done was done. He made no offer to help. We promised to keep him posted once the trial started in August. The second jury selection took 5 weeks. 500 jurors were summoned to the courthouse on August 18, 1986. After being told briefly about the case by Judge Nickerson, they filled out sequentially numbered questionnaires, and this time they were anonymous. The number at the top became that juror's name. The forms were designed to give us some information about the jurors, but not enough to identify them. They wrote down only their neighborhoods, not their addresses, the nature of their employment, not their employers. Had they read about the case? If they had opinions about John Gotti, could they set them aside and be fair? What newspapers did they read? Had they ever been a trial witness or been questioned by the FBI? Almost half the pool was excused based solely on the questionnaires. The first day of the rest of the process brought a media frenzy. There were reporters from all over the world, and they seemed to expect riveting action right away. Poor Rommel Piecyk arrived as well. Gotti was in detention for tampering with him, and Piecyk once again came to tell the judge and the media that never happened. He'd been intimidated into coming to the courthouse to insist that he'd never been intimidated. Although he asked to see the judge, only the media gave him an audience. The frenzy died down quickly. The 5 weeks of individual questioning, as important as it was, got tedious. Many prospective jurors didn't seem to understand the significance of judging Gotti until they found themselves in the same room as him. They wrote on the questionnaire that they could sit as jurors and be fair, but found themselves saying the opposite when they were sitting 20 feet away from a high-profile mob boss. For his part, Gotti did everything he could to maximize their fear. Always attentive, he looked directly at the jurors with a smirk on his face the entire time. Other jury candidates would answer every question right, as if trying to get an A on a civics test. Diane and I found ourselves worrying about the people who seemed to be working so hard to get on the jury. There were a few moments of levity. One prospective juror, an elderly woman originally from North Carolina, had checked yes to the question that asked if she'd ever been a witness at a trial. When Judge Nickerson followed up, she said the trial concerned the murder of her husband. The consummate patrician, the judge said, "Oh, my, I'm very sorry. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions about it?" "No, it's okay." "Your husband was murdered?" "Yes, sir." "And you were a witness at the trial?" "Yes." "I'm extremely sorry," the judge said again. "This must be a terribly wrenching experience for you. But could you please tell us why it is you became a witness in the trial?" "Because I'm the one who did it," came the response, without hesitation. The woman had been charged with murdering her husband, testified in her own defense, and been acquitted. Her answers to a couple of follow-up questions suggested that the acquittal was likely based not on innocence, but rather on a failure to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Defense counsel didn't agree with Diane and me on much during that trial, but we all agreed that even in Brooklyn, there were certain life events that disqualified people from sitting as jurors. Diane gave her opening statement on September 26, 1986, in a bright red suit. We'd been to court together many times, and we'd even been in front of juries together a lot, as Diane had supervised me during 3 small trials I prosecuted between jury selections. But I'd never seen this red suit before, or anything close. Sartorially, I was the typical male prosecutor. Diane was quoted by a reporter as saying, "John has 2 suits, one blue, one gray, both shiny," and she was right. But she was usually the same, dull, indeterminate clothing, and not a lot of variety. Nice clothes weren't her priority any more than they were mine. So the red outfit, which was as elegant as it was striking, drew double takes. Diane Jack alone had upped her already impressive game for the biggest trial of her life. Jimmy McBratney was a big man, were the first words she spoke, followed by a riveting description of his cold-blooded execution in a crowded Staten Island bar. The packed courtroom was eerily quiet as she recreated the scene in Snoop's back in May 1973, when John Gotti, Angelo Ruggiero, and Ralph Gallione went to kill McBratney. Inspired by the way McBratney and Eddie Maloney had kidnapped Wise Guy's kids by impersonating cops and taking them into custody, the 3 gangsters announced themselves as police. Ruggiero pulled out a set of handcuffs and tried to place McBratney under arrest. The Snoop regulars knew cops when they saw them, and nobody was buying it, least of all McBratney, who was considerably larger than Ruggiero and Gotti. It became clear right away that removing McBratney to kill him elsewhere wasn't going to work. And to make matters worse, one of the other customers got off his bar stool to help McBratney out. Jettisoning the plan to kill their victim somewhere private, Gallione shot him dead in front of a bar full of witnesses. After giving the jury a roadmap of the rest of our case, Diane finished strongly, even more so than we'd expected. She told the jury that in addition to the many recorded conversations and the testimony of witnesses, proof of the defendant's guilt would come right out of the mouth of another defendant who wasn't there in the courtroom. Buddy Delacroce, she said, the underboss's son, had admitted that the charged enterprise existed and that his father was underboss, to whom the captains of the Gotti and the Di Maria/Corazzo crews reported. The jury would hear Buddy's sworn statement that the central allegation in our case was true. The mention of Buddy's guilty plea got a huge rise out of the defense lawyers, who first caucused noisily, then formally objected. They'd spotted the vulnerability in our allegation of an enterprise within the enterprise, consisting solely of 2 crews reporting to the underboss, and it was clear they hadn't expected us to use Buddy's plea to prove that element. They understood immediately that it would be much harder to deny the existence of that charged enterprise if a co-defendant in the same indictment had pled guilty and admitted to it under oath before the trial began, and they went ballistic. But the judge, like us, knew the law, and their objection was overruled. The temperature of the case had already risen considerably even before Bruce Cutler got up to deliver his opening statement. About a week before jury selection began, one of the defense lawyers, George Santangelo, had moved to disqualify both Diane and Judge Nickerson. Santangelo was new to the case, having come in to replace a far less aggressive lawyer for Nicky Corazzo. The motion was born dead. It claimed, ridiculously, that Diane had committed a federal crime when she told the clerk of court almost 18 months earlier that the case should be assigned to Nickerson because it was related to 2 earlier cases before him. But it was intended to distract and inflame, and it succeeded. Then, just a few days before jury selection started, we'd gotten a call from an FBI supervisor. An anonymous caller had told the FBI that Diane wouldn't live to prosecute John Gotti. She acted unfazed, but these were dangerous people we were prosecuting, so we were both rattled. Finally, right before we opened, Time magazine's cover was one of Andy Warhol's last works, a rendering of Gotti. It perfectly captured his trademark mannerism, buttoning his double-breasted suit jacket, and was next to the headline, Mafia on Trial. The inside story focused on Gotti, but also mentioned the ongoing commission case in the Southern District. The bosses of the Lucchese, Genovese, and Colombo families were on trial together over there. The mafia itself was in the nation's spotlight, and it was a testament to the star power of Gotti that our case, not the one across the river, was the lead story. None of this had been wasted on Diane and me as we prepared for her opening statement. With the whole country watching, we naturally felt enormous pressure to bring home a conviction. The media attention was relentless, and Diane was having trouble ignoring it. She read all the press accounts and talked to certain reporters that she thought liked her. She tried to manage the stories, an impossible task in a case of such magnitude. So the tension was already running when Bruce Cutler stood to make his opening statement. The captain of his college football team, Cutler was an imposing physical presence. He instantly elevated the pressure to another level entirely, setting the tone not only for the trial, but for the rest of Gotti's career as a defendant. Right out of the box, he challenged the legitimacy of any prosecution brought by Diane and me. Voice booming, fist banging our table, Cutler declared that the theme song of this prosecution is deception and manipulation. Our evidence was half-truths and lies. We were creating a fantasy world, a secret underworld that doesn't exist. We had no decency, secretly planting a bug in Delacroce's house when he was dying of cancer. Diane was his bullseye. Referring to her throughout as the Lady in Red, Cutler accused her of indicting Gotti because he was denied the country clubs, the fancy prep schools, and the Harvard business schools. That Diane and I had also been denied all those advantages didn't matter. My God, he shouted. In this country, when you indict people for their way of life, there's something wrong. The Bergen is not some nefarious, behind-the-scenes location. People come in and out. Sanitation men, civil servants, nuns, women, children. As intimidating as it was hard not to laugh out loud. I tried to imagine Tony Roach or Willie Boy hanging out with nuns at the hole in the wall that was the Bergen. Cutler went on to liken our defendants to the communists pursued by Senator Joe McCarthy in the 1950s. Pointing at the two of us, he yelled even louder, "They locked up in jail Japanese Americans in California. They regretted it later. Sometimes the government does things that are wrong." Back and forth in the well of the courtroom, he prowled, veins bulging. His suit was so tight on his big muscular body that I could see the outline of his underwear on his butt, and it appeared as though the suit itself had squeezed all of Cutler's blood up into his head. He stopped short of saying McBratney got what he deserved, but he made sure to describe him as a hoodlum, a bum, a lowlife. So when she says, "The lady in red," that John Gotti went into this bar and upset things, that's not what you are going to hear. The peak of the performance was when Cutler alighted on his metaphor for the case. It was a stew with bad meat. I ask you not to buy the rotten stew that the government is trying to sell you. It stinks, it's rancid, it's old, it's stale. Then walking up to the bench and grabbing the judge's wastebasket. This is where it belongs. It's garbage. He followed this with a slam dunk of the indictment. The courtroom was stunned. In one respect, it was a tour de force. Cutler obviously idolized his client and appeared to believe everything he just said. But it wasn't lawyering. It was intimidation, pure and simple. There'd be no hiding behind the burden of proof or the presumption of innocence in this case. No mopey-looking defendants in rumpled clothes trying to blend into the background. When he sits there, resplendent in his suit, Cutler bellowed at one point, it's not out of being bold, it's out of pride. That's what made this country great. There was no effort to shed even a glimmer of light on what John Gotti was proud of, nor any attempt to dispel the idea that he was proud of being exactly what we said he was. The opening statement made clear that Gotti's defense boiled down to this. I'm the boss of the Gambino family. What are you going to do about it? Judge Nickerson was known for running a controlled and dignified courtroom. He wasn't bashful when it came to telling lawyers what that entailed and expecting them to comply. In my few appearances before him, he'd admonish me whenever I failed to wear a white shirt in his courtroom. So we took it that his decision not to put an end to Cutler's theatrical table-pounding was tactical. He'd give Cutler and the other defense counsel all the rope they asked for, firm in the belief that they'd eventually hang themselves with it. The problem with that approach wouldn't be apparent for months, but it should have occurred to us right at the outset. If neither the prosecutors nor the judge himself could tame an intimidating defendant, why should anyone expect a jury not to be intimidated? Chapter 11. The Grind. The usual daily drill for in-custody defendants on trial is they change into their court clothes each morning in the marshal's cell block in the courthouse basement. At lunchtime, they're taken from the courtroom back down to the cell block. The marshals give them lunch, and the fare is what one would expect, inexpensive, tasteless sandwiches. Then it's back to court for the afternoon session. At the end of the court day, the prisoners re-don their jumpsuits before heading to the MCC. Each defendant's lawyer provides clothes to the marshal each morning and picks them up at the end of the day. This was not the routine for Gotti. The differences in how he was treated were considerable, and Diane and I had no idea how they came about. The handling of prisoners is the business of the judge and the marshals. Prosecutors aren't consulted. So we found out about the unusual routine only by observing. The first change related to dressing for court. One morning, toward the start of the trial, I was delivering a brief in another case to a judge's chambers 2 floors below Judge Nickerson's courtroom. It was a half hour before the trial was to begin upstairs. As I was passing the judge's elevator, the door opened, and Gotti, Cutler, and 3 deputy marshals got out. Cutler was carrying hangers holding Gotti's court clothes, which were covered with dry cleaner's plastic. He also had a large toiletry bag. They went down the hall and into a jury room. We soon learned that this process repeated itself every morning, using a different jury room each day. No quick change down in the cell block for the boss of the Gambino family. He and Cutler spent quality time each morning primping. When the entourage entered the courtroom at 9:25, a strong whiff of aftershave and little clouds of talcum powder followed them. The other change in routine began about a month into the trial, and it was even more dramatic. As I was wheeling our evidence cart out of the courtroom one day at the lunch break, I passed 3 men trundling steel carts into the courtroom, each loaded with caterers' trays. I couldn't see what was in them, but they were steaming, and it smelled fabulous. When the courtroom doors closed behind them, deputy marshals locked them from the outside. Diane and I looked through the windows and watched. All 7 defendants, their 8 lawyers, and the guys who delivered the food were heaping the contents of the trays onto plates. Somehow, the defense had persuaded Judge Nickerson to turn his courtroom into an Italian restaurant. That process continued every day until the trial ended, the only change being that the delivery guys stopped waiting until Diane and I cleared out before wheeling in lunch. The moment the judge was off the bench, they were through the door. The same 4 carriers delivered the food every day, and I recognized the one who was in charge. His name was Anthony Shorty Mescuzio, and he was from my neighborhood. He could be found every day on a folding chair outside Bravo Gelato on Court Street near the corner of Sackett. He was never alone there, and the people around him were all men. I lived a block away and passed them on a daily basis. I knew right away that it couldn't be good to be a neighbor of the lunch bearer for the boss of the Gambino family. Shorty didn't recognize me when he first started delivering to the courtroom, but I knew it was only a matter of time before he saw me in the neighborhood and realized who I was. We called our first witness on September 29th, and it took us 4 months to rest our case. In the first week, when we put Sal Polisi on the stand, we felt the impact of having indicted so many defendants. 7 on trial meant 7 cross-examinations, which can make a trial drag even in a tightly run courtroom. Polisi contributed only slightly to our case, but he was on the stand for 6 days. The content of the crosses hurt us even more than their length. Polisi's baggage included his efforts to write a book, and there were 30 hours of recorded conversations he'd had with a ghostwriter a couple of years earlier. They were laced with racist views, and he included use of the N-word multiple times. Also, Polisi had not only used his mental illness gambit to beat cases and get reduced sentences, he'd called on it again to get disability benefits from the Veterans Administration. Over a 20-year period, he defrauded the VA out of more than $300,000. Dominic LaFaro was even more of a disaster. He helped us only on a gambling charge, and it came at a ridiculous cost. LaFaro admitted that during the 3 years he was cooperating with prosecutors upstate, he was still selling heroin. And though the grandiose hitman stories he'd told to sell himself as a witness were false, he had in fact committed 2 murders, one of a woman he shot in the face, for which the state authorities who arrested him had agreed he wouldn't be prosecuted. We were sorry we called him. I also quickly discovered that I'd gone overboard on the gambling wiretaps. One of our several public morals detectives was on the stand for 3 days as we played hundreds of 15-second telephone conversations in which someone bet on a number or a horse. We'd play an hour or 2 of calls. Then he'd testify about the search of the particular wire room that was being recorded. We'd move on to the next wire room and repeat the process. The whole thing was mind-numbing. The defense kept us busy throughout, helped by the fact that they outnumbered us 8-2. Each afternoon, we'd be required to tell them which witnesses or which recorded conversations we'd be presenting the next day. Almost invariably, someone on the defense team would object to at least parts of the testimony or recordings. The judge would then ask for a letter from us in response to be filed before court began the following morning. Whichever one of the 2 of us wasn't preparing the witnesses that evening would have to draft the letter. We needed another lawyer on the team and could have had one for the asking. Not wanting to suggest I couldn't keep up, I never said anything to Diane. I figured she thought we were doing all right, and that the effort necessary to bring someone else up to speed would outweigh the benefits. After Cutler set the tone in his opening statement, The atmosphere in the courtroom remained toxic, especially as it related to Diane. The defense lawyers hated her. All the characteristics that would have led them to consider a male prosecutor tough led them to refer to her, openly in the courtroom no less, as a bitch. Cutler called her a tramp on the record, which only in retrospect we recognized as a warning sign of what was to come. A chronic source of friction was the defense lawyers' habit of misrepresenting statements we'd made to them. One of the lawyers would ask us after court to consider a request, and the next morning they'd tell the judge we'd agreed to it. It got to the point where I refused to speak to one lawyer in particular except on the record in court. On an occasion when the judge wasn't in the courtroom, Diane called George Santangelo out on one of his misrepresentations. It immediately escalated into a disagreement about who'd said what, and when Diane repeated what Santangelo had said, she pointed her index finger at him. "Take that finger and shove it up your ass," Santangelo snarled, as the press corps listened and rapped. The witness examinations were of a piece with everything else the defense was doing. In his cross of Sal Polisi about his attempt to beat a 1974 case by faking insanity, Willie Boy's lawyer asked, "And you pulled everybody's chain when you were doing your psychological routine? You were jerking everybody off?" I whispered to Diane, "Did he just say that?" She nodded. When Bruce Cutler crossed Eddie Maloney about the conversations he recorded while cooperating, it went like this. Question: "You used expletives like fucking cocksucker and bum on the tape quite often, didn't you?" Answer: "Yes." Question: "Is that what you are?" Judge Nickerson was usually the personification of courtroom decorum, and in every other case he'd overseen, the proceedings had had a special dignity. That the defense lawyers could ask one witness if he was jerking everybody off, and another if he was a cocksucker, and get no reaction at all from the bench, showed how badly the courtroom behavior had deteriorated, and how much the poisonous atmosphere had worn down the 69-year-old judge. He'd been on the bench 10 years, but the way this case was being defended was new for everyone involved. And federal judges don't have bosses to help or enable them to course correct. Judge Nickerson, who was fiercely independent by nature, had chosen a laissez-faire approach that was close to making his court a free-for-all, and there was nothing anyone could do to reverse it. Chapter 12. Words in Court. For the first 4 months of the trial, I enjoyed an unexpectedly warm relationship with the defendants. Lenny DiMaria, one of the captains at the defense tables, was naturally outgoing and particularly friendly, and I learned to like him. Every day at lunchtime, I'd push our evidence cart out of the courtroom, just as Shorty Mescusio's guys were wheeling in lunch, and Lenny always asked me to join them. More than once, he told me that if I ever left the U.S. Attorney's office, I'd have a job with them. The most striking interactions were the ones I had with Gotti. In every other case, defendants in custody were taken back into the marshal's pens when the judge was off the bench. But Judge Nickerson let Gotti stay in the courtroom. During the 15-minute breaks we took mid-morning and mid-afternoon, he'd talk to me. The 7 defendants and their 8 lawyers occupied 2 long tables that formed an L. Combined with our table in front of the jury box, and then the judge's bench, they formed a square. There was a large carpeted area in the center, and Gotti would walk into it during breaks and engage me in conversation. Cutler didn't like his doing this at first and tried to stop it, but Gotti waved him off. Our exchanges were almost always easy banter. His mood was consistently upbeat, as if he didn't have a care in the world. He asked about my family a couple of times, and I changed the subject. I tried not to reveal the anxiety such questions produced, and avoided thinking about what would happen if he knew my sister Mary was married to his first cousin. A recurring theme of our talk was how low-level the witnesses were. In Gotti's view, Polisi was a nobody, Cardinale, a coffee boy, Eddie Maloney, an Irish faggot he'd never even met. LaFaro had come across him one time in a large group. "How can you rely on these people?" Gotti asked me repeatedly. When he first said this, it was during Cardinale's testimony, and I said, "All right, I get your complaint about our witnesses, but tell me this. Are we wrong about who you are? Are we wrong about you being the boss and about these crimes?" He just smiled. Only twice did our exchanges get serious. The first was about the Buddy My Balls recording. Ever since Tony Moscatello phoned the Bergen back in 1981 to return Gotti's call, Buddy My Balls had become a legend within law enforcement, not because the recording was significant evidence. All it showed was that Moscatello answered to Gotti, but because the 90-second tape was a window into Gotti himself. He was intimidating and controlling, to be sure, and Buddy My Balls made that clear. But he was also an out-of-control hothead, and his diatribe put that on full display. When Willie Boy, who answered the phone at the Bergen, handed it to Gotti, Moscatello opened with, "Hi, Buddy." "Buddy My fucking balls," Gotti raged. "What, do I gotta reach out for you 3 days and add fucking Vance?" Moscatello replied by blaming his wife for not passing along the message. Gotti: "She said she told you yesterday." Moscatello: "She didn't tell me yesterday, John." Gotti: "She did so? You telling me your wife's a fucking liar now?" Just when it seemed as if he couldn't possibly be angrier, he stepped it up a couple more notches. "And don't let me have to do this again, 'cause if I hear anyone else calls you and you respond in 5 days, I'll fucking kill you." This was clearly not hyperbole. The conversation ended with Gotti, still in the height of fury, promising to tell Moscatello's wife that her husband called her a liar, and to find out from her if she passed along the message. Before slamming down the phone, he ended ominously, "We'll call her and ask her. Maybe yous all are fucking liars." At the next break, Gotti shot to the center of the courtroom square like a boxer coming off his stool. "Why do yous have to play that call?" he asked. He was furious, and though we'd seen lots of anger from the lawyers, this was the first time it came from him. "I don't understand," I said. "That conversation is one of our least powerful pieces of evidence. It doesn't even suggest a crime, let alone prove one. All it shows is Tony answers to you. There's no real dispute that you were in charge at the Bergen. Why are you so upset?" He looked right at me, his anger subsiding. He was obviously weighing whether he should answer my question. "Look," he said, "I have an image. That call with Tony is bad for my image." Our second serious exchange came after another disconcerting tape. We took a short break just after playing a conversation between Angelo Ruggiero and Gene Gotti from the 1982 Ruggiero Bug. As co-workers often do, the two of them viciously complained about their boss, Captain John Gotti. Ruggiero referred to him as the guy your mother shit out, and Gene had some equally choice words for his big brother. Gene was sitting there as a co-defendant, and it was awkward, to say the least, when everyone pulled off headsets to take a break. John Gotti approached me with a smile. "You know one good thing about this trial?" he said. "Yous have taught me a lot about the people I have around me." As he said this, he was making a circular motion with his forefinger in a manner that made me think he would eventually stop and point it at someone. Given the context, I thought it would be his younger brother, who just vilified him for all the crowded courtroom, and soon the tabloid-reading public, to hear. I was half right. His hand motion stopped, and his finger pointed at one of his co-defendants. But it wasn't Gene Gotti. It was Willie Boy Johnson. Willie Boy was such a marked man it was ridiculous. John Gotti kept paying Rich Raybach, a B-team mob lawyer, to represent Willie Boy, no doubt to keep him from flipping any further. but otherwise he was on his own. He sat at the defense table right next to Gotti. No one, not even Raybach, talked to him. When he wasn't in the courtroom, he was in the hole in the MCC for his own protection. His wife was destitute. Willie Boy was allowed to make a single phone call per week, and 1 week, out of desperation, he called his son and set up a drug deal. The line was, of course, recorded. So when the MCC brought the tape to our office and asked us to prosecute, we got an indictment for an attempted telephone count, using a telephone to facilitate a drug deal. We could have charged Willie Boy with something more serious, and his son as well, but we actually felt sorry for them. Unlike Gotti, Cutler was all intimidation all the time. He told the judge at the outset he wanted no sidebar conferences because only lawyers are allowed to go up to the judge, and John Gotti wanted to be involved in everything. He beat up on witnesses in ways that were obviously unprofessional, and he refused to be held in check, even when the judge tried, which wasn't often. In a loud voice, Cutler asked Polisi to confirm that he was a thief, a yellow dog, and a pimp. And when Judge Nickerson tried to shut him down, he went on in a louder voice to ask him again without reprimand. 3 weeks into the trial, Diane's frustration boiled over. In crossing a witness who'd been in Snoop's when McBratney was killed, Cutler violated a court order. Although Gotti had done 2 years for the McBratney homicide, there was no double jeopardy problem with us including that murder as part of our RICO charge. Cutler had been directed not to suggest otherwise to the jury, but his last question to our witness was, "Did you ever hear of someone going to jail twice for the same crime?" Diane immediately moved for an order of contempt, and the ensuing argument was revealing in multiple ways. It was still early in the case, but the relentless abuse was getting to her. She argued that Cutler was attempting to take this courtroom and turn it into a music hall for Mr. Cutler. "I believe, Your Honor, that the government cannot have a fair trial if Mr. Cutler continues to perform a vaudevillian act before this jury." The argument seemed odd and disconnected from the conduct that we were objecting to. For his part, the judge seemed naively to believe he could modify Cutler's behavior by appealing to his self-respect. "I don't think I am going to hold him in contempt, but the questions were plainly improper, and have been with respect to several of the witnesses." Then, in a bizarre exchange in which Cutler repeatedly interrupted him, the judge went on, "I have never held an attorney in contempt. I am very reluctant to hold people in contempt or to admonish people, because I expect people to act in my courtroom as they uniformly have, almost uniformly, in a professional manner." With Cutler talking over him throughout, it was hard to imagine that the judge actually believed his lecture would work. If he did, it was only for an instant, because when he finally officially let Cutler speak, the lawyer said, "You want to know what I think? Ms. Giacalone doesn't like the way I question people because I show the jury the scum that they are," pointing at us. Before our trial, people rarely talked like that in Judge Nickerson's courtroom, and when they did, they were scolded. But the wince that passed over the judge's face was all that remained of that. Diana and I failed to fully appreciate it at the time, but Cutler's disrespectful soliloquy was a harbinger of worse behavior to come. "For Miss Giacalone to get up and talk about sanctions, is she really serious, Your Honor? Judge, witnesses call me and tell me what the government does to them. Witnesses call me and tell me how Miss Giacalone threatens them, how Mr. Gleason threatens them. And then they get up here in a nice little dress and a nice suit and say in front of the press, 'John Gotti is going to influence witnesses.'" The judge denied Diane's application, which prompted the other defense lawyers to put on their own show. Barry Slotnick, in a shameless attempt to suck up to Gotti, who'd cast him aside in favor of Cutler when Delacroce died, said the judge should be offended by Diane's application, and should consider sanctions against her for improperly seeking sanctions against Cutler. With regard to the questioning of witnesses, Slotnick said, the reports we get in terms of what witnesses were told by the government, how they were told to testify and what to testify to, we will open it up. We got the first taste of what they were talking about that afternoon. Our next witness was to be Miriam Arnold, who had been present in the bar for the McBratney murder and had testified against Gotti and Ruggiero in the Staten Island grand jury back in the 1970s, when they were no-name hoodlums from Queens. But Arnold had made it clear during our prep session that she had no intention of testifying against Gotti now that he was a notorious crime boss. She'd at first managed to dodge our efforts to serve her with a subpoena, but we'd finally managed to serve her just a few days earlier. When she arrived at our office that morning, she told the detectives working with us that she would take care of us when she got on the witness stand. Taking that as a threat that she would testify falsely and claim not to recall facts she'd remembered clearly just a few months earlier, I told her we were no longer confident she'd testify truthfully, so she wouldn't be testifying and could go home. As annoyed as I was, I felt sorry for her. She was genuinely terrified of Gotti, and as a result had apparently decided to testify that she couldn't remember facts no one could forget. It would be Rommel Piecyk all over again. Arnold didn't get out of the courthouse quickly enough. When we returned to court after the lunch break, she was with Cutler. He reported that the government attorneys were pressuring her and destroying her, harassing her and threatening her with perjury and contempt because she couldn't recall with specificity what happened 13.5 years ago. He asked Judge Nickerson to allow testimony from her about what he called my abusive handling, so the court and the press could become aware of what unfettered power can do. Arnold was sitting right there, and I was trembling at the thought of what they might force her to say. Thankfully, for once, the judge would have none of it, and we got back to the trial. One afternoon, the 3 Southern District prosecutors who just finished trying the commission case stopped in. They were on something of a victory lap, having all received the John Marshall Award, the highest honor the DOJ bestows, for their work on that case, in which 3 bosses were convicted. I saw Cutler whisper to John Gotti who they were, and at the next break, as I was back in the spectator section saying hello, Gotti walked over. Because he was in custody, he couldn't leave the well of the courtroom, but he was only about 15 feet away, and he had everyone's attention. Chertoff, Savarese, Childers, he said, pointing at each in order. I'm John Gotti. Now we all know each other. He was smiling and looked like a man who knew there was literally no chance he'd be convicted. His cocky introduction over, he went back to his seat. With only Diane and me at our table, I was both junior prosecutor and paralegal. At the end of each day, one of my jobs was to gather up all the evidence we'd used and return it to where it belonged. Each photo and document had its own plastic sleeve, marked with its exhibit number in huge loose-leaf binders. The same was true of the tapes. Clearing the beach, we called the process of placing them all in the proper plastic containers, and it took from 15 minutes to a half hour after the courtroom was evacuated. The defense team had its own evidence cart and copies of every government exhibit, so someone had to do the same tidying for them. They had no paralegal either, and somehow the task fell to John Carniglia. Probably the toughest of all in Gotti's crew, which was saying something. Carniglia had become a stronger and quieter presence as the trial progressed. He and his brother had a huge junkyard on Fountain Avenue in Brooklyn, where they chopped and crushed cars. The FBI was certain that plenty of guys whose bodies had never been found had ended up in one of those metal cubes that came out of their compressing machines. But for the 7 months we were on trial, Carniglia finished the days as a paralegal. Alone together in the courtroom, He and I would take off our jackets and silently get to work on the piles of photos, documents, and cassettes that littered the tables. I noticed right away corroboration of Sal Polisi's statement that Carniglia carried a handgun tucked into his pants in the small of his back, always available, but with no bulge for cops to see. He'd never take a gun into the courthouse, but it appeared as though he needed something to fill the void. As Carniglia stacked away the evidence, I noticed he always had a large hairbrush in the exact spot where Polisi said he carried his gun. One evening I was at our table, matching cassettes to their containers, and Carniglia was doing the same on his side. There was a constant clacking noise as cassettes were inserted and plastic boxes were snapped shut and then placed in stacks. We were facing the front of the courtroom when Carniglia looked to his left, and we made eye contact. A smile slowly spread across his face, and he said, deadpan, "You gotta protect the integrity of the tapes." I laughed out loud. It created a little paralegal kinship between us for the rest of the trial. Our case was a patchwork of 3 different elements: old convictions of our defendants, disparate crimes Diane had convicted others of committing for the benefit of our defendants, and accomplice testimony. One day we'd have testimony about the raid of a dice game in Brooklyn. The next, the focus would be on truck hijackings from the airport, and then we'd switch to loan sharking. A helpful aspect of the RICO law is the way it allows disconnected crimes to be prosecuted in a single case, but that risks a trial with no center, and ours seemed to lack one. The core charges were the 3 killings. We could get RICO convictions without proving them. Only 2 predicate acts have to be proved for a defendant to be found guilty. The jury could convict Gotti even if the only predicate acts we proved were the 2 gambling charges or 2 hijackings. But his sentence in that event would be much shorter, and we correctly felt that a failure to get guilty verdicts on the murder charges would mean we'd lost the case. This was how James Cardinale became almost by default the centerpiece of our case. He was an unlikely candidate for such a starring role. A heroin addict who got jammed up on a murder by the Brooklyn DA, Cardinale flipped to avoid spending the rest of his life in prison. But that was long before the Castellano murder, and he had every reason to believe his cooperation would stay below the radar. Cardinale had already buckled once under the enormous pressure after Gotti became boss. Like Traynor, with whom he was incarcerated when they were both on our witness list, he tried to leverage his enhanced value by demanding extra privileges. When they were denied, Cardinale said he wanted out of our case and out of the witness protection program. He even filed a request to be returned to state custody. Then, after a couple of weeks, came another change of heart. He realized what life would be like for him in Attica or Greenhaven. Backing out of testifying wouldn't alter the fact that he was a rat, and unprotected rats don't fare well in state prison. Unprotected rats who gave up John Gotti made out even worse. So Cardinale rescinded both his requests to be taken off our witness list and to be returned to state prison. Because he hadn't tried to shake us down as Traynor had, and because we needed him so badly, we took him back, and Cardinale resumed his critical role in our prosecution. His direct testimony lasted 3 days, and went as well as we could have expected. The heart of it, the testimony about the 3 murders, lasted less than half an hour. Though Gotti had admitted his role in the McBratney murder when he pled guilty 12 years earlier, Cardinale's testimony was what made that crime a RICO predicate. Gotti had told him that he took part in the killing in order to become a made member of the Gambino family. As for Willie Boy Johnson, he confessed to Cardinale that he'd killed Tony Plate to enhance Delacroce's chances of beating a case in which Delacroce and Plate were co-defendants. And finally, Carniglia confided in Cardinale that he had killed Albert Gelb, the New York State court officer, to keep him from testifying against Carniglia's brother, Charles. Gelb was in a Queen's diner one night when Charles passed him on the way to the restroom. Gelb saw a firearm tucked into the small of his back, followed him, and placed him under arrest. As the trial approached, Gelb received anonymous threats that he'd be killed if he testified. Undaunted, he remained a witness, and John Carniglia murdered him in his car late one night, a few days before the trial. There was one big problem with Cardinali's testimony. It flew in the teeth of the typical wise guy practice of never talking to anyone about past crimes, let alone to coffee boys about murders. Cardinali seemed credible on direct, but the crosses were lengthy and effective. He'd spend a total of 9 days on the stand, and they altered the course of the trial. Cardinali himself handed the defense a gift. During the period between when he temporarily decided to jump ship, then decided to climb back on board, he'd called Bruce Cutler. In a long conversation that Cutler recorded, Cardinali talked about Diane. He told Cutler that she'd boasted to him that Judge Nickerson treated her like a daughter, and that she got whatever she wanted in court, while the defense lawyers got nothing. I was present when Diane had said to Cardinali that, compared to how he treated the hostile defense lawyers, the judge treated her like a daughter. That was all she'd said, and I hadn't thought anything of it at the time. It was true. But when the words came out of Cardinali's mouth on cross-examination, one of the most important lessons all trial lawyers must learn was seared into me forever. Never say anything to a witness you're not comfortable hearing repeated in open court. Diane was mortified, and the judge was visibly upset. As the trial proceeded, the testimony would further impair his ability to keep control of the courtroom. The worst was yet to come, though. Cardinali wasn't any better at dealing with a tough woman prosecutor than Cutler himself or the other defense lawyers. So his rant about her on the phone to Cutler dovetailed nicely with their misogynistic defense. Cutler began his explosive questioning. I don't want to go into it in front of the court and jury, but that's exactly what he was doing, and there was nothing he wanted to do more. You did indicate to us, he continued, that the image she projects in the courtroom has nothing to do with reality. I see her out of the courtroom, and, in your word, not mine, and I apologize to the jury. She is a slut. Did you say that? I might have said that, yes, a smiling Cardinali answered. Leading him along with questions based on Cardinali's own rant and getting agreement from his witness at every step, Cutler tore into Diane. His feigned queasiness at embarrassing her evaporated. Diane was a powerful, treacherous woman who'd not only threatened Cardinali, but Matt Traynor, too. Mocking Cardinali for mending fences with her, the cross went on. You made up with Ms. Jackalone, did you? Yes, sir. So she's no longer the same individual you described in May of 1986, is that correct? That's correct. In other words, she's no longer a slut, is that right, in your mind? Correct. She's no longer a blowjob in your mind? Correct. She's no longer a liar, isn't that right? Correct. She no longer puts words in witnesses' mouths, is that right? Correct. She no longer harasses, threatens, and accuses witnesses, does she? By this time Cutler was screaming, and the judge interrupted him. Please keep your voice down. But it had no effect. She no longer threatens and harasses and intimidates witnesses, is that right? As far as I know. And on and on. All of it might have been excluded as a sideshow, but a successful objection by us would only have proved the charge that the judge favored Diane, so we had to let most of it go. As for me, I was repeatedly thrown into questions as her helper, Mr. Gleason. Next to me, I could feel Diane unraveling. It was so raw and bizarre and personal. And most of all, it was so public. As debilitating as it was to hear in a packed courtroom, we both knew it would be described to a very wide audience in the morning papers. As strong as she was, Diane was being beaten down, and the blows were having their effect. She spoke less and was beginning to look tired. Cutler's intense hatred of her was on display throughout. "Did you remember that question she asked with that sweet smile?" he asked. Determined to get before the jury Cardinali's statement that Diane and I wanted to introduce dirt into the trial, Cutler refused to obey a ruling that he couldn't. The court. "The objection is sustained. Please don't do that." Cutler. "That's the same kind of dirt, isn't it?" Diane. "Objection." The court. "Sustained." Cutler. "Object 100 times. That's also sustained, Your Honor?" The court. "Please, Mr. Cutler, please." As the judge was losing control of Cutler, Diane was losing her patience. Cutler accused her of lying to the Bureau of Prisons so Cardinali could get a visit from a woman. He kept referring to her in his questions as she and her, and Diane finally lost it. Cutler. "It suited her purpose to suit your purpose, isn't that right?" Diane. "I have a name." Cutler. "Isn't that right?" Diane. "I have a name. I'm not a she or her." The court. "Yes." Cardinali. "That would be right." Cutler. "It suited her purpose and it suited your purpose?" Diane. "I have a name, and I'd like it if he would refer to me by my name." Cutler. "I have, Judge. I like her name very much. I mention it very, very much." The jurors wore their hatred for Cutler and their sympathy for Diane on their faces. It was obvious that he knew it and didn't care. Any other trial lawyer would want a jury to like him. Cutler wanted this jury to fear him. Cardinali finally finished testifying a week before Christmas. We still had a couple of dozen witnesses left, but most were quick. Surveillances, some more gambling evidence, records custodians, and the like. Between them and the week off for the holidays, it took us until mid-January to complete our case. Even in a normal trial, 4 months is grueling. We'd presented 78 witnesses and hundreds of exhibits, and the prep work had been relentless. After spending all day in court, we'd spend another 6 hours preparing for the next day. Add to the normal wear and tear the nonstop hostility and abuse, and we were worn out. We hoped for a defense case that would give us time to prepare a great summation, so we were relieved to learn that they'd call some witnesses. Chapter 13. Trainer. The defense's first witness was Matt Trainer. As corrosive as the atmosphere had become during our direct case, it seemed like child's play once Trainer's testimony began. He testified that when Diane, to whom he was allowed to refer throughout as Mama Jack alone, and I first talked to him, he told us he'd never committed crimes with our defendants. We wanted him to testify otherwise, he said, and to implicate John Gotti in murders. He claimed that to get him to commit perjury, my wife Susan and I arranged for him to get Tylenol with codeine from a corrupt psychiatrist at Beth Israel Medical Center where Susan worked. We'd had no idea this was coming, so it landed hard on me. When I was at Cravath, Ralph McAfee told me many times that all a lawyer has to offer is good judgment and integrity, and without both, you're sunk. And there I was, being accused in open court of suborning perjury and distributing a narcotic in my effort to succeed. Making matters worse, the day of Trainer's direct examination happened to be the one day Susan chose to come to court to watch the trial. I'd had other trials, but she was busy building her career as a psychiatric nurse, and this was her first visit to observe me in action. Within minutes of taking a seat in the back of the courtroom, she heard Traynor accuse us both of crimes, and she promptly left, never to attend one of my trials again. I was still reeling from that when we discovered that Traynor was letting me off easy compared to what he'd do to Diane. He testified that I acquired drugs for him whenever he asked for them, and when he requested some sex, Diane took over. She gave him a pair of her panties so he could, as he put it, facilitate himself in prison. Diane was motivated, Traynor testified, by her experiences walking past the Bergen as a schoolgirl. The wise guys had ridiculed her for being skinny, and according to Traynor, she'd go to any lengths for revenge, including trading her underwear for some false testimony. At the outset of his testimony, while it was underway, and after it was over, we told Judge Nickerson that Traynor's testimony should never have been permitted, and once it happened, we asked that it be stricken from the record. The defense argued that if the jury believed Traynor, it would infer that we got our other witnesses to lie. On that theory, every allegedly dishonest thing Diane or I had ever done would be fair game. We contended that even if that made sense, the value of Traynor's testimony to the defendants was far outweighed by two compelling facts. First, the most effective way for Diane and me to rebut Traynor's allegations would be to get up on the witness stand and deny them. But the ethical rules prohibit a lawyer from being both a witness and an advocate in the same trial. The defense had known what Traynor would say months before the trial started. If they wanted to present that testimony, they were obligated under the law to say so before the trial began. If the judge decided at that time to allow it, we could have preserved our right to testify by getting other AUSAs to prosecute the case. We obviously couldn't switch prosecutors now. The defense decision to surprise us with this testimony, we argued, forfeited their right to use it. Second, Traynor's testimony created a huge trial within the trial. Traynor didn't just savage Diane and me. He trashed every federal agent and cop he'd ever come into contact with. We had dozens of reports going back 10 years in which he spoke to detectives and agents about committing crimes with people at the Bergen, including several of John Gotti's brothers. Those reports were the reason Traynor had become our witness in the first place. Now, to fit the defense narrative, all those agents and cops had to be liars, and that's what Traynor was claiming. He never committed those crimes, and he never told anyone that he had. Diane and I were certainly attacked the most viciously, but more than a dozen others in law enforcement were accused of creating phony reports. We told the judge that allowing a witness we didn't even call to vilify so many of us would derail the trial we'd almost completed and begin a new one, a trial about law enforcement's handling of Matt Traynor over a period of more than a decade. We were right on both our arguments, but Cardinale's testimony that, according to Diane, the judge treated her like a daughter had complicated things. Rulings in our favor might strike the jury and the appeals court if we convicted the defendants as confirmation of that. Whatever the reason, Judge Nickerson appeared to us to be avoiding any suspicion that he was partial to the government. Traynor's testimony steered an already bizarre trial into an alternate universe. Diana and I returned to our offices downstairs and tried our best to wrap our heads around what had just happened. The panties for perjury accusation was so beyond the pale that we just sat in Diane's office and looked at each other. We'd been hoping to sum up the case and get our convictions in a matter of days. Now we had this, tabloid fodder for a tabloid case. More than anything else, we were physically and emotionally exhausted. Andy Maloney, our new U.S. attorney, came by to talk about how we should respond. He began by asking Diane how she felt about my doing the cross. She objected immediately. "He can't do it," she said. "He's not up to it. If it were Brian Mass, fine, I'd agree, but he's not." Brian was an experienced AUSA and one of Diane's friends. Then she and Maloney spoke about my ability to cross Traynor as though I weren't sitting right there. Diane's criticism and her decision to express it so bluntly was hurtful. But at least Maloney was saying I'd do a great job. Traynor had trashed me, too, and in any other setting, that allegation, trading drugs for perjury, would have been spectacular. But it was a measure of how brutal his direct had been on Diane, that we acted as though all he'd accused me of was being late to court. In any event, one of us had to cross him, and eventually Diane agreed with Maloney that it couldn't be her. The cross lasted 2 days. I walked Traynor through every interaction he'd had with law enforcement officials and asked him about every statement he had made over the years about committing crimes with members of the Bergen crew. Over the course of the examination, it became clear that either Traynor was a world-class liar or there was a long list of otherwise honorable people who didn't know each other and yet had conspired to falsely record his admissions to crimes. Still, he never stopped pushing back, telling the jury at one point that the average juror would never understand how underhanded Diane and I could be. Shortly after Traynor's testimony ended, Susan received a phone call in her office at Beth Israel Medical Center. The voice on the other end said she was calling from the law offices of Susan Kelman. Kelman was one of the defense lawyers for Lenny DiMaria. The caller said, "Is this Susan Gleason?" And when Susan said yes, she hung up. The defense promptly served Beth Israel with a subpoena for my wife's entire personnel file. Word quickly spread throughout the hospital that Susan's records had been subpoenaed in the ongoing high-profile trial of Gambino boss John Gotti. It had been bad enough when Gotti's vile defense implicated her the one day she'd come to the courtroom. Now the fabrication had permeated her workplace, and she was understandably not happy. I was livid. The ostensible basis for the subpoena was that the forensic psychiatrist who'd prescribed Tylenol with codeine for Traynor also worked at Beth Israel. So the personnel file would supposedly shed light on the defense's claim that I offered Traynor drugs in exchange for perjury. But I knew raw intimidation and harassment when I saw it. The trial wasn't in session the next morning, but I insisted on seeing the judge with defense counsel. I made no effort to conceal my anger, and I inadvertently made it clear to the judge that it wasn't directed solely at defense counsel. Even by the standards in this trial, I argued, the personnel file of my wife was so beyond the pale of relevance, of admissibility, that the court had finally to do something. The only plausible basis for the service of this subpoena is harassment, I went on in a long diatribe. Diane Giacalone and I have been subjected to a torrent of harassment in this courtroom for the past 6 months or so, that we've withstood, not happily, but we've withstood it. Now that harassment has reached outside the courtroom to someone very close to me. We would ask the court to exercise its discretion to exert some control over the manner in which this case is proceeding. If Judge Nickerson was upset by my criticisms, he didn't show it. Rather, he was at last supportive. After listening to defense counsel, he said, "It's just so off the wall, completely off the wall. I will quash the subpoena on my own motion. This case is not going to turn into any more of a circus than the defendant's attorneys have already made it." "Maybe we should have gotten angry at him sooner," Diane said to me when I reported what had happened. When the defense rested their case, we faced an important decision. Traynor had accused Diane and me, and more than a dozen law enforcement officers, of various forms of criminal activity. It seemed impossible that the jury would believe him. But if we went right into summations, the defense would argue that his testimony had gone unanswered. We couldn't testify ourselves, but we could call those dozen witnesses, many of whom now lived far from New York. If we did that, it would prolong the trial by weeks, and doing so also ran the risk of dignifying Traynor's testimony. We decided we needed to put on a rebuttal case, and that I would handle it alone. So we settled in for several more weeks of trial. After 16 witnesses, many of whom flew to New York on almost no notice, we rested. It went well, with one agent after another telling the jury about the various crimes Traynor said he'd committed with the Gottis. The downside was that it became exactly what we'd told Judge Nickerson he should have avoided, a trial within a trial. In my 10 years as a prosecutor, I would personally try 20 cases. With the exception of my 2 trials of John Gotti himself, the rebuttal case in the first of those trials was longer than any of the others. The case gave everyone involved in it unprecedented access to the press. The defense lawyers shamelessly used it to try to influence our jury. Just as Traynor was about to take the stand to make his allegations about Diane and me, Barry Slotnick had given a speech at New York Law School. The jurors, he said, should look upon Gotti as a symbol of oppression. He went on, when they look at John Gotti, what they're really looking at is Salem, where they burned witches. For every absurd comparison like that, there was also a public attack on us. After Traynor's testimony, Cutler told a Newsday reporter that the jury needed to hear from Traynor so it could see that he was treated in a typical, unethical way by these overzealous, ambitious, vindictive federal prosecutors. It was not finished yet, of course. The summations were quite a spectacle. Bruce Cutler repeated the main themes of his opening statement almost half a year earlier. He described our allegation that there was any such thing as a Gambino family as a fantasy. The only reason the case was brought, he argued, was that the government didn't approve of John Gotti's lifestyle. If only he hung out at a country club, Cutler argued, rather than the Bergen, he'd never have been indicted. He also added a new theme, saying 12 separate times that Diana and I represented a new breed of prosecutors. Jeff Hoffman, Gene Gotti's lawyer, called the prosecution a rebirth of McCarthyism, and likened our effort to imprison Gotti and his co-defendants to the internment of Japanese Americans in World War II. George Santangelo compared the trial to Nuremberg, as though the post-war trials of major Nazi criminals bore some logical similarity to McCarthyism and the Japanese internment camps. "Do you believe this?" Diane whispered to me while Hoffman was waxing on about civil liberties. "What juror in his right mind could possibly buy this shit?" Once deliberations began, the jury was sequestered in a hotel. Deputy marshals guarded them, and they also monitored communications with family members or anyone else in the outside world. A couple of days into their deliberations, I ran into Chief Deputy Marshal Mike Peasy in the garage in the courthouse basement. He complained to me about the jurors. They could watch movies in their rooms, and a couple had ordered pornographic films. Since deputy marshals had to go rent them, it was awkward. More troubling, one juror was an alcoholic. The rules of the sequestration limited them to 2 drinks each at dinner. Juror number 11, whom we referred to as oil terminal operator, because that was his job, was angry about the limit and had complained to the judge to get more. "The guy's a fucking drunk," Peasy told me. "We're worried about him getting the DTs. Between him and the porno people, you have some lowlifes on this jury." Though that report gave us pause, the view from the courtroom itself was more comforting. You could tell from the jurors' notes, which requested evidence and readbacks of testimony, that they were proceeding systematically through the verdict sheet, considering each predicate act in order. When they were brought into the courtroom for readbacks of testimony or supplemental instructions on the law, they looked relaxed and harmonious. All the trauma of the Traynor testimony and our month-long case rebutting it seemed a distant memory. Diane and I grew more confident each day. On the afternoon of Friday the 13th of March 1987, after deliberating for a full week, the jurors announced that they'd reached a verdict. As they walked into the packed courtroom, I glanced at Gotti. He was smiling, as was so often the case, and seemed relaxed. You'd never know from looking at him that we were about to learn whether he'd be spending the rest of his life in prison. Because he was the lead defendant, the first of the verdicts delivered by the foreperson was on the RICO count against Gotti. Not guilty. There were at least as many gangsters in the courtroom as there were press and prosecutors from our office, and they let out a muffled cheer. There was still the RICO conspiracy count, so Gotti wasn't yet off the hook. But before that verdict would be read, the foreperson had to say how all the other defendants had fared on count 1. Gene Gotti, not guilty. Willie Boy Johnson, not guilty. As each verdict was announced, the din went up a notch. By the time all 7 defendants had been acquitted on count 1, everyone in the courtroom could feel what was coming. Finally, how do you find the defendant John Gotti on count 2, racketeering conspiracy? Not guilty. The courtroom erupted. Diane and I knew immediately that even if we lived another 50 years, we were experiencing what would be the lowest point of our careers. The 7 grueling months on trial, the enormous work put into it before it began, and the very public and embarrassing allegations, all would have been worth enduring had there been guilty verdicts. The alternative was so bad that we had never really allowed ourselves to contemplate losing. But now it was happening, and we sat dumbfounded. Even worse, we were trapped. Between us and the courtroom doors were dozens of wise guys and an equal number of print and broadcast reporters. Some were rushing in from the hallway, others through the swinging doors into the well of the court. The wise guys were yelling and wanted to get close to Gotti. We weren't going anywhere with that crowd in the way. As bad as that was, Gotti decided to make it worse by being a graceless winner. As he made his way through the crowd, he turned and pointed at Diane and me and yelled, "Shame on them! I'd like to see the verdict on them!" All the reporters were scribbling in notepads, so we knew his exit line would be all over the newspapers the next morning. The judge's law clerk approached us and said to come with her out the judge's door behind the bench. We did, and a stairwell just outside that door took us down to our offices. We met with Andy Maloney and could hear the press gathering outside his office as we spoke. Andy was upbeat, a remarkable feat in the face of such a high-profile humiliation. He told us we had to speak at least briefly to the media at some point, and asked if we'd agree to do it right away. Diane said she would, and after the press filed in and set up their cameras and microphones, she was the picture of grace. "We presented the evidence as best we could," she said. "We accept the jury's verdict." The reporters pressed her for a comment about the personal attacks on her. "A jury verdict is the end of the case," she said evenly and firmly. "My personal feelings are mine." Andy announced we were done, and the reporters packed up their gear and left. When we were alone again, he said he was proud of us, and that he'd visit Rudy Giuliani the next morning. He wanted a promise from the Southern District that we would get the next Gambino family RICO case against Gotti. If they could indict him for the Castellano homicide, fine. Otherwise, Andy would insist that we were the first in line. He meant well, but the possibility that some other AUSAs might succeed where we'd just failed was cold comfort. A few minutes later, Diane and I emerged from his office to see the entire criminal division crowded into his reception area. It was a large space, but there were more than 100 AUSAs there, and they spilled out into the corridor. Cases of Budweiser were stacked on the receptionist's desks. It was all hugs and congratulations and beer for the next hour. We were still reeling from the acquittals, but being in that crowd was far better than being by ourselves. At one point, Diane turned to me and said, "Imagine what it would have been like if we'd won." For good reasons, sworn allegations that federal prosecutors tried to suborn perjury do not get ignored. John Gotti didn't know it when he pointed at us as he walked out of the courtroom and declared that we should be investigated. But the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility was required to do just that. Judge Nickerson also felt obligated to address the issue, and did so 5 days after the acquittals, in a memorandum to the Chief Judge, Jack Weinstein. Having listened to and observed Traynor, I find his testimony that the prosecutors sought to suborn perjury to be deliberately false and wholly unbelievable. Moreover, I find completely credible the government's rebuttal witnesses who refuted Traynor's statements. The judge was trying to help us out, and Diane and I saw a tinge of guilt in it. Matt Traynor should never have been allowed to testify, and by the time the month-long rebuttal case was finished, nothing could have been clearer. The rules of evidence empower judges to avoid distracting sideshows like Traynor's, and we'd asked Judge Nickerson to use that power. He was wrong when he denied our request, and the ensuing circus had proven it. He also had every reason to believe that Traynor's perjury was a central reason for the acquittals. Almost 5 more years would go by before we'd learned that John Gotti had walked free for another reason entirely. Part 2. The Interlude. Chapter 14. Hannah. In that summer of 1987, a few months after the acquittals, I ran into Willie Boy in Cadman Plaza Park. He was on his way into the courthouse on the minor drug case we'd brought against him during the Gotti trial. We shook hands, and I asked him how he was. "I'm good," he said in that unsettling high voice of his. "Aren't you worried?" I went on. "Don't you think you're in danger now that everybody knows you were an informant for all those years?" It was remarkable he was still alive. "Nah, Mr. Gleason, I don't think so," he said. I could tell he'd had this exact conversation many times, but he wasn't the slightest bit impatient. "I think I'm okay with him because I didn't testify against anyone." He didn't have to say who him was. "Willie, you're kidding yourself. They have to make an example out of you. Do you really think they want to send a message that it's okay to be an informant as long as you don't become a witness?" "Nah, I don't think I have a problem." He was smiling. "But thanks, Mr. Gleason. I really appreciate it." He was pleasant and polite and seemed genuinely unworried. As we walked into the courthouse together, I wondered if he'd really convinced himself that he'd been forgiven. Willie Boy wasn't the only player from the trial I encountered that summer. I kept bumping into Shorty Mescuzio, the Gambino associate who'd organized the lunches at the trial, running into him not by the courthouse, but down in Carroll Gardens, where we both lived. Shorty hung out around the Bravo Gelato storefront on Court Street, a block and a half from our apartment. He and his crew sat in folding chairs on the sidewalk. I'd also seen him in Monteleone's, a bakery on Court, a block closer to Carroll Park, an asphalt playground. Shorty didn't have the grace to ignore me or just nod silently when I passed by. His side had triumphed in the trial, but it wasn't in Shorty's nature to win generously. He couldn't just let the verdict drift into the wake for both of us. "Hey, John," he called from his folding chair the first time I saw him that summer, dragging out each word. "Who you acquitting now?" There were 3 or 4 men sitting with him, young guys in wife-beaters. They all laughed as if Shorty had said the funniest thing they'd heard for weeks. I just ignored him. That same scene repeated itself essentially verbatim on another 3 or 4 occasions. Even with some time to think it over, Shorty couldn't come up with anything better than, "Who you acquitting now?" Finally, I changed my route home. But there was no avoiding him completely, because Court Street was the commercial hub of our neighborhood. So on weekends, I'd still see him now and then. I got used to his taunt, but it irritated the hell out of me that he kept repeating it in front of the younger tough guys, who otherwise wouldn't have had any idea what I did for a living. I didn't always share these experiences with Susan. Part of my reasoning was to spare her from worrying. Part of it was selfish. We'd bought a co-op apartment there when I was at Cravath, so we dug into the Carroll Gardens neighborhood. Then I'd lopped off more than half my income to take a government job. And now my position was arguably putting us in physical danger. Susan had every reason to wonder why exactly I was value-added to our marriage. Her support of me never wavered even slightly, but I saw no need to test its limits. Shorty Mescuzio and Willie Boy weren't the only reminders of the trial. I had an unusual visit that summer from Murray Cutler, Bruce's father. Murray was a former New York City police officer, but he'd spent most of his career as a criminal defense lawyer. He was a gentleman, and we got along well. Murray had come to meet with another AUSA, and he stopped in my office on his way out. "Please don't get the wrong impression of Bruce," he told me. "He's a good boy." "Murray, why are you telling me this?" "I just want you to know what I'm telling you. I know he behaved badly in that case." No kidding, I thought. I had no doubt Bruce Cutler had been responsible for Trainor's outrageous perjury. And now he'd become Gotti's press secretary, telling any reporter who'd listen how Gotti hated drugs and had cleaned up his Queens neighborhood of dealers. One article had even quoted Bruce as saying that if he had a son, he'd want him to grow up to be like John Gotti. "I want you to understand," Murray told me. "When Bruce was a homicide prosecutor, he hung around with homicide detectives. He talked and acted like them. It was as if they filled in a little piece of who he was. Now I see that same thing happening with these hoodlums. It's not him. He's a good boy." "Murray, don't worry about it," I replied. "That one client of his brings out the worst in everyone who ends up in his orbit. I know Bruce isn't a bad guy at heart, and I very much appreciate your coming by." Murray was visibly relieved. When he'd first put his foot into my office, he acted as though he'd expected me to throw him out. And in truth, I'd failed to appreciate how much Bruce's newfound notoriety could affect others who had no responsibility at all for what he was doing. Not long after my conversation with his father, Bruce's younger brother applied to be an AUSA in California. They wanted to hire him, but before they did so, I was called and given the opportunity to prevent it from happening. Maybe I was influenced by the fact that my brother-in-law was Gotti's first cousin, but it made no sense to me that other members of Bruce's family should be punished for what Bruce had become. I kept quiet, and the younger Cutler got the job. Shortly before the Gotti trial, Dave Kirby had become chief of the appeals division, and right away he recruited me to be his deputy chief. Then, in the summer after the acquittal, Kirby enjoyed his Vermont vacation so much he decided to stay there. So all of a sudden, after less than 2.5 years as an AUSA, I was chief of appeals. Diane had been appointed chief of special prosecutions after the trial ended. Even though we were each supervising a significant section of the office, within a few months, it was clear our careers were headed in opposite directions. The parts of Diane's personality that empowered her to stand up to the FBI and to build the most important prosecution in the country were admired by her colleagues and superiors while that case was underway. But it had ended badly, and now people viewed her differently. She remained tough and assertive, and someone who refused to suffer fools. But instead of receiving deference, she now got mostly eye rolls. Within a year of the acquittals, she left her new job to take up a position in the legal department of the Metropolitan Transit Authority, which runs the city's subways and buses. I found myself on the receiving end of compliments for having put up with Diane. Had we won, it would have been all kudos all the time for us both. But the loss brought blame, and it landed exclusively on her. Of course, she'd been lead counsel, but there was more going on than that. Women who lose huge cases don't get second chances. As chief of appeals, I had it in my power never to try another case. But despite the disaster of the Gotti trial, something was drawing me back. As bad as the blowout had been, there were still some silver linings. I grew up as a lawyer in that one case, Such a process usually happens over a series of trials, not just one. But 7-month trials are rare, and ones with only 2 lawyers presenting the case rarer still. Criminal trials of any length without a single law enforcement agent or even a paralegal at the prosecution table were unheard of, until ours. Of the 94 witnesses, I'd examined 70. My cross of trainer lasted 2 days, and my rebuttal summation took 4 hours. Tensions had grown as the trial progressed, as had the nastiness directed at Diane. But my confidence increased along with them. The uncertainty and nervousness I'd felt during my 6 brief general crimes trials gave way over the 7 months to a natural ability to frame questions without a script and to adapt to unexpected testimony. I knew how to get exhibits into evidence and how to engage in court with opposing lawyers on the fly. Confidence is a big part of trial lawyering, and now I had it. So, in September of 1987, 6 months after the acquittals, I decided to try another case. I teamed up with the Joint Auto Larceny Task Force, an FBI and NYPD combination based in the FBI offices in Rego Park, Queens. Car crimes weren't exactly gripping, but I'd heard there were some good investigators on that squad. My case agent, Bob Joyce, was thorough and determined, and the other FBI agents, I would come to learn, were among the best in New York. One was George Hanna, a larger-than-life character who worked auto crimes to great effect, but had more and better informants in organized crime than any other agent in the city. It was impossible not to like the guy. He was full of street sense and comfortable around prosecutors. Not one to stay behind a desk, he worked his informants round the clock and visited our offices all the time, usually unannounced, and always carrying a big bag of coffees from Cranberries, a local deli. Hanna was a legend in the FBI before he even started working. All new agents get a week off between graduation from the academy and reporting for duty, and Hanna spent his in Brooklyn. One morning he walked into a local bar to say hello to the owner and discovered an armed robbery in progress. One man put a gun to Hanna's head and told him to sit at the far end of the bar. The other had a gun to the bar owner's head, and he and the owner headed down the basement steps to get the bar's money. The upstairs robber told Hanna that after they got the money, he'd be required to strip naked and be locked in the freezer. This didn't sound attractive to the young agent, so when he heard footsteps coming up the basement stairs, he stepped away from the bar, identified himself, and pulled his weapon. He ordered the gunman to drop his, and when he refused and raised it to fire, Hanna shot him dead. On the stairs with the bar owner, when he heard the shots, the other robber rushed back into the basement. "Come on, I don't want to have to kill you too," Hanna called down to him. Over a tense few minutes, he talked him into giving himself up. That began a storybook 30-year career. Hanna accomplished as much in the fight against organized crime over that period than anyone else in the FBI or any other agency. He never again fired his weapon. Hanna's partner on the car squad when I first met him was an Irishman named Neil Moran. They were close friends, but couldn't have been more different. Hanna was from an Italian neighborhood in Brooklyn, Moran from the Bronx, where the Irish identify themselves by their parish rather than their neighborhood. The perfect odd couple. Moran was Felix Unger to Hanna's Oscar Madison. Moran was an excellent investigator, but also a consummate worrier. Hanna, on the other hand, simply wanted to catch criminals and had little patience for the paperwork requirements that kept agents behind their desks. The investigation I worked with the car squad involved a chop shop out in the Rockaway section of Queens. The vehicles involved weren't cars, but trucks, and they weren't used, but brand new. The shop's operator, James Watts, paid people to steal the tractor half of tractor trailers right off new truck lots. They were hot-wired and driven to a fenced-in yard in Rockaway, where they were dismantled and sold for parts. Half the car squad ended up testifying for me, and only one had an unhappy time of it. Special Agent Richie Micah testified as an expert on vehicle theft, explaining to the jury how thieves break into and start cars and trucks, switch VIN plates on them, and find buyers for stolen parts after the vehicles are taken apart. He was a real pro, and the jurors loved him. He even gave pointers to the jury about how to avoid having their own cars stolen. I finished Micah's direct just before we broke for the day. When he left to go home, he discovered that his car had been stolen from a spot right in front of the courthouse while he was testifying. The next morning, I decided it sufficiently undermined his expertise that I ought to disclose it. So I reopened the direct examination to have him tell the judge and the jury, who all got a kick out of it. Micah was good-natured about what had happened, and his ability to laugh at himself made him an even better witness. The trial, my first before Judge Joe McLaughlin, couldn't have gone better. Watts was obviously guilty, and the jury convicted him quickly. The defense lawyer, who had been at Cravath when I was there, wasn't the type to pull stunts. No one accused me of distributing illegal drugs to suborn perjury. I felt I was back in the saddle, ready to try more cases. In addition, the auto larceny squad shared space out in the FBI's Queens office with the Gambino squad. The agents were close, in large part because of George Hanna and his wide-ranging cadre of organized crime informants. It was the beginning of a new relationship between the FBI and me. That same month, Matt Traynor pled guilty to perjury. In a sworn statement given in the Nassau County Jail, he said Bruce Cutler had directed his false testimony, instructing him to blurt out the lie that Diane had given him her underwear, at which point Cutler would attempt to cut him off and say the topic was inappropriate. The plan called for Traynor to forge ahead anyway, and Cutler would ask the judge to order him to stop. Basically, Cutler arranged things so it would look as if he were valiantly trying to save Diane from the humiliation that Cutler himself had scripted. Traynor admitted his intense hatred of Diane, but he was also motivated by fear. He said Cutler had told him that providing the false testimony in Gotti's defense would make up for his having been at one point a rat and would enable him to stay alive in prison. Fortunes vary. While Willie Boy Johnson was still in the street in the summer of 1987, Tony Roach Rampino, one of the other co-defendants in the trial before Judge Nickerson, wasn't as lucky. Rampino had fallen on hard times over the 7 months, and he needed to earn. One of George Hanna's many informants called him that summer to say Rampino had agreed to sell him 4 ounces of heroin. Hanna teamed up with the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office, got some buy money, and arrested Rampino the moment he handed the heroin over to Hanna's informant. Rampino panicked. "John will kill me," he wailed. Everyone knew Rampino was both a drug user and a small-time dealer, but he'd grown up under Gotti's wing at the Bergen, so he was safe. Now, however, he'd been caught selling heroin, and based on his reaction, he was toast as far as Gotti was concerned. Rampino knew he'd never make bail without Hanna's help. He was facing a state case brought under the ultra-harsh Rockefeller laws, which would send him away for at least 25 years. The case against him was airtight. A judge would let him out while the case was pending, only if Hanna asked. So Rampino dangled John Gotti in front of him. "I'll wear a wire back to the club," he promised, "and I'll tell you the other shooters in the Castellano murder." Hanna asked if he could help the FBI seize the guns used by the hit team outside Sparks. "Maybe," was the answer. It was tempting, but Rampino reeked more of fear than anything else. His close friend for decades was now the boss, and though in truth he remained loyal to Gotti, he convinced Hanna and the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office that he was now scared stiff that Gotti would kill him. Firm in the belief that the release of Rampino would be far more likely to result in his becoming a fugitive than a government witness, Hannah refused the deal and opposed bail. Rampino was detained, went to trial, got convicted, and was sentenced. He would serve 25 years upstate before getting any chance at parole. Chapter 15. The Ruggiero Bug Cases. In August of 1983, 2 years before Diane indicted Gotti, the FBI's bug in Angelo Ruggiero's kitchen had resulted in Ruggiero being indicted. The dozen defendants included not only Ruggiero, but also Gene Gotti and John Carniglia. The case was assigned to Judge Mark Costantino. Everyone knew immediately that meant everything would be on a slow track. Judge Costantino wasn't known for keeping long hours on the bench. His criminal cases tended to get bogged down in protracted pre-trial hearings. The first of the 5 trials the Ruggiero case produced didn't start until 4 years after the indictment was handed up. Gene Gotti and Carniglia were already defendants in that prosecution for 2 years when they became defendants again in the case Diane and I had tried. When our indictment drew Judge Nickerson in 1985, there was no question, despite all that was involved, that the trial would begin in about a year, and it did. After spending 7 months in that courtroom, Gene Gotti and Carniglia had only 2 months off before resuming their daily commute to the courthouse for the Ruggiero trial. In one respect, Judge Costantino's slow pace saved their lives. The extensive narcotics conversations recorded on the bug in Ruggiero's home were all Paul Castellano needed to kill John Gotti and his entire crew. If the case had proceeded on a normal track, those conversations would have played in open court long before Neil Delacroce died. As long as Delacroce was alive, John Gotti couldn't kill the boss. But between the extensive delays in Judge Costantino's courtroom and Ruggiero's refusal to turn over copies of the tapes, it took Castellano more than 2 years to get the proof he needed to eliminate Gotti. Before he could arrange that murder, Delacroce died, and Gotti beat Castellano to it. The only thing slower than pre-trial proceedings in Judge Costantino's courtroom was the trial itself. The case was the perfect storm: extensive bug recordings, 10 separate cross-examinations of each government witness, and absurdly short trial days. When James Watts was sentenced in October 1987, the Ruggiero trial had been underway for almost 7 months. Everyone involved, except the judge himself, was fed up and eager for it to end. Then, within days of the completion of my trial of James Watts, came the informant information that Ruggiero, Gene Gotti, Carniglia, and a 4th defendant, Eddie Lino, had identified 5 members of the supposedly anonymous jury in the Ruggiero trial and were busy fixing the case. An informant reported that one juror was already in the bag. The double jeopardy clause forbids the government from appealing an acquittal, so Andy Maloney didn't want verdicts from a jury the FBI believed was tainted. However, one can't just walk into a trial that is entering its 8th month and ask for a do-over based on information from unidentified confidential informants. So Andy asked me to start a grand jury investigation and see if we could gather some evidence that the defendants had tampered with the jury. The grand jury occupies a unique role in our federal criminal justice system. Rooted in centuries of Anglo-American history, the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution says that no one can be required to answer to a felony charge, that is, be bound over for trial before a petty jury like the ones we see on television, except upon indictment by a grand jury. Ideally, then, the grand jury serves as a kind of buffer between the government and the people. But in reality, it's no buffer at all. A grand jury presentation can consist entirely of information that would be inadmissible at trial. A prosecutor can use illegally obtained evidence to get an indictment, and if the prosecutor has other evidence in his or her possession that indicates innocence, the prosecutor can withhold it from the grand jury. The prosecutor needs only establish probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the target committed the crime. Most important, There's no one else there but the prosecutor and the grand jurors. The target and his lawyer aren't even allowed in the room, let alone permitted to question the evidence. That grand juries don't act as a check on prosecutors don't mean they're useless. They're enormously useful to the prosecutors themselves, and indeed are one of the most powerful tools they possess. A grand jury has nationwide subpoena power and can summon witnesses and documents to the grand jury room. Guided by the assistant U.S. attorneys who bring their investigations to them, the grand jury's awesome powers become their powers. And because everything grand juries do is shrouded in closely guarded secrecy, those subpoenas, which are prepared by prosecutors and served by federal agents, are ominous indeed, and strike fear in the hearts of those who receive them. Since the Gambino squad was staffing the trial itself, it was walled off from my grand jury investigation, as were the AUSAs trying the Ruggiero case. 2 agents from the Lucchese squad were assigned to work with me. They were based in the Queens FBI office, next to both the Gambino and the auto larceny squads. The agents on all 3 were close. Grand jury secrecy is so strict that even now, more than 3 decades later, it would be unlawful to disclose what occurred in that grand jury room in 1987. But subsequent proceedings in the public trial of the Ruggiero case revealed that, within a month, we established that the defendants had retained the services of a former NYPD detective who admitted encountering one of the jurors in the garage near the courthouse where the juror parked his car. The ex-detective denied any wrongdoing, but the admission dovetailed with the informant's report that he'd used his contacts in the police department to run the license plates of the jurors. This wasn't exactly powerful evidence, but it wasn't negligible either. Then, on December 9, 1987, 7 weeks after our investigation began, we got lucky. One of the jurors, Gary Barnes, told the judge he needed permission to come in late the next day. When asked why, Barnes said he needed to attend his naturalization ceremony. Since only citizens may sit as jurors, this was a surprise. In a curious twist that was telling only in retrospect, the defendants objected to the excusal of the juror despite his legal ineligibility to serve. But Judge Costantino excused Barnes from jury service, as the law required. The following day, Barnes returned to his job at a large brokerage firm in Manhattan. After he arrived at his desk, he received a phone call from a coworker. Barnes didn't know the man, who asked to speak to him in person about a matter he refused to discuss on the phone. When they met, he said he was a good friend of John Gotti and asked how the trial was going. He also asked what kind of cars Barnes liked, unaware that Barnes was no longer on the jury. The ex-juror, terrified that the gangsters had tracked him down even though he was supposed to be anonymous, called the FBI and told them what had happened. Because it was a brokerage house, all the phone calls in Barnes's office were automatically recorded. We pulled the call to Barnes, and clearly the caller was making a criminal overture. It was a weird situation. He thought he was approaching a sitting juror to influence him, a crime. But in fact, he wasn't. However, that could still amount to an attempt to commit jury tampering. Also, if the wise guys had discovered Barnes's identity and were trying to reach him, that corroborated our informant information that they were trying to corrupt other jurors as well. So even as the trial entered its 9th month, our investigation into whether tampering was underway became white-hot. We listened to the other calls the caller made on his work phone that day, and the one immediately after he spoke to Barnes caught our attention. He dialed a Manhattan number, and when the call was answered, he said, "I just met with him." The man on the other end answered, "I'm waiting for you here." We pulled the subscriber information for the number, and it was the telephone at the bar in Johnny Gamarano's place in Lower Manhattan. Johnny G, as he was known throughout law enforcement, was a Gambino soldier. When we served a subpoena on the caller, He immediately reached out for Charlie Carnisi, a mob lawyer from Brooklyn. Not coincidentally, Carnisi was also representing the former NYPD detective who was identifying jurors, and both Carnisi and the former detective had met with Ruggiero in the MCC during the time our investigation was underway. Barnes's co-worker was trying to fix the Ruggiero jury for the Gambino family. A month later, I was still using the grand jury to follow other leads and wanted more time. But AUSA Bob LaRusso was about to test the government's case. So Andy Maloney and I walked into Judge Costantino's courtroom and told him the government wanted a mistrial because there was reason to believe the defendants had tampered with the jury. It was impossible to determine who was most surprised. LaRusso had had no idea we were coming. We'd isolated him and the Gambino squad from our investigation. The judge was a deer in the headlights. The 10 defendants and their lawyers were just as stunned, but within moments they were angry as well. They'd been sitting in the courtroom for 9 months, and now they were hearing the entire trial had to be done over. Their lead lawyer was Ron Fischetti, who shot out of his chair, outraged. He said the motion was a smokescreen for the government's belief that the trial wasn't going well. I'd told the judge that our investigation had uncovered significant evidence that the defendants had tried to tamper with the jury, and that we wanted a hearing to present that evidence. Fischetti claimed that there was never a bona fide grand jury investigation at all, and the court should deny the motion. Judge Costantino refused that request, and I duly put Barnes and an FBI agent on the stand. Although the defendants crossed them both, most of their efforts were directed toward the media, which broadcast their allegation that the only basis for our motion was that we were about to lose the trial. A lethargic trial had suddenly morphed into a high-stakes showdown. After the hearing, we asked Judge Costantino to speak individually to the jurors, 3 of whom told him they could no longer be fair. Since only 2 alternates remained, a mistrial was unavoidable. The only issue left couldn't have been bigger. Were our actions justified, in which case we would have a new trial? Or not, in which case that was it, and 10 high-ranking members of the Gambino family would walk free. Judge Costantino, who'd often brag that he'd never once read a brief in more than 30 years on the bench, was in over his head. The lawyers in his courtroom were obviously not the only ones who noticed, because on January 20th, 1988, the day after we filed our post-hearing memorandum, a new judge took over. There is no law or rule or practice that permits this, and indeed it violates a core principle of Article 3 of the Constitution, the independence of federal judges. Yet that didn't seem to matter. The new judge was the chief, Jack Weinstein, a legend in the federal judiciary. He'd never allowed an absence of authority to stop him. Many years before, in response to the use of the Agent Orange defoliant in Vietnam, which produced health problems for tens of thousands of soldiers, he invented what is now known as mass tort litigation, so they could all be compensated in one case. He defied harsh mandatory sentencing laws, refusing to impose what the law required him to mete out. He often got reversed by the Court of Appeals, but he didn't care. He reckoned that he knew what was right, and if the law hadn't yet figured that out, he'd do it anyway, firm in the belief that his view would eventually prevail. Weinstein was also famously protective of the court he led. The media had been loudly reporting for 2 weeks that we were lying when we said we had conducted a legitimate grand jury investigation. Not willing to leave that incendiary allegation solely in the hands of Judge Costantino, the chief judge now ordered us to disprove it to the entire court. All the judges would sit en banc in the ceremonial courtroom the next day, and I was told to bring 11 sets of my entire grand jury presentation, 1 for each judge. Friends in the office suggested that I challenge the order. Courts of appeal can sit as a group to resolve important issues, but district courts can't. It had never happened before anywhere in the history of our country, not least because there was no law or rule or case that authorized it. Chief Judge Weinstein had simply made it up. "Look, I don't know if he's allowed to do this or not," I told my colleagues. "I assume he isn't. All I know is that he's done it, and it's going to happen tomorrow morning. And we're in the right. It is a bona fide investigation, and I've got 2 feet of transcripts that prove it. I'm not going to look defensive by challenging his authority." The next morning, a 10-defendant criminal case, allegations of jury tampering, and the Gotti name brought a circus atmosphere into the huge courtroom that had previously been used solely for ceremonial functions and naturalization proceedings. When the 11 judges had filed in, I received permission to distribute my stack of transcripts. Ron Fischetti tried to speak for the 10 defendants, hoping to engage with Chief Judge Weinstein, but the judge wasn't biting, and the proceeding was over almost immediately. The next day, the en banc court issued its findings. 1. The grand jury proceedings investigating possible jury tampering in United States v. Ruggiero were appropriate. 2. There was good reason for the United States Attorney to have brought to the trial judge's attention the possibility of jury tampering. 3. Any publicity arising from the United States Attorney's application, which may have led some jurors to doubt their ability to decide the case fairly, was not the fault of the United States Attorney. The full court left it up to Judge Costantino whether to grant a mistrial, and he promptly did. The Gambino squad didn't know how to react. They'd been on trial for 9 months, all of which was now a big waste. On the other hand, as they listened to our evidence, they'd become persuaded that the jury had been compromised, so they were visibly relieved that the case wouldn't be going to that jury. And they were...
Let's take a brief pause together to let everything we and Oppos be heard sink in. Coming up is a gentle, relaxing melody. Let your mind loose, breathe evenly, and allow the music to guide you into a state of complete comfort.
especially relieved to be out of Costantino's courtroom. One other outcome was unambiguous. The agents on the Gambino squad were pleased with me. I was no longer tarnished by my association with Diane Giacalone and by our loss in the John Gotti case. I still hadn't worked directly with those agents, but shortly after the mistrial, I got my chance. One of my close friends, Larry Stasel, had a drug case that had its origins in the bug in Ruggiero's kitchen. Stasel's defendants were Arnold Squitieri and Alphonse Siska, an inseparable pair of made guys universally referred to in law enforcement circles as Arnold and Funzy. They were close to John Gotti, and Squitieri in particular was a tough guy who'd racked up a homicide conviction as a young man. The Gambino squad's informants had reported that both men were involved in the murders of Castellano and Bellotti. The Gambino squad was staffing the joint Southern District Manhattan DA investigation into those murders, but it was going nowhere. The squad, looking for a break, thought if it could jam up Arnold and Funzy on heroin trafficking charges, one might flip and help jumpstart the investigation into the murders at Sparks. In addition to the tapes on which Ruggiero discussed selling them heroin, there was a cooperating witness. A small-time drug dealer named Richie Pasqua had flipped. Pasqua had grown up in East Harlem with Arnold and Funzy. He claimed during his debriefings to have bought a kilogram of heroin from them at the Red Oak Diner in Fort Lee, New Jersey in 1982, around the same time that Ruggiero was blabbing that they were his customers. Driven by the desire to flip Arnold and Funzi, Stasel indicted them in New Jersey, where the sale to Pasqua had taken place. The case was assigned to a judge in Camden. It was a bleak venue to try a case, and 2 hours from New York City. But I didn't care. When Stasel told me he was leaving the office, I jumped at the chance to work directly with the Gambino squad. So as soon as the mistrial was declared in the Ruggiero case, I turned my attention to Arnold and Funzi. My case agent was Bill Noon, and we spent about a week isolating the conversations from the Ruggiero bug that would best prove our charge. Then we visited Richie Pasqua, who'd been placed in the Witness Protection Program. His testimony was direct and simple. He'd bought a kilogram of heroin from Arnold and Funzi at the same time they were being supplied by Ruggiero. In June 1988, Noon and I checked into a Philadelphia hotel for our 3-week trial across the river in Camden. The jurors were not only not anonymous, but a week before the trial began, the clerk of court sent their names and home addresses to me and defense counsel. The judge in the case clearly didn't like the fact that an out-of-town prosecutor had come into his courtroom. A couple of times each day he'd say, "Well, I don't know how it's done in Brooklyn, Mr. Gleason, but..." then go on to describe some weird local practice that always worked to my disadvantage. The defense lawyers were a humorless pair, Dave Breitbart and Bob Koppelman. They acted annoyed the entire time. Just before opening statements, with no heads up to me at all, Breitbart told the judge he'd be offering into evidence Matt Trainor's testimony about me from the Gotti trial. If Mr. Gleason is accusing our clients of being drug dealers, it's only fair that we be able to prove that he also dealt drugs, Breitbart argued. Most judges would not only have denied the request, but would have chewed out Breitbart for even making it. But I was being home-jobbed, so the judge acted as if, of course, we should simultaneously try the case about the defendants dealing drugs and the case about me. For some reason, I had with me the transcript of Trainor's statement that his testimony at Gotti's trial was false. The judge decided he had to keep Trainor's testimony out, but he made it clear that, had Trainor not recanted it, he'd have let it in. I resolved never to enter a courtroom again without a copy of Trainor's statement. Arnold and Funzi, unlike their lawyers, were pleasant to be on trial against, and we got along great. During breaks, we talked in the courtroom. They were close to Gotti, and knew I'd been the junior prosecutor in his big acquittal, so they asked me a lot of questions about that case. During one of our conversations, we were all back in the spectator section of the courtroom. Funzi had his feet up on the back of the bench in front of him and his hands behind his head, looking up at the ceiling. He said, "John, how old are you?" 34. 34, let's see. Where was I when I was 34? 34. Leavenworth. I was in Leavenworth. Then he talked about the inmates with him at the time, including several prominent wise guys. It was as if we were shooting the breeze over a drink in a bar. At one point, Arnold and I visited the men's room together. We were standing at adjacent urinals when he said, "You know, I only have one T in my name." "Is that right?" I said. We'd spelled his name Squiteri with 2 T's in the indictment, and our heavily litigated case had produced hundreds of court filings with that spelling. The judge had issued published opinions that would be cited for years with those 2 T's. "Not anymore," I told him, and he burst out laughing. The judge remained angry with me the entire trial. Just before summations, some Genovese soldiers were indicted in Newark for conspiring to kill John Gotti to punish him for whacking Paul Castellano, and the arrests naturally produced newspaper reports. Because Gotti's name had come up often during our trial, the judge thought the publicity might prejudice Arnold and Funzi in the eyes of the jury, and he called me into chambers to chew me out. "I can't believe you took that case down yesterday. Why couldn't you wait until next week when this trial will be over? Why shouldn't I declare a mistrial?" I explained that Sam Alito, the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, and, of course, since 2008, a justice on the U.S. Supreme Court, had not consulted me, a young line assistant from another district who happened to be trying a case in Camden, about when to bring his indictment up in Newark. The judge eventually decided to let the case go to jury, a great relief to me, because I'd just as soon have had acquittals than start over in front of him again. I summed up on the Tuesday after the long July 4th weekend. It was a strong, tight case. In addition to the other evidence, Pasqua had testified that he talked to the two defendants about the 1 kilo deal at his mother's wake, when he retrieved the guest book from the funeral home. Arnold and Funzie's signatures were in it. Though I didn't need it, as soon as I sat down, I got some help from the defense. Over that weekend, a U.S. Navy warship in the Persian Gulf, in the mistaken belief it was being attacked, shot down a passenger plane, killing 290 people. President Reagan immediately acknowledged the blunder. Dave Breitbart began his summation by solemnly telling the jury that sometimes the government makes mistakes. Just this past weekend, he said, it had made a grievous mistake that cost hundreds of innocent lives. The prosecution, ladies and gentlemen, Breitbart said grimly, is such a mistake. It was a monstrous comparison, and the jurors rolled their eyes in unison, and they soon made short work of coming in with a guilty verdict. Despite the references during the trial to Gotti and the Gambino family, and knowing full well that Arnold and Funzie knew their names and addresses, the jury exuded nothing but confidence when they individually confirmed their decision. I thought maybe we should try more gangsters in Camden, but not before that judge. Chapter 16. Delroy. The spring and summer of 1988 brought some changes. Buddy Delacroce, who pled guilty and immediately became a fugitive, was finally found dead of an overdose up in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania. Shorty Mascuso, my neighborhood nemesis, was suddenly no longer a problem. He was shaking down a disco owner in Manhattan at 2:30 one morning when the crowd upstairs heard the sound of gunshots from the basement. Shorty had pistol-whipped the owner, who responded by taking the gun from him and shooting Shorty in the neck and back, killing him. Manhattan District Attorney Robert Morgenthau's office took the case to a grand jury, but the disco owner testified that he was acting in self-defense, and the grand jury refused to indict him. The shoe finally dropped on Willie Boy Johnson as well. Other crime families had complained to Gotti, wanting to know why he was taking so long to kill him. What was going to keep others from flipping if Willie Boy were allowed to live? Part of the reason for the delay was that Willie Boy had done a few months on the minor drug case we'd made against him, but it had been almost a year and a half since the acquittals before Judge Nickerson. Gotti finally gave the contract to Eddie Lino. Lino was close to Angelo Ruggiero and was one of the dozen co-defendants in the drug trafficking case based on the Ruggiero bug. At 6:20 in the morning on August 29, 1988, Willie Boy was leaving his home in the Flatland section of Brooklyn to go to a construction job on Staten Island. A couple of young men Lino had given the job to were waiting outside. At some level, Willie Boy must have been expecting them, because as soon as he saw them, he bolted. But he was too bulky, and at 52, too old to outrun his killers. They left nothing to chance, shooting him 6 times in the head and twice in the back. They were well aware that law enforcement knew it was just a matter of time before Willie Boy was whacked, and they may have suspected that they were not the only ones watching him that morning. Before driving away, they spread jack-shaped spikes on the street behind them to puncture the tires of any pursuing car. I was on vacation on Long Beach Island with my sister Mary and brother-in-law Eddie when Willie Boy met his fate. Eddie was an early riser, and he'd go out to get bagels and the tabloids each morning. Willie Boy was on the front pages, just as he'd been when his informant status was revealed more than 3 years earlier. He'd chosen that life and made choices that he knew could result in a death sentence. Still, as I sat on the deck of our rented beach house, looking at the gruesome photos of the murder scene, I felt bad for him. He'd committed plenty of crimes, but all his troubles began once the mob refused to take care of his wife and son when he went to prison. He stood up, but then his bosses let him down. So he ended up selling information to the FBI. Then, when Diane Jackalone wanted him to become her witness, he stood up again, just like he was supposed to do. Now he was on the front pages, in a pool of his own blood. When I returned from vacation, I felt like a veteran prosecutor. But while I'd learned how to present a criminal case, I had only a vague idea how to build one. Federal prosecutors spend much more time investigating crimes and making cases before the grand jury than they do presenting them at trial. Except for my investigation into the jury tampering in the Ruggiero case, my experience consisted mainly of trying cases others had indicted. That was about to change. By the mid-1980s, crack cocaine was taking over Brooklyn. Guns were everywhere. The crack trade was extremely lucrative, and in substantial part because of drug-related violence, the city's murder rate had exploded. Crack reigned supreme, and the undisputed king of crack was a ruthless operator called Delroy Edwards. Delroy, no one ever used his last name, was from Jamaica, and he surrounded himself with young fellow countrymen who helped him distribute the drug all over the borough. His business model was simple. Lock a worker, usually a teenage addict, into a spot, a decrepit ground-floor apartment with a small hole in the door. Give him $1,000 worth of vials containing small rocks of crack, either in $5 or $10 sizes. His job was to collect the cash the addicts on the other side of the door pushed through a hole and give them the right number of vials in return. A runner, sometimes protected by an armed enforcer, would return a few hours later to collect the money and resupply the spot. If the worker was short, usually because he'd smoked some of what he was supposed to sell, he'd be shot. Not dead, but shot. A flesh wound and a lesson. If another crack dealer opened a spot too close to one of Delroy's, he'd be shot too. Dead. Delroy rode that simple model to great financial success. After opening spots in all the rough neighborhoods in Brooklyn, he expanded to Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. The detectives assigned to the Brooklyn North Homicide Squad were overwhelmed by the number of murders and other acts of violence that their street sources reported were Delroy's doing. Sergeant Frank Shields was in charge of Brooklyn North Homicide and had a working relationship with Billy Fredericks, a local alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agent. They'd worked together on a number of weapons seizures, and the two decided that there was a need to look into Delroy's organization. They approached Johnny Frank and asked him to do it. Johnny was a year ahead of me in the office and had distinguished himself by conducting complex investigations, but he didn't care for courtroom work and had no interest in trials. Still, when he was asked by Shields and Fredericks to turn street chatter about Delroy into a RICO case, he was intrigued. Knowing he'd eventually have to prosecute any case he managed to build, he looked around for someone who'd take the lead in a trial. That brought him to my office, and my acceptance landed me on the ground floor of an investigation that involved several law enforcement agencies. Johnny taught me that the first order of business was to organize hundreds of bits of crime-related information into episodes and build a separate file for each. Every routine drug arrest at one of Delroy's crack spots, every gun possession, every murder we suspected him of, was an episode. Within weeks, we had a few dozen, and once we started arresting low-level members of Delroy's organization, the number increased exponentially. They were basically kids, and they all hated Delroy, a brutal boss, so they flipped on the spot. The Brooklyn North homicide detectives had an encyclopedic knowledge of local murders, especially the unsolved ones. Someone would say they had heard Delroy brag about shooting some American blacks on Sterling Place between Buffalo and Ralph, and the detectives immediately knew what case it was and had the homicide file on our desks the next morning. We moved fast when a new name came up, wanting to arrest that person before he fled back to Jamaica. The hurry-up offense placed in sharp relief how the different law enforcement agencies worked. One of our cooperators told us about a murder we'd already been aware of, but he gave us a new target. A guy nicknamed Bigga had driven the getaway car. As soon as the cooperator left our office, we decided Bigga had to be found right away. But all we had besides the nickname was the Brooklyn neighborhood he lived in. First to arrive the next day were the federal members of our team. They had printouts from FBI and DEA databases showing all arrestees that had Bigga as an alias, which they'd cross-referenced with the national NCIC database. Using an age range to winnow the search further, they'd narrowed it down to about a dozen guys. About a half hour later, the Brooklyn North homicide detectives arrived. They had no paperwork, but they hadn't come empty-handed. "We went out to the neighborhood," one said, "and we found 4 guys named Bigga. We have them all in a van downstairs, and they're ready to talk." In the end, Johnny and I culled from more than 100 episodes the ones we could prove beyond a reasonable doubt. There were still way too many to impose on a jury, so we selected the most serious cases we had and made them predicate acts in the first RICO case against a street gang, 6 murders, more than a dozen other shootings, multiple gun counts, and drug trafficking charges. In the spring of 1989, during the run-up to Delroy's trial, Gene Gotti and John Carniglia were being prosecuted once again on the narcotics charges based on the 1982 bug in Angelo Ruggiero's home. There were big changes this time. Ruggiero, the lead defendant, was in prison, dying of cancer, so the case against him was severed. Also, after the mistrial based on jury tampering, the charges against the other 2 men were severed from the rest of the indictment and reassigned. The retrial landed in the courtroom of 89-year-old Judge John Bartels. When he was nominated by President Eisenhower, the only criticism of Bartels, aged 56 at the time, was that he wouldn't serve long enough. He showed them, serving on the Eastern District bench for 43 years. Another significant change was the length of the government's case. The first iteration of the trial had lasted 9 months. This time, Andy Maloney asked me to consult with AUSA Bob LaRusso, with an eye toward streamlining the case, as I'd done when trying Squitieri and Siska. The trial began on April 17, 1989. Less than a month later, LaRusso was summing up. After 6 full days of deliberations, the jury reported that one juror was refusing to vote or even discuss the case. When the juror was summoned in front of Judge Bartels alone in chambers, he reported that 2 men had approached him late at night in his driveway and made it clear that they knew he was on Gene Gotti's jury. The juror was afraid, so the judge excused him. Over the virulent objection of counsel for Gotti and Carniglia, an 11-person jury promptly convicted both defendants of trafficking in narcotics. The 2 felt railroaded, and during the several-week period between the jury's verdict and the sentencing, John Carniglia violated one of the cardinal rules of pre-sentence behavior. Never say anything negative about your judge before sentence is imposed. He told a tabloid reporter that he didn't think he'd get too much time, and that he looked forward, once out of prison, to pissing on the judge's grave. On the day of sentencing in July 1989, the judge's law clerk came out before the judge took the bench. He walked over to the defense table and told Carniglia's lawyer that he had a message for his client. The judge wants Mr. Carniglia to know that his probation officer hasn't been born yet, the law clerk said. A few minutes later, Gene Gotti and John Carniglia were sentenced to 50 years. We'd indicted 25 people along with Delroy Edwards, and everyone except him and his girlfriend pled guilty. I tried and convicted the girlfriend by myself, and Johnny Frank and I tried Delroy together in the summer of 1989. The trial was mind-numbing from all the details of violence. There were so many murders, shootings, and beatings, and it was all so routine and casual. By the time we got a verdict, the national media was paying attention. The jury's final 2 notes to Judge Deary were delivered simultaneously. One was the typical, "We have reached a verdict." The other made it onto Newsweek's Quotes from the Week page. It said, "Now that we have rendered our verdicts, what steps will be taken to protect us from the defendant?" I persuaded the judge to take the jury's verdict before providing the answer to its question, which of course was none. Criminals know, even though jurors do not, that there's no profit in threatening or killing a juror after the verdict is in. Chapter 17. Mike Coiro. Mike Coiro was the original New York mob lawyer. He'd grown up in the profession defending John Gotti, Angelo Ruggiero, Gene Gotti, and the other regulars at the Bergen, and it was a good living. In the late 1960s and 70s, all the young gangsters there were hijackers. Everyone who could hop onto the running board of a tractor-trailer and put a gun in the driver's face was stealing from nearby John F. Kennedy International Airport. John Gotti was convicted in the Eastern District in 1967 for hijacking a load of women's apparel from the cargo area of Northwest Airlines. His younger brother Gene was found guilty along with him, as was Ruggiero. Gotti picked up another hijacking conviction the following year. John Carniglia, one of the toughest members of the crew, and later its biggest earner, had several airport convictions as well. Stealing truckloads of goods from the airport became so routine that thieves would often do it without knowing what they were stealing. After ditching the driver, they'd bring the truck to a drop, a warehouse where they could store the hot goods until it was safe to sell them. There was excitement when they discovered what they'd stolen: carpets, televisions, frozen shrimp, clothing, sometimes followed by anxiety as they scrambled to find buyers for merchandise they'd never handled before. As the Bergen crew were also active in gambling, loan sharking, and narcotics, they kept Mike Coiro busy, and they grew to trust him. In 1973, when John Gotti and Ruggiero graduated to murdering McBratney, Coiro represented them in that case as well, along with Roy Cohn. Everyone liked Coiro, including the prosecutors he squared off against. Like many old-time mob lawyers, he was a screamer and a chair-thrower when a jury was in the room, but a friendly and fun-loving adversary at other times. I first met him in 1985, when I was a brand-new AUSA, and he'd come to my office, supposedly to inspect evidence before the Gotti trial. Diane Jackalone had warned me that Coiro was more likely to joke around than actually look at any of it. And sure enough, he spent the first 10 minutes asking about me. "Whoa, I never met a Cravath lawyer before," he bellowed. "You're in for a treat, because you're going to meet some characters in this case you'd never run across if you stayed at the big firm." He then regaled me with stories about the Bergen and himself. Coiro told me how his clients thought he was lucky because his wife and his girlfriend were both named Stephanie. They were envious because he never had to worry about slipping up by saying the wrong name. But shortly before Valentine's Day one year, Coiro went to a jeweler near his home on Long Island and ordered 2 gold pins, each engraved with an S. One was much larger than the other. Coiro's wife happened to be in the store in early February, and the jeweler, who didn't know about the girlfriend, gave her a sneak preview of both pins. So when Valentine's Day came and Coiro gave her only the little one, he was busted. "So much for my good luck," he roared, his eyes disappearing behind narrow slits above his big, toothy laugh. Coiro felt more loyalty to his clients than he did to the ethical rules of his chosen profession, so it was only a matter of time before he became a defendant himself. He got his opportunity in 1982, when the Gambino squad put the bug in Ruggiero's kitchen. In the eyes of federal law enforcement, Ruggiero and his younger brother Sal were exact opposites. Sal was smart, discreet, and great at what he did, which was dealing in large quantities of heroin. When in the mid-'70s the FBI finally made a case against him and an Eastern District grand jury indicted him, Sal promptly skipped town. The FBI searched for him the world over while he lived for years under an alias in Franklin Lakes, New Jersey, less than an hour's ride from New York City, still actively engaged in large-scale heroin trafficking. Angelo wasn't as smart as Sal and was famously indiscreet. For years, he showed up wherever law enforcement had a wiretap or bug, speaking freely about the various criminal schemes he was part of or was planning. He also talked about others and got more people indicted with loose talk than anyone else in the mob. Our disastrous 7-month trial 2 years earlier had not included Angelo as a defendant, but his voice regularly filled the courtroom as we played conversations from half a dozen wiretaps and bugs over the previous decade. On a break during that trial, John Carniglia produced one of its few light moments by handing his lawyer a quarter and saying, "Here, go out to the payphone in the hallway and dial any 7 numbers at random. There's a 50-50 chance Angelo will answer." The Ruggiero bug was the beginning of the end of the Gambino family, for it exposed the heroin trafficking of John Gotti's crew. The conversations it recorded had already convicted his brother Gene and Carniglia. The bug also led directly to the murders of Castellano and Bellotti. But among its other, lesser-known accomplishments was how it captured the essence of Mike Coiro. Meeting regularly for coffee in Ruggiero's kitchen, he'd keep his clients abreast of the various investigations that affected them. As a young prosecutor, listening to those tapes for hundreds of hours, more than 3 years after they were made, I'd laugh out loud at his dry sense of humor. "The IRS agent who served the subpoena put off our meeting," he reported one morning. "He has to go to the firing range." Pause. "Needs to stay sharp in case he needs to shoot some taxpayers." Those tapes also showed Coiro's darker side. He'd relay to Ruggiero and Gene Gotti reports from the hooks he claimed to have in the Nassau County District Attorney's Office, the Queens District Attorney's Office, and even my own office in the Eastern District. On May 6, 1982, Salvatore Ruggiero's 6-year run as a fugitive ended. The FBI didn't catch him. Rather, his private plane crashed into the ocean off the coast of Georgia, killing both him and his wife. After the plane went down, Coiro was overheard in Angelo's kitchen, coaching him on how to mislead the Eastern District grand jury that was searching for Sal's assets. Coiro even offered to lie to the grand jury himself to help Angelo avoid a charge that he'd harbored his fugitive brother. Those conversations put Coiro on the radar screen as a potential defendant, but they might not have been enough to bring a case. Boasting about law enforcement hooks didn't prove that he'd actually bribed anyone. He could even have been making up the fact that he had those corrupt sources just to make himself appear more valuable to his clients. Besides, Coiro benefited from the problem prosecutors always face when they consider charging criminal defense lawyers for committing crimes along with their clients. There's a built-in defense. They're not only allowed to talk about crimes with their clients, they're supposed to. The more they know about their clients' misdeeds, the better they can defend them. So Coiro might have avoided a criminal charge if it hadn't been for 2 conversations. In the first, Ruggiero and Gene Gotti asked him to convert cash into checks. In explaining why he needed Coiro to take control of the money, Ruggiero said the words that made Coiro a money launderer and a federal defendant. I might as well put the heroin in my fucking hands as the money. Same thing. I know, Coiro said. You could get caught in a bad situation. Ruggiero's use of the word heroin placed Coiro in a very bad situation. It was also highly unusual. An agent can spend a career investigating drug traffickers without ever hearing that word used by a suspect. Ruggiero's use of it revealed his inexperience. It also put Coiro at the defendant's table and would haunt the Gotti crew for a decade. The other conversation came at the end of a discussion about Coiro's law enforcement sources. One morning in the spring of 1982, sitting around Ruggiero's kitchen table, Gene Gotti became nostalgic about the long association between the members of his brother's crew and Coiro. "Mike," Gotti said, "you're not our lawyer. You're one of us as far as we're concerned." "I know it, Gene," Coiro answered, "and I feel that way too. That's an honor." The first part of Coiro's remark is not what did him in. Sitting in Ruggiero's kitchen with men he knew and had loved for many years, what was he supposed to say? "No, Jeannie, you guys are the criminals and I'm just the lawyer," would hardly have been a likely response, even if it were true. A jury would understand that. But Coiro's last three words would hurt him badly. A jury would forgive him for not insulting his gangster friends over coffee. But it was something else to say it was an honor to be considered a gangster rather than an attorney. It would make it much easier for them to find him guilty of the obstruction charges he was indicted on. Indicted in 1983 with Ruggiero, Gene Gotti, and nearly a dozen others, Coiro was the last defendant standing in what had become the longest-running federal criminal case in the country. Years earlier, his attorney, Jerry Shargell, asked that Coiro be tried separately. The motion was granted, and by the time the other defendants had completed their various trials, it was the fall of 1989. For more than 6 years, Coiro wore 2 hats in the Eastern District. He was an indicted defendant, presumed innocent of the serious charges against him, and he was also a practicing defense lawyer, vigorously representing the same people with whom he'd been charged with committing crimes. By 1989, all the players in Coiro's cases had changed, except the defendant himself. The case had been reassigned to Judge Joe McLaughlin, the garrulous former dean of Fordham Law School, before whom I'd tried the Watts case 2 years earlier. When he scheduled the case against Coiro for trial in November 1989, Shargell backed out for unstated reasons. Bruce Cutler replaced him. During the years Coiro was under indictment, Cutler had also replaced Coiro as house counsel for the John Gotti crew of the Gambino family. Cutler, not Coiro, played the role of chair thrower in our 1987 trial. And when Gotti and all his defendants were acquitted, it catapulted Cutler into national prominence. At the same time that Cutler replaced Shargell, I learned that the case needed a new prosecutor. Bob LaRusso had had enough. I just finished the Delroy trial, and the prospect of a rematch with Cutler appealed to me, so I volunteered. I got ready to prosecute Mike Coiro with Bill Noon, the same agent who'd helped me convict Squitieri and Siska. In the meantime, other agents on the Gambino squad, working with other prosecutors in my office, were trying to place 3 bugs in 247 Mulberry Street, the building that housed the Ravenite Social Club. The Ravenite consisted of 2 small rooms, railroad style, on the ground floor. They'd been John Gotti's headquarters since he took over as Gambino boss in December 1985. In September 1989, Gotti was once again under indictment. Bob Morgenthau, the Manhattan district attorney, had charged him with ordering the Westies, an Irish mob under the Gambino family's wing, to shoot John O'Connor. O'Connor was the business agent of Local 608 of the Carpenters Union. A new restaurant, Bankers and Brokers, had been built downtown near Wall Street, and O'Connor had the place destroyed because non-union carpenters had built it. But he hadn't asked around enough to know that the owner of the restaurant, Phil Modica was a made member of the Gambino family. Made guys are allowed to go non-union. The shooting would not be fatal, but would teach O'Connor a lesson. The Westies did it by shooting him in the butt. By the fall of 1989, O'Connor was fully recovered, but he was still plenty scared, and was definitely not helping to bring those responsible to justice. Even though it was just an assault charge, the O'Connor case was potentially a big problem for Gotti, whose criminal past made him a persistent offender under New York law, which would land him in state prison for at least 25 years if convicted. He was 49 years old. His career would be over. But the case wasn't what Morgenthau had hoped it would be. A couple of Westies would testify, but they were a drug-addled and murderous duo with insuperable credibility problems. The case was going to stand or fall on a tape-recorded conversation at the Bergen in which Gotti supposedly ordered the shooting. "Bust him up," he allegedly said, referring to O'Connor. The problem was that only a wishful thinker could make out any words on the barely audible tape, let alone such a convenient soundbite. No one in federal law enforcement believed Gotti would be convicted. So the FBI and the prosecutors in my office were busy trying to make the next case. The conversations to be intercepted in 247 Mulberry Street would be the centerpiece. However, they already had competition. Morgenthau was still pursuing Gotti for the murders of Paul Castellano and Tommy Bellotti, and had teamed up with the Southern District to prosecute those killings. For almost 4 years, they'd been trying to make a case against Gotti, and weren't having much luck. Because Little Italy is in Manhattan, placing bugs in the Ravenite required the permission of a federal judge in the Southern District. AUSA Lenny Michaels and Special Agent George Gabriel of the FBI left the Eastern District's offices in the federal courthouse in Brooklyn Heights, crossed the bridge into Manhattan, and entered the stately Southern District Courthouse in Foley Square to present an application. Michaels, a careful lawyer, had touched all the necessary bases before a judge could approve the extraordinarily invasive tool of listening to private conversations. His application took up 145 pages. After reviewing it and having a friendly exchange with Michaels and Gabriel, the judge authorized the installation of 3 bugs at 247 Mulberry Street. One of the bugs was already in place. Agents had installed it the previous year, but had turned it off when their authorization expired. Michaels and Gabriel didn't expect much from it. Putting aside the audibility nightmare created by 50 verbose gangsters all talking at once, wise guys were far too careful to talk about crimes in a social club, an obvious spot for a bug. Still, the agents hoped that snippets of conversation from inside the club might shed some light on conversations intercepted by the better-placed bugs they planned to install. Michaels and Gabriel expected more from the hallway bug. The main entrance to the Ravenite was on Mulberry Street, in full view of the FBI surveillance team based in a rented apartment up the street. The team videotaped everyone who came in or exited through that street entrance. But there was another door leading from the club's back room into the interior of the 3-story building. Gotti would summon people into the hallway for conversations he didn't want overheard. With linoleum floors, plaster walls, and bare wooden steps leading to the upstairs apartments, the hallway's acoustics made electronic eavesdropping very frustrating. The slightest shuffling of feet made scraping noises that reverberated around the space. Footsteps even a few feet away sounded like rifle shots. And then there was the constant din coming from the crowded club. In September, October, and November of 1989, a few conversations were intercepted, but they were nothing to start a case on. Even worse, on several occasions, the agents could hear Gotti and others continue their conversations as they walked up the stairs. The agents knew where they were headed, to apartment 10 on the 2nd floor. The tenant was Nettie Sorelli, the 74-year-old widow of Mike Sorelli, a Gambino soldier. Norman DuPont, the Gambino associate who acted as caretaker of the club, would run upstairs and give Nettie money to go out shopping or to eat. With her gone, Gotti would use her living room. The Sorelli apartment was ideal. Indoor meetings, particularly right in the same building that housed the Ravenite, posed the obvious risk of being bugged. But Gotti, who'd been educated over the years in the finer points of electronic surveillance law, had reason to feel safe. First, the government can't try to bug a meeting place it doesn't know about. And though Ravenite regulars knew that Gotti would sometimes bring people into the hallway to talk, few were aware that he'd occasionally head up the stairs, and hardly anyone knew where he went when he did. Second, Gotti knew that it's one thing to get permission to install a bug in a social club, an office, or a restaurant, but quite another to install it in someone's home. A judge would naturally hold the government to a higher standard if it wanted to bug the home of an innocent old lady. Third, even if a judge's permission were given, such an installation requires physical intrusion, and Nettie Sorelli almost never left her apartment. When she did, it was in the middle of the day for brief shopping excursions. Entering the building then was out of the question. For decades, the residents of 247 Mulberry Street and the surrounding buildings had been the eyes and ears of the gangsters in the Ravenite. One day in 1979, a stranger parked his car directly in front of the club, and we filmed Mike Sorelli as he smashed the car's windows and opened the nearest fire hydrant. He filled the car up to the broken windows with water. Special operations agents were very good, even legendary in law enforcement circles, but they couldn't sneak into Nettie's apartment during daytime hours. The first of Gotti's reasons to feel comfortable was short-lived. As of September 1989, the Mafia's code of silence had worked well in keeping members of crime families off witness stands, but it hadn't kept them from talking. Willie Boy Johnson was dead, and Billy Batista was in the wind, but there were other confidential informants everywhere, in all the families. One was close enough to Gotti to give up Nettie's apartment as his secret meeting place. So when the judge authorized electronic surveillance, the third bug he gave his blessing to was to be in Mrs. Sorelli's home. The government had more difficulty overcoming the other protections the apartment gave Gotti. The only way to avoid arousing the suspicion of the neighbors was to enter the building to plant the bug in the middle of the night. But the apartment was tiny. What if Nettie woke? The entire project would have to be scrapped, because Gotti would no longer use the place. And that would be the least of it. If there was one threat the residents of 247 Mulberry Street didn't have to worry about, it was people breaking into their homes in the dead of night. With all the gangsters around, they didn't have to depend on the police for their peace of mind. The front door to the building didn't even have a lock. What if Nettie woke up and died of a heart attack because two G-men dressed in black were skulking around? Gotti had already beaten 2 cases, and his lawyers were actively working on an overarching theme that the government was getting so desperate to convict him that it would stoop to anything. Frightening an innocent old lady to death would fit nicely into that narrative. For almost 3 months, agents monitored the club itself and the hallway, but not the apartment. They listened helplessly as Gotti began conversations in the hall, only to head up the stairs. Knowing full well that a discussion that could end Gotti's career was about to occur in a room they couldn't bug, the agents agonized as the voices faded away. The agent in charge of ending this situation was George Gabriel. At first blush, he was an odd choice in such an important case. He was only 33, with relatively little experience investigating La Cosa Nostra, having come to the Gambino squad only 2 years earlier from an FBI office in the suburbs. In drug or stolen property cases, 2 years of work can make an agent a veteran, but organized crime investigations are notoriously long-term. Agents have to learn the structures of various families, the relationships among them, and who controls the unions that help the mob earn. Informants have to be recruited and nurtured so the agents can decide whom to investigate and for what. It takes time and patience. Gabriel distinguished himself right away. He enthusiastically studied the FBI's warehouse of information about the 5 New York families and the DeCavalcanti family in New Jersey, and he absorbed it quickly. Gregarious and outgoing, he also got along well with gangsters in the street and with prosecutors. He was an especially good cook, having learned as a teenager in the Long Island diner owned by his father, a Greek immigrant. At his backyard barbecues, Gabriel would simultaneously prepare shish kebab, grape leaves, steaks, chicken, hot dogs, and burgers, all the while joking with his friends and their kids. People who knew him wanted to spend as much time with him as possible. Gabriel was determined not to blow the opportunity created by Gotti's use of Nettie's apartment. The special operations people wouldn't go in until he told them to, and he was prepared to wait. In September, when the bugs were authorized, Gabriel got the judge to sign a separate order allowing the FBI to put a pen register on Nettie's telephone. It didn't intercept conversations, so there was no need for a warrant, but it showed when Nettie's telephone was off the hook and which numbers were dialed from it. In the autumn of 1989, Nettie used her telephone consistently to call her friends, and she made occasional calls to her son in California. On November 19th, the pen register went silent. The following morning, Gabriel, feeling it was safe to do so, called Nettie's number, and there was no answer. A surveillance team reported that she hadn't left the building that morning. Gabriel figured she'd left the day before, perhaps for a Thanksgiving trip to visit her son. It was time to go in. Late that night, agents slipped through the unlocked front door to 247 Mulberry Street, walked up to the second floor, and picked the lock to Nettie's apartment. There was little doubt where the bug should go. Around a coffee table in the center of the tiny living room were a couch, 2 stuffed chairs, and a lamp on an end table. Within minutes, they installed a tiny piece of equipment and were gone. 10 years earlier, Detective John Gurney had believed he'd accomplished a similar mission by installing a bug downstairs in the Ravenite. He'd had to deal with Duke, a vicious German shepherd who stayed in the club at night. So he came armed with a container of his wife's meatballs, liberally laced with tranquilizers. He slipped them through the mail slot one by one until the dog fell over. It worked perfectly. Gurney picked the lock, planted the bug, and left undetected. The following morning, he was back in the observation post across the street. Finally ready to listen instead of just watching and videotaping, Gurney was full of excitement when Norman DuPont arrived and opened the door to let Duke out to relieve himself on the sapling in front of the club. But instead of bounding out in his usual fashion, Duke staggered out like a drunk to his usual spot and lifted his leg. Incapable of maintaining his balance on only 3 legs, he flopped over. Later that day, DuPont and several other low-level associates tore the club apart until they found Gurney's bug. Gabriel didn't have to worry about Duke, long since gone. But in the days following the agent's break-in, he was concerned that someone in the building might have seen or heard them and reported it. He monitored every available source of information to determine if the apartment bug would go the way of Gurney's. But informants were reporting nothing. The video surveillance of the front of the club showed business as usual. The bug in the club itself maintained the same level of activity. Although the Gambino squad wasn't intercepting any criminal conversations, they were hearing the same degree of chatter that they'd been intercepting for months. The slightest suspicion of a break-in would have altered the pattern. At the least, no one would have talked in the club. Within a couple of days, Gabriel was convinced they were in the clear. Nettie returned after Thanksgiving, and on November 30th, the Gambino family used the apartment for the first time since it was wired. Gotti, consigliere Sammy Gravano, and acting underboss Frank Locascio exited the rear door of the club and walked up the stairs to Nettie's apartment. They sat down in the living room and had a conversation that was transmitted so clearly that the agents listening in could barely contain themselves. The noisy chaos of the club was gone. So were the harsh echoing sounds in the hallway. Other than the voices of their top 3 targets, the only sound the agents could hear was soft music that a Hollywood director might have chosen as the background for a scene in which a mob boss is talking to his underboss and consigliere. Chapter 18. The Bug of All Bugs. At exactly the same time that Gotti, Gravano, and Locascio were going up the stairs to Nettie Sorelli's apartment, Mike Coyro's jury was filing into Judge McLaughlin's Brooklyn courtroom to announce its verdict. When the foreman pronounced Coyro guilty of racketeering, Bruce Cutler groaned loudly and put his forehead on the table. Coyro himself was stoical. As Judge McLaughlin was polling the jury, I looked over at the defense table. Coyro met my gaze with a forlorn smile and shrugged. He mouthed the word, "Congratulations." It was an odd feeling for me. I'd known Mike for almost 5 years, but more as a friendly adversary than a defendant. Even during the case Diane Giacalone and I had tried, Mike had remained friendly and gracious throughout. The spectator section of the courtroom contained a dozen assistant U.S. attorneys who'd come to watch the verdict. There was an equal number of defense lawyers there to support Coyro. Several spectators on both sides said later that anyone who didn't know the players would have believed Cutler was the one who'd been found guilty. Judge McLaughlin gave the jurors some canned remarks about the sacred public trust invested in them, thanking them for their service. As the last juror filed out, the judge stood up and headed for the same door, which also led back to his chambers. As he walked, he said, "Unless there are outstanding motions or things to take care of—" "Yes, I have a motion, Your Honor," I said. "I have a motion to remand the defendant." Sentencing wouldn't happen for months, and I wanted Mike Coyro in jail immediately. I wanted to flip him. The jolt of a jail cell following the impact of a RICO conviction would help me do that. The disorienting effect, especially on a man who'd never spent a night in prison, would make him vulnerable. As the judge returned to his chair, I glanced back over to the defense table. Coyro's gaze had turned to ice. Cutler was livid. I started to argue why Coyro should be imprisoned immediately. I didn't even try to suggest that he was a flight risk. He was a danger to the community, I argued, not because he himself would commit acts of violence, but because the people he served would. The judge denied my motion and seemed annoyed I'd even made it. He knew that, at bottom, I was motivated more by a desire to soften up Coyro than a concern for the safety of the community. But he did grant my backup request that Coyro be ordered to stay away from members of the Gambino family. By the next day, I was to submit a list of the people with whom Coyro couldn't associate. After the judge left the bench, I walked over to the defense table and shook hands with Cutler. He'd recovered from the verdict and was buoyed by winning the bail motion. I extended my hand to Coyro, but he turned away. I learned later that for the rest of his life, he resented my effort to have him jailed. The conviction was deserved. He bore no grudge from that. But he thought my attempt to remand him was overreaching. Cutler and Coyro did not immediately leave the courthouse. Cutler had an important mission. He'd been instructed to bring Coyro to see John Gotti, so the order prohibiting Coyro from associating with members of the Gambino family posed a problem. The list of the names I would supply to the court the next day would obviously include Gotti and just about everybody else down at the Ravenite. Cutler knew that if Coyro went down to the club that evening, I'd be back in court the next morning asking to revoke his bail for brazenly violating the judge's order. That motion would be granted. So before Cutler could bring his client to the Ravenite, he needed Judge McLaughlin's permission. While Bill Noon and I were still in the courtroom, Cutler and Coyro went to get it. Cutler brought Coyro down the back corridor behind the courtroom to the judge's chambers. He rang the bell, and they were let in. Coyro respected the jury's verdict and the judge's order, Cutler explained, But he wanted to impose upon the court in one minor way. He wanted to say goodbye to his friends. All he wanted was to make one last trip to the club to bid farewell to people he'd known for almost his whole adult life. Judge McLaughlin was moved. He didn't care for Cutler, and he'd openly ridiculed his ignorance of the rules of evidence during the trial. But he felt bad for Coiro. So he granted the request. By the time Bill Noon and I were wheeling our evidence cart out of the courtroom, Cutler and Coiro were in a car heading to the Ravenite. Before they arrived, the administration of the Gambino family began the first of the apartment conversations that we recorded. Gotti, Lucasio, and Gravano were talking about what the agents would soon learn was Gotti's favorite topic: investigations into him. On this night, Gotti was worried about the murders of Castellano and Bellotti. The most audacious double killing in mob history was approaching its 4th anniversary. Gotti had received information from one of his law enforcement sources that he'd be indicted under a relatively new federal murder law, the one that outlawed murders that enhanced the defendant's position in a racketeering enterprise. In Gotti's case, the Gambino family. Gotti had also learned that Jimmy Brown Fiella had been subpoenaed to appear before a federal grand jury. Fiella was the Gambino captain who dominated New York City's commercial carting industry. He also happened to be one of several high-ranking Gambino family members inside Sparks who'd been waiting to meet with Castellano and Bellotti the night they were murdered. Gotti wondered out loud who was behind these efforts to make him a defendant again, for the 4th time in 5 years. "They hate me, them fucking prosecutors," he growled. "If this is Gleason again, that fucking rat motherfucker." After a pause, Gravano said, "You think it's going to be him? I don't think it's going to be Gleason or Jack alone. I think it'll be Mac or somebody with more brains." "Think we'll go Southern District," Gotti said. "I think it'll be the Southern District." "I think somebody with more brains," Gravano continued. "They don't want to lose this case." "Exactly, Sam," said Gotti. As soon as Cutler and Coiro arrived, Coiro was escorted up to Nettie's apartment by an underling who didn't go in with him. Cutler remained downstairs. If Coiro thought Gotti, Gravano, and Lucasio had summoned him to give him sympathy, he was mistaken. "I knew you was guilty there. I didn't guess it, I knew it," Gotti said as Coiro sat down. "I don't think you're going to go away before the appeal. So you got a fucking another year on the street, maybe." Gotti had been around the system long enough to be an expert on who got bail pending appeal, and he'd figured Coiro's sentence as well. "I think he's going to give you 10 years, and maybe look for you to do about 3 or 4. "I'll do it, John," Coiro said. "You know, Mike, you got no choice," Gotti said. There was an edge in his voice. Coiro's assurance that he'd do his prison time had implied there was another option. And in fact, there was. Everyone in the room knew that he could avoid a lengthy sentence, even avoid prison altogether, by cooperating with me. But Coiro wasn't about to discuss that option with Gotti, and he knew he'd made a mistake even suggesting it existed. Gotti couldn't contain his contempt for his former friend Ruggiero, whose conversations in his own kitchen had convicted Ruggiero, Gene Gotti, John Carniglia, and now Coiro. Ruggiero was sick from cancer, having recently been moved from prison to a hospital bed, and he'd be dead within a week. "I hate to talk about people that are dying," Gotti complained, "but I gotta call him a cocksucker. A guy was telling me this morning, all your trouble came from 2 places, he says, Willie Boy Johnson and Angelo's house. Willie Boy Johnson and Angelo Ruggiero decided he wanted to be a big-shot operation. That's all our trouble. Not mine, all our troubles." Turning to the business at hand, he told Coiro about a meeting he'd had with one of his own hooks. "Mike, what I get told, you forget here, you know what I mean? I've been told by a source that pinch is coming down. It's going to be a joint pinch. The state, it's for murder, conspiracy to murder. The feds, they got a new statute enhancing your position, Commit murder to enhance your position. Gotti said he'd been given a couple of names besides his own who'd be defendants in the case. Turning to Coiro, he said, "You gotta find out the rest of these fucking names now. Supposed to be a group of skippers. I got some names, but I want to hear if they coincide." The agents monitoring the bug were beside themselves. In a matter of minutes, during the very first interception on the apartment bug, Gotti was conspiring to bribe a law enforcement officer. He didn't even know the identity of the person he was conspiring to bribe. "You gotta grab this guy. You gotta tell him, listen, give us the motherfucking names. Mike, we've been good to him in the past. We'll be good to him in the future. Give us the names. I never once asked you who he is. Did I ever ask you once? Never. And I won't. I give you my word. Give us the names." The rest of the conversation conveyed why Gotti wanted the information. "Listen to me," he told Coiro. "If you're away, even for 3 years, everything will be status quo. Whatever we got, we got. If I'm away, status quo. But if we're all away, then we're in trouble," Coiro said. "Listen, not only we're in trouble, if only we're in trouble, so be it. A lot of things in here, people will be in trouble, and that we don't want." Gotti thought the Gambino family couldn't survive if the entire administration was locked up, so he was preparing for that possibility. He wouldn't become a fugitive. He couldn't, really, because by then he was a national celebrity. But someone else in the room, his underboss or consigliere or both, would, if they were going to be charged. Safely on the lam, they'd be able to run the family, while the case against Gotti and the others to be charged was pending. As Gotti put it, Coiro's mission was simple. "Mike, fuck the charges and everything. We already know all that. Who's getting arrested and when?" "You got it, John," Coiro assured him. "I'll go see him tomorrow." Bill Noon and I were in Stubbs' bar near the Brooklyn courthouse when Noon's pager went off. It was Bruce Mao, the supervisor of the Gambino squad. When Noon called his boss back, Mao wanted to speak to me. "Congratulations on the conviction today," Mao said. "Thanks, Bruce. Congratulations back at you. It was a great team effort. My only regret is I couldn't get the judge to put him in. I really want to flip him." "That's the main reason I'm calling," Mao said. "I can't tell you why, but could you please stop trying to do that?" "What? Could you please stop trying to put Mike Coiro in jail?" "Why? We like guys like him in jail. That's why we do what we do." "I can't tell you why. Also, Bill tells me that tomorrow you're supposed to file a list of people he can't be with. Can you please not do that?" A long pause. Even I could figure this out. "It sounds like there's something going on that I'd love to know about," I said. "Yep." "Any chance you're going to tell me?" I asked. "Sorry, John. Maybe someday? Maybe." I could tell he was enjoying himself. "It also sounds like the most important thing I did today was not winning the trial, but losing the bail motion." "You got it," Bruce answered. "Okay," I said. "Happy to be of service. Have fun." Gotti's source was wrong. Morgenthau and the Southern District weren't even close to charging him with the Castellano murder. They were trying desperately, but they were failing. And Gotti was wrong in thinking I might be involved in the ongoing investigations. On November 30th, 1989, the day of the first apartment conversation, I knew nothing about the Ravenite bugs. In less than a month, I'd be in charge of the investigation, but on the evening of Coiro's conviction, I was ignorant and blissful. Coiro was an important defendant, and his racketeering conviction was significant. Even better, the very next day, Delroy Edwards received 7 consecutive sentences of life without parole, to be followed, just in case he had 8 lives, by a consecutive 585 years in prison. In short, I was feeling pretty good. So, for different reasons, were George Gabriel and the agents on the Gambino squad. The apartment bug was off to a spectacular start. The acoustics were great, and they'd already intercepted a crime in progress. They were full of hope for something more dramatic, something that would put Gotti away for good. By the time I was installed as the lead prosecutor 3 weeks later, they'd have it. Within a span of 18 months, I'd tried Squitieri and Siska, Delroy Edwards, and Mike Coiro. I thought I was ready for something different, so I agreed to supervise special prosecutions, the unit in our office that investigated corrupt government officials. There were seismic changes at the time, both in our office and in law enforcement generally. Attorney General Dick Thornburg took a dim view of the Justice Department's organized crime strike forces. There were still 14 strewn around the country. They'd been created by Attorney General Bobby Kennedy and were centrally controlled by the Organized Crime Section in Main Justice in Washington. Thornburg had clashed with one when he was the U.S. Attorney in Pittsburgh and regarded them as unnecessary competition. It made no sense, in his view, to have separate federal prosecutors' offices operating in the same places, fighting with each other for cases. So he decided to get rid of the strike forces by merging them into the local U.S. attorneys' offices, effective October 1st, 1989. The merger in Brooklyn was anything but seamless. The problem started with the different cultures of the two offices. The attorneys in the Brooklyn strike force were almost all former state prosecutors. Most had worked under Morgenthau in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Assistant district attorneys are courtroom lawyers. They generally start their legal careers as prosecutors and spend their time mainly in court. They try lots of cases, but they don't do much legal writing. Now they'd have to learn. The Eastern and Southern District U.S. Attorney's offices hired from a different pool of lawyers. Most AUSAs had gone to top law schools, clerked for federal judges, then spent a few years at one of the large law firms. Many, like me, had known nothing about criminal cases when they were hired and had never stood up in court. The U.S. Attorney's office's thinking was to hire the best young lawyers in the city and teach them how to prosecute. The Brooklyn Strike Force's policy was to hire the best local prosecutors in the city and make them feds. It wasn't flagrant, and there were exceptions, but resentment ran in both directions. Strike force lawyers tended to regard AUSAs as eggheads who couldn't try their way out of a paper bag, while the AUSAs regarded strike force lawyers as good on their feet, but unable to think or write well. A few of the strike force lawyers found jobs in the private sector soon after the announcement of the merger. But then Andy Maloney turned a trickle of departures into an exodus. Early on, a reporter asked for his reaction to the departures, and Andy handled it badly. It was fine with him, he said, because his AUSAs could try circles around the strike force lawyers. This, of course, infuriated those remaining. If there was one indisputable advantage they had as a group over the AUSAs in our office, it was that they were more experienced and better on their feet in court. So two events were unfolding simultaneously. First, the Ravenite investigation of Gotti was starting up. If the bug turned out to be a success, the intercepted conversations would require extensive grand jury investigations to flesh out what Gotti, Gravano, and Locascio were talking about. It would basically be a full employment act for organized crime prosecutors. Second, all the original prosecutors were leaving. Ed McDonald, the strike force chief who was to play himself in the 1990 movie Goodfellas, had been among the first to leave when Thornburg's merger plan became public. His replacement had departed in August, along with 5 of the remaining 13. As the office stumbled toward the merger, it was beginning to look as if there'd be no one left to merge into the U.S. Attorney's Office. By the time AUSA Lenny Michaels brought the Ravenite bug application across the river for approval, the Brooklyn Strike Force office was a ghost town. Michaels himself had already accepted another job and was just a caretaker. Of the 20 lawyers who'd been prosecutors just a year earlier, only 2 would survive the merger for more than a few weeks. Laura Ward and Pat Cotter. Ward I knew well already. Though I didn't know Cotter, I'd seen him in court a few times when our cases overlapped. He was short and ruddy-looking, with a reddish beard. He looked as Irish as Paddy's pig, as my father would have said. I'd heard he'd come to the strike force not from the district attorney's office, the typical path, but from the Legal Aid Society, where he represented indigent defendants in state court. One of the proceedings that I happened upon was a detention hearing before Judge Nickerson in the case against Frankie the Bug Shortino, a made guy in the Colombo family. In the middle of it, the judge was leaning toward releasing Shortino, and Cotter decided he'd step up his arguments a notch. That can backfire in the dignified atmosphere of Judge Nickerson's courtroom, but Cotter managed to nail the right combination of scrappiness and respect. I could tell the judge enjoyed listening to him, and Cotter eventually turned him around. The merger was becoming a political crisis for the DOJ. Some prominent members of Congress, including Senators Ted Kennedy and Joe Biden, had opposed it, warning that the government's fight against organized crime would be weakened. The exodus of prosecutors in Brooklyn also attracted press attention. It was starting to look as if the federal effort to investigate organized crime in New York was being abandoned rather than merged. In mid-December, Andy Maloney summoned me to his office. When I arrived, Lenny Michaels was there, but Andy wasn't. I hadn't been told why my presence was required, so I was surprised to see him. As soon as I sat down, Michaels closed the door and started whispering to me. "We have a bug in the apartment above the Ravenite," he said. "We've only been up for 2 weeks, but we've already gotten 2 fantastic conversations." "Lenny, why are you whispering?" He shrugged. "You never know," he said. "The first conversation happened right after you convicted Mike Coiro. Gotti asked Coiro to contact one of his law enforcement hooks. The second happened a couple of nights ago, and you're not going to believe it when you hear it." "Why?" "He says he whacked Robert DiBernardo. Just like that. That's simple. He says he whacked him." I was still absorbing this news when Andy joined us. "I know I just asked you to run special prosecutions," he said to me after he sat down. "But now I want you to run organized crime." Michaels obviously thought I'd known this was coming. I hadn't, and was stunned. I'd been heading special prosecutions for just a few months and was nearly getting the hang of pursuing allegations of official corruption. It was paper-intensive work, and even though the crimes were important, I was currently investigating a prominent elected official. They didn't engage me the way the wise guys had. "Of course I'll do it," I said. "You know I love that stuff." We talked about the Ravenite apartment. Michaels insisted on still whispering everything, and since Andy's hearing wasn't great, he kept telling him to speak up, but Michaels refused. I got it all, though. We already had Gotti on an obstruction count, based on his conversation with Coiro on November 30th. And he'd explicitly admitted to 2 murders, not just DiBernardo's, less than 2 weeks later. It was an extraordinary development. Andy wasn't an excitable person. He still had a West Pointer's military bearing at 60 years of age, and generally kept his emotions in check. But he was clearly worked up. He reminded me that on the day after the acquittals, 2.5 years earlier, he'd gone over to the Southern District and won a promise from Rudy Giuliani that he'd do the next RICO case against Gotti. "They've got the rights to the Castellano murder," Andy said, "but it doesn't look like they can make that case. Sparks happened almost 4 years ago. This case we're making looks like it will be the next prosecution of Gotti. Ever since those acquittals, I've really wanted us to be the ones to convict him." The meeting was late in the afternoon, and when it ended, I set off for home. All I could think about on the long walk down Clinton Street to Carroll Gardens was that I might get to try Gotti again. Andy and I hadn't discussed that specifically, and I knew he and others could decide that the first trial had been so ugly and personal that it would make no sense to have me lead the second. We had plenty of good trial lawyers, So why burden this new case with predictable accusations from the defense that it amounted to a sore loser's vendetta? If I were the U.S. attorney, I wouldn't take that risk. But I wasn't, and I had every intention of leading the case. Even though I knew it might not work out, I fantasized a bit about how the trial might go. There were thousands of prosecutors who spent their entire careers hoping to work on a case that important. Here I was, less than 5 years into my time in the Eastern District, about to start working on my second, against the same defendant. It seemed way too good to be true. When I got home, I told Susan about the lateral move to chief of organized crime. I thought it might upset her. She'd liked my recent move to special prosecutions, no doubt in part because the nastiness we'd both gone through a couple of years earlier had no chance of repeating itself in the milquetoast world of official corruption. But instead, she was happy for me. She knew investigating and prosecuting gangsters was what I wanted to do more than anything else, and that meant more to her. Special Prosecutions had its own offices on the 6th floor of the courthouse, away from the rest of the U.S. Attorney's office down on the 5th floor. The next morning, I told the 4 AUSAs in my section that I'd be leaving them to become chief of organized crime. Before I finished, Bruce Mao and George Gabriel arrived unannounced. I already knew Mao. He'd been the supervisor of the Gambino squad for many years. He was old-school FBI and had been livid when the office had burned Willie Boy Johnson 4 years earlier. But a lot had happened in between, and I'd earned his trust. Gabriel and I had never met. The 3 of us crammed into my small office, and Mao closed the door. "Congratulations on being named chief of OC," he said. "Thank you. I assume you had something to do with it." "Yep, and now we're here to ask you for something." This was Gabriel's cue. He told me about the bugs at the Ravenite and what they'd already recorded. The audibility was better than any bug they'd ever had, and the first 2 conversations, by themselves, would support at least 3 predicate acts, including 2 murders. "Even if we go down on the bugs today," Gabriel said, "we will definitely have a RICO case against the administration, Gotti, Sammy Gravano, and Frank Lucasio." "Good for you, and congratulations," I said. "What's your request?" "We want you to lead the case," Mao said. "This is obviously going to be an important trial, maybe the most important one in our lives. The squad has gotten to know you, and we like what we've seen." I couldn't have asked for better support than I'd gotten in my 2 trials with Bill Noon, and told them so. We talked some more about the December 12th conversation, which was barely a week old. Gabriel said there were a lot of construction-related statements by Gotti we'd need to investigate in addition to the 2 murders. "What about the Castellano case?" I asked Mao. His squad was supporting the joint investigation being conducted by the Southern District and Morgenthau. "We were hoping this bug would put us over the top on that one, but if you listen, Gotti actually denies any involvement in the Castellano hit." "He denies it? You're kidding." "Nope. Says Castellano deserved it, but he doesn't know who did it." Yikes. "What have you come up with in your investigation in the Southern District?" "Not much. Dozens of eyewitnesses. But except for one guy who puts Gotti across 46th Street just before the murders, nothing." By the time they left, I knew I'd be trying Gotti again. Even if Andy were concerned about my baggage, that would be outweighed by the FBI's request that I lead the team. I would never mention that baggage myself, and no one from the government raised it either. I expected my history with Gotti would fuel one of the central defense themes at the trial, but that would be infinitely preferable to watching from the sidelines. I was back in the ring. Part 3. The Second Case. Chapter 19. The Motherlode. Just before Christmas 1989, George Gabriel brought me copies of the first 2 Ravenite conversations. He'd warned me about the first. "You're not going to like this one," he said with a smile. Happily, I was alone when I first heard Gotti and Gravano say the Department of Justice would never entrust the next case to me, but would get someone with more brains, from the Southern District no less. I'd learned to laugh at it soon enough, but that wasn't my first reaction. I was eager to hear the murder admissions made in the second conversation. The first topic discussed was Robert DiBernardo. D.B., as the wise guys pronounced it, had disappeared on June 5th, 1986, about 3 weeks after Diane and I got Gotti remanded in the first case. There was no question he'd been murdered, but we never found the body. He was a captain in the family, and when Castellano was in charge, D.B. ran the family's construction racket by working with Bobby Sasso, the president of Teamsters Local 282. It was widely known in law enforcement that Gravano had taken over the family's construction interests after D.B. was killed, but we were nowhere near solving D.B.'s homicide until that December 12th recording. Gotti was complaining to Frank Locascio about Gravano, who wasn't present. The complaint: Gotti had allowed Gravano to take over D.B.'s role, and Gravano was now using that power to enrich only himself and the people around him. The rant began with a startling admission. When D.B. got whacked, they told me a story. I was in jail when I whacked him. I knew why it was being done. I'd done it anyway. I allowed it to be done anyway. And D.B. wasn't the only one. Where are we going here? Every fucking time I turn around, there's a new company popping up. Rebar, building, consulting, concrete. And every time we got a partner that don't agree with us, we kill him. You go to the boss, and the boss kills him. So Gravano was amassing wealth and power in the construction racket by getting Gotti's permission to kill anyone else in the family who got in his way. On a roll, Gotti continued. When Castellano died, Gravano was nothing. Then Gravano told Gotti that D.B. cried behind my back, was disloyal, and now D.B. was killed on Gotti's order, and Gravano got all that, got Bobby Sasso. So Gotti's explanation to Locascio of what happened to D.B. was this. Gravano sent word to Gotti in the jail that D.B. was bad-mouthing him, always a good reason to whack someone. Gotti ordered the hit, allowing Gravano to take over the construction racket, and now Gravano was enriching himself and those around him. Anger does different things to different people, and apparently it induced Gotti to admit ordering murders. The rant about D.B. included the answer to another of our mysteries. Louis Melito had been a soldier in Gravano's crew when Gravano was a captain. Melito had a company called Gem Steel. He didn't formally own it, but it was with him, and it made both him and Gravano a lot of money. Then, on March 8, 1988, Melito suddenly disappeared. His wife, Linda, was distraught. Gravano assured her that he'd find out who was responsible and extract revenge. 21 months later, here was Gotti telling Locascio that Gravano himself had been the killer, with Gotti's blessing. I took Sammy's word, Gotti fumed, that Melito had talked about me behind my back. Louis had Gem Steel, and now Gravano got Gem Steel. Still on the warpath against Gravano, Gotti complained that Gravano wanted to kill Louis De Bono, another Gambino soldier, and that De Bono had wanted to whack Gravano. The two apparently had a beef. Louis De Bono opened up a business for him. He hates Louis. Louis hates him. Why did they go together, Frankie? You know he wanted permission to shoot Louis De Bono. Louis De Bono wanted permission to get him shot. Why did they go partners, Frankie? Gotti's point was that the wrong people were getting rich as a result of the power he'd allowed Gravano to accumulate. The ability to shut down a job site, for which Sasso was paid handsomely by the Gambino family, was supposed to enrich the entire family. Instead, the people around Gravano were making millions, while the rest of the Borgata was starving. When it came to specifics, it was clear that Gotti was actually concerned more about his own wealth than anyone else's. Jesus motherfucking Christ, he railed at Locascio. I'm with some people today, Marine Construction. Marine was with Gotti. When it made money, he got a big piece of it. But because of Gravano, Marine got nothing. They got no job. If Angelo was handling Bobby Sasso, would they have a job? You tell me, right or wrong. They would get all the jobs, Locascio answered loyally. Gravano was creating a fucking army inside an army. In an obvious reference to the situation that led to Castellano's murder, Gotti told Locascio that Gravano ain't gonna create a fucking faction. No, that shit, I saw that shit here. I saw that shit and I don't need that shit. And on it went. The tirade lasted almost an hour. All the Teamster stewards at the sites were now from Gravano's crew. He was taking work out of other people's mouths, using my fucking flag to conquer the whole fucking market, and turning the whole fucking industry into a private playpen. He's got to cut it out, Gotti repeated 3 times at the end. Was he planning to whack his own consigliere? The recordings were unusually clear, the voices crisp. I'd spent years struggling with inaudible tapes that had to be listened to over and over again. By contrast, these apartment conversations made me feel as if I were sitting on the couch next to Gotti. There'd be no need to enhance what we had, or for an expert to explain Gotti's admissions. No need for accomplice witnesses. I was also struck by how much Gotti's world had changed since Judge Nickerson's courtroom. For 20 years prior to that trial, he'd had his Bergen crew around him. They were unsophisticated, but they stuck by each other. As I listened to Gotti, it occurred to me that was all gone from his life. Angelo Ruggiero had died of cancer. Gene Gotti and John Carniglia were each serving 50 years. Willie Boy was dead. Tony Roach was doing 25 to life. Not only was Gotti surrounded by a different set of gangsters, but almost all had been on the other side of the schism that divided the family when Neil Delacroce was alive. John Gamarano, Danny Marino, Jimmy Brown Falla, even Gravano himself. They were Brooklyn and Staten Island guys. They'd never hung out at the Bergen, and had rarely been seen at the Ravenite when it was Delacroce's club. And they were much more savvy criminals, experienced at using unions to siphon money out of the city's industries, rather than operating gambling businesses or loan shark books or selling narcotics. Gotti, despite being boss, was clearly out of his element, both in terms of the people around him and the crimes they were committing. He didn't know the construction business. He bragged that Gravano was bringing him $100,000 in cash each month, but he had no way of figuring out whether he was being cheated, so he simply assumed he was. Besides, it was he who'd betrayed the previous boss, Paul Castellano, to whom all these lifelong criminals had at one point been loyal. Despite all his swagger, he could hardly expect loyalty in return. Gotti, Gravano, and Locascio used the apartment only 3 more times in the 6 months we had our bug in place, and all the conversations occurred right away. The first, on January 4th, 1990, was dominated by a discussion about whom the Gambino family would put up to become made guys. In that one tape, Gotti gave us all the evidence we'd need to prove the enterprise in the case against him. A made guy is amica nostra. The literal translation is a friend of ours. If a gangster introduces someone as a friend of mine, his fellow gangsters can do what they want with or to him. But if he introduces him as a friend of ours, that guy is a big deal. One must respect and can never double-cross a made guy. Getting made involves a ceremony. The associate is brought to a secret location. One or more members of the administration are present, as well as some captains, and always the sponsor of the guy getting made, the captain of his crew. Do you know why you're here? Is the first question. No is the only permissible answer. so the ceremony starts with a lie. Next, the boss, or if he's not present, whoever is presiding, says, "This is a society, and you are about to become a made member of a Cosa Nostra." Then they go over the rules. The guy getting made promises to put the family before his own family, to kill for the boss, not to sell drugs, not to raise his hand to another made member, not to screw around with a made guy's wife, not to kill people with bombs, and a few others. The anti-drug trafficking rule was the direct result of harsh sentencing laws, like New York's Rockefeller laws. The rule wasn't meant to keep anyone from dealing drugs, because it was a lucrative business and all the families were in it. But the long sentences tempted those who got caught to flip. So the rule allowed for murder by the family of anyone who got arrested. Dead men don't talk. The rule against car bombs was a risk aversion measure. Car bombs can kill innocent passers-by, which ignites law enforcement in ways that the mere murder of a gangster doesn't. At that point, the guy getting made has to show his trigger finger. The finger is pricked until it bleeds, and he has to hold a crumpled-up saint card, the kind they give out at Catholic wakes. Someone lights the card, and the guy getting made has to cradle it in his hands, juggling it back and forth to keep from getting burned, and say, "If I divulge any of the secrets of this secret society, my soul should burn in hell like this saint." Then, with the exception of the newly made guy, everyone locks hands, followed by unlocking and locking them again, this time with him included. There's a lot of kissing, and the new member is officially made. The January 4th and January 17th apartment conversations focused on the process that leads up to this ceremony. Before it can happen, families have to circulate to the other families a list of the guys they plan to make. It's a custom designed to ensure no family makes a rat, or worse yet, an undercover cop. The Bonanno family almost made Joe Pistone, an FBI agent who used the name Donnie Brasco, and as a result, the family was put on the shelf, unable to make anyone for years. Gotti pontificated to Gravano and Locascio about the guys they were putting up. "This is going to be a Cosa Nostra till I die. Be it an hour from now, or be it tonight, or 100 years from now when I'm in jail. It's going to be a Cosa Nostra, a Cosa Nostra." The 5 guys they were putting up, Gotti said, will be here forever. They won't be having the secret fucking parties when people won't be around. Coming from someone who whacked his own boss, the concern for secret parties made sense. It also explained Gotti's rule that everyone regularly report to the Ravenite. The made guys groused about having to schlep into Manhattan several times a week, but the family under Gotti wasn't going to fracture as it had under Castellano, not if John Gotti could help it. Gotti also talked about the possibility of fixing a juror. He was in state court at the time, charged with ordering the Westies to shoot the Union leader John O'Connor. Jury section was underway, and Gotti told Gravano and Locascio that he wanted to reach one of the prospective jurors, an Irishman who worked for the telephone company. That part of the conversation brought George Gabriel to my office. "Should we tell Morgenthau?" he asked me. "What if that guy makes it onto the jury and they succeed in reaching him?" It was clear Gotti wanted to do just that, but not clear that he could. More important, they were still picking the jury, so there was more than an even chance their man wouldn't get picked. I decided we weren't going to run the risk of burning our bug by telling Morgenthau. He might use it to try to get Gotti remanded or act in other ways that could alert the defendants. Also, his trial team included the New York State Organized Crime Task Force, a state office based up in Westchester County, and I had no intention of sharing our surveillance with 2 law enforcement agencies. The risk of a leak was too great. "You know they'll go through the roof when they eventually find out, right?" said Gabriel. "I know," I said. "We'll deal with it then. I'll take the heat." Andy Maloney agreed. We weren't going to burn a bug that could take down an entire family, and maybe other families as well, on the outside chance that it might save Morgenthau's shaky assault case. There was one other significant development in the January 4th conversation. Before Locascio joined them, Gotti reiterated to Gravano that he would be in charge of the family if Gotti was imprisoned. "This is my wishes," Gotti said. "If I'm in the fucking can, this family is going to be run by Sammy." In light of that plan, he asked Gravano, who at the time was consigliere, if he'd rather be underboss. A grateful Gravano accepted. From that point forward, Gravano was the second in command of the Gambino family. Locascio, who had been the acting underboss, performing the role of imprisoned Joe Piney Armone, became the acting consigliere, and Piney became the consigliere. The January 24th conversation touched on many topics, but the one that consumed the most time was the conspiracy to murder Corky Vastola, a captain in the DiCavalcanti family over in New Jersey. If La Cosa Nostra protocol were a college course, the effort to kill Vastola would be a good final exam question. If the Gambino family boss wants to whack a DiCavalcanti family captain, but the only person the DiCavalcanti captain will meet with is a Genovese family associate, how does the Gambino boss get the job done? It turns out that the answer is very complicated. Gaetano Corky Vastola was a huge earner. For many years, he'd had a hand in construction rackets in both New Jersey and Brooklyn. He'd been close to both Frankie DeCicco and Robert DiBernardo before they were killed. That long-standing association with the Castellano faction was reason enough for Gotti to hate him. In January of 1986, 4 years before our bug in the Ravenite apartment, and just a month after the Castellano murder, a bug in the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club recorded Gotti complaining about Vastola's involvement with a concrete plant and calling him the biggest bullshit artist in the universe. I had run across Vastola several times while prosecuting Arnold Squitieri and Funzi Siska 2 years earlier. He was facing RICO charges before the same judge, and many of the pretrial court appearances were held back-to-back. He always looked and dressed more like an investment banker than a gangster, so I had a visual image of him as I listened to Gotti arrange his murder. Gotti was hot to kill Vastola, and he wasn't bashful in listing the reasons why. "I was in the can with him. You asking me how he does time? The worst I ever saw in my life." Vastola complained too much about being in prison. Even worse, according to Gotti, was the fact that he'd been convicted in Jersey, but had been released pending his appeal. Gotti saw that as evidence that he was cooperating. Never mind that Squitieri and Siska were also convicted, and the same judge had also released them pending appeal. Vastola was a rat. Finally, for 2 years, Vastola had refused to come in when called by John Riggi and John D'Amato, the boss and underboss of the DiCavalcanti family. Coming in when called was another cardinal rule. When you were needed to kill someone, you had to come in to get the order. If they decided to kill you, you still had to come in, so they didn't need to do it in public. "I don't know if he's a rat now," Gotti told D'Amato. "Is he going to be a rat someday?" "Yeah." Gotti needed the DiCavalcanti family's blessing to kill Vastola, and he had his own way with words to make his point. "If you think the guy's a rat or he's weak, you're jeopardizing a whole borgata, a whole Cosa Nostra for this guy. If I know a guy's weak and I let him go running around the street and you get locked up, I'm a fucking rat too." D'Amato was persuaded, so Gotti turned to Gravano and told him to whack this fucking kid. That was impossible, Gravano explained. Vastola 100% knows he could get killed, so for 2 years the only person he'd meet with was Barry Niccolo, a Genovese associate in Sally Dogg's Lombardi's crew. Vastola and Niccolo had some construction business together in Brooklyn. "He won't come into nobody," Gravano said. "This motherless fuck," Gotti fumed. But Gravano had already spoken to Niccolo, for whom he had nothing but praise. They also knew each other from the construction business. As a favor to Gravano, Niccolo agreed that he'd ask to meet Vastola at the farm, where Niccolo would kill him. The farm part had us scratching our heads. These were Coney Island guys, but the rest was pretty clear. There was a problem with using Niccolo, however. He was with the Genovese family. Imagine if a guy told us he wanted to use one of our guys without telling us, Gotti explained to Gravano. Can't do that. They concluded if they used Niccolo without permission, Niccolo would then be killed by members of his own family. In principle, the path to killing Vastola was clear, but it still had to go through Niccolo's boss, Chin Giganti. Giganti hated Gotti, and the feeling was mutual. One of the reasons Gotti had murdered Castellano was the latter's decision to share money from the construction rackets with Giganti. And Gotti knew Chin's people had plotted in 1988 to kill Gotti, because Chin never forgave Gotti for killing Castellano without a formal go-ahead from the commission. With Chin unlikely to grant any request by Gotti, the Gambino family schemed some more. They could approach Benny Eggs Mangano, Chin's underboss, whom Gravano knew well and liked. But Benny Eggs, his mom had run an egg store, would likely need to run it by Chin. So as an alternative, they talked about having John Riggi, the DeCavalcanti boss, make the request and pretend the whole idea was his. If all these machinations weren't about shooting someone in the head, they would have been a riot. Who knew whacking someone could be so complicated? But one thing was clear. To prove a conspiracy to murder Vastola, all we needed was evidence of an agreement to kill him, and we had plenty of that. All I know is he's got to get hurt, Gotti said, to everyone in the apartment's explicit agreement, and it had to happen soon, before Vastola died of old age. Chapter 20. The Team. The 5 apartment tapes were brimming with conversation about the affairs of the Gambino family. Gotti talked incessantly about incoming tribute. Money flowed in from garbage carting, construction, the docks, gambling operations, loan sharking, the garment center. $24,000 a week arrived in cash from construction alone. Gotti bragged about getting pieces of business, shares of scores every week at the docks from Captain Sonny Saccone. Even the Connecticut gambling operation earned him $1,600 a week. His calculations sometimes left us perplexed. Frankie, the guy gives Joe Watts $9,000 every 2 weeks. He takes a third, and I get 2/3. Don't I get $2,000 a week? Whacking people was a constant topic. When Gotti discussed with Gravano and Locascio who should be made, he emphasized that even though having done a piece of work was a requirement, it wasn't enough. I want guys that done more than killing. They talked about whether anyone would try to do to him what he'd done to Castellano. Gotti was unworried. Who's going to challenge me? Who's going to defy me? What are you going to do, take a shot like I did to that other guy? I'd welcome that, Frank. I'll kill their fucking mothers, their fathers. A member of the Sicilian Mafia who'd flipped in a Southern District case, gotta get whacked, he fumed. You want to challenge the administration? You're going, you motherfucker. For every conversation that was clearly about a crime, either planned or already committed, we had a dozen others that probably were, but we lacked sufficient information to be sure. I needed a team, and there was no question my first recruit would be Laura Ward. The agents on the squad loved her. We'd worked effectively together on the first case under much more difficult circumstances, and we now had almost 5 years' experience as prosecutors. There couldn't have been a more obvious candidate, and she was delighted when I asked. My other choice was Pat Cotter, the only other remaining member of the strike force. In the few weeks I was chief of the operation, I'd gotten to know and like him. It probably helped that we were both from big families that were seriously Irish. Maybe that was the reason we also had a similar sense of humor. Cotter wasn't happy about the abolition of the strike force and the departure of everyone except him and Ward. His resentment surfaced in a way that posed a problem for me. A refusal to handle arraignment duty, an administrative task AUSAs had to perform. When a drug courier was stopped at an airport at night and the customs agent needed authorization to arrest, the call went to the AUSA on duty. If another agent thought he or she had probable cause to search a car, the AUSA on duty would get the call at whatever hour, listen to the facts, and either approve the search or not. Cotter had come to the Eastern District to be part of an elite group focused solely on La Cosa Nostra, not to handle the underbrush that arraignment duty dishes up. He felt he should be exempt. No one enjoyed having dinner interrupted for a phone call with an agent, let alone being woken up at 2:30 in the morning to decide if a set of facts amounted to probable cause. But all the other AUSAs in the section were on the duty list, and there was no legitimate reason to give Cotter a pass. So I took him to lunch right after I became chief and told him I needed him to suck it up and do arraignment duty like everyone else. He pushed back hard, but respectfully. I pushed back just as hard and appealed to the egalitarian in him. In the end, I told him we were in the first months of the new organized crime section, which I was determined would be a success, and asked him to spare me an unnecessary management problem. When he agreed, it made an impression on me. There were good reasons for choosing Cotter. As a former defense lawyer, he brought a perspective Ward and I lacked. Prosecutors who've never defended a case tend not to see weaknesses as readily as former defense lawyers can. Also, prosecutors rarely get to cross-examine witnesses. Cotter had crossed hundreds at legal aid, and would naturally be better at that than us. Our ultimate indictments would include charges, including homicides and gambling, that are normally the stuff of state court prosecutions, and Cotter was familiar with the NYPD's practices and forms, how it used the property clerk to store evidence, and all the little things that would help him work with the police officers who'd assist our investigation and trial. Finally, given the political opposition to the abolition of the strike forces, I didn't want any more departures, and putting Cotter on the Gotti team would definitely keep him around. There was work to do. We had all those apartment conversations, and in many of them, we'd need to figure out what they were talking about. One of our main tools was the grand jury. Investigating grand juries have enormous power in our system, with nationwide subpoena authority to obtain documents and testimony from anyone. So right away we impaneled the Gambino family special grand jury, 23 citizens drawn at random from the district. They'd meet in secret in the courthouse whenever we summoned them. I wanted a continuous group of grand jurors that would help us gather evidence, not just for the case against Gotti, but for all the other cases we'd bring on the Ravenite recordings. Special grand juries can sit for 3 years. By the time we were finished, the members of that one would know more about the Gambino family than the Gambino family knew about itself. The experience would bind them together for years. Long after the grand jury expired, they gathered for annual reunions in the diner across the park from the courthouse, and occasionally I joined them. Years later, after I became a judge, one of the grand jurors asked me to preside at her wedding, and I did. While we were still up on the Ravenite bugs, we had to observe a few basic rules. First, the grand jury itself would be told nothing about them. There'd come a time when all the key recordings would be played for them, but that wouldn't happen until after we shut down the bugs. I had no particular reason to suspect any of the 23 members of our jury, but history had taught me to be ultra careful. One of the few cases we had inherited from the disbanded strike force involved a grand juror who leaked what was happening in the jury room to Colombo family captain Michael Franzese. Second, the things we learned solely from the bugs couldn't be the subject of questioning in the grand jury while the bugs were still up. We had to assume that Gotti would know about every single question we asked of a lay witness. If it got back to him that we'd grilled Mike Coiro in the grand jury about his law enforcement hooks, Gotti might remember that he'd summoned Coiro to the Ravenite apartment minutes after Coiro was convicted of racketeering and ordered him to find out who was getting indicted. End of conversations in that apartment. This left plenty to investigate. Gotti reported to the IRS his income from Arc Plumbing out in Queens as a plumbing salesman, and he also claimed to be a zipper salesman for Albee Trimming, a company in the garment center. With a criminal tax count against him in mind, we used the powers of the grand jury to track down all his expenses. We knew what he spent on suits and shirts and to have his hair coiffed, as his barber put it, every single day in the club. We found ourselves wondering how much got snipped each time. Another fundamental rule of investigations is when you've got a great wiretap or bug in place, use it. And there's no edict that says law enforcement has to sit around waiting until wise guys decide to talk about their crimes. You use your other tools of investigation to get them talking. And so it happened that I decided to subpoena Tony Roach Rampino into our grand jury. Tony Roach got his nickname because, sad but true, he looked like one. He was 51 years old, tall, gangly, and slightly hunched over, with sunken eyes and a pockmarked face and a really bad comb-over. He had a solid reputation as a tough guy who'd been intensely loyal to Gotti for decades. Surveillance photos from the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club featured him hanging around on 101st Avenue outside the club back in the early 1970s. He was widely believed to have helped kill Frank Favara, Gotti's next-door neighbor, who in 1980 had accidentally run over and killed Gotti's 12-year-old son, Frank. Rampino had been a defendant in the disastrous trial before Judge Nickerson. I came to like him. I'd see him in the elevator and occasionally in the park across the street from the courthouse. He was shy and self-conscious. He had a lot to be self-conscious about with that comb-over and the shiny sharkskin suits he wore, which had definitely come off the back of a truck. But Tony Roach was courteous and respectful. He'd always have a quiet good morning and a slight smile for me when we entered the courtroom together. And he'd even quicken his pace so he could open the door for me and my evidence cart. Rampino was a lifelong heroin addict and dealer. Shortly after the first trial ended in 1987, George Hanna learned from an informant that Rampino had offered to sell him heroin. Hanna saw an opportunity for a break in the Castellano murder investigation. Under his watchful eye, the informant bought 4 ounces from Rampino, and Hanna swooped in and made the arrest. Tony panicked, and in a roundabout admission to the Castellano and Bellotti murders, he promised to tell Hanna the names of the other shooters if he were released. But he was not released. He refused to flip and got 25 to life. I thought I might stimulate some conversation at the Ravenite if I brought Rampino from his upstate prison to our grand jury room. As soon as I put in the request with the warden, I got a call from Dave DePietris, who'd represented Rampino in the trial before Judge Nickerson and in the state drug case Hanna had made against him. Gotti had paid DePietris's fees both times and had retained him again to represent Tony for his grand jury appearance. "I hear you're bringing Tony Roach down from upstate," DePietris began. "What's it about?" "Castellano and Bellotti," I answered. There had been a daily news column in 1988 about Tony Roach's other shooters statement, so DePietris didn't need any more explanation than that. "You know he's going to take the 5th, right?" he said. "Yes, of course. But still plan on half a day at least. I'll have an immunity order waiting." I could take away Rampino's Fifth Amendment right by getting such an order, which would prevent me from using his grand jury testimony against him in any way if I ever wanted to prosecute him for the Castellano murder. Since he was already over 50 and doing 25 to life in state prison, I wasn't giving up much. Besides, with respect to the Castellano killing, there was no way he was going to admit either his involvement or anyone else's anyway. There'll be a few other areas I'll question him about, but the gist of it is John Gotti and the murders of Paul Castellano and Tommy Bellotti. "Okay," DePietris said. "Thanks. See you next week." I had no illusions about Rampino. He was a stand-up guy, and a possible perjury charge from my grand jury wasn't going to scare him. He'd also have the option of remaining silent, even though the immunity order would take away his Fifth Amendment right to do so. That would amount to contempt, likely to get him a couple of extra years, which wasn't going to panic him either. But John Gotti's obsession with all investigations of John Gotti made it a good bet that my exchange with DePetris would be followed quickly by some conversation down at the Ravenite. Sure enough, the next day, Gotti summoned Bruce Cutler and brought him into the Ravenite hallway. They're going to give him immunity, he told Cutler immediately, and they're going to hit him with the question about the shooters. Gotti also said that he'd heard that law enforcement believed that the shooters Rampino was referring to were Gene Gotti and John Carniglia. Gotti and Cutler had a short but remarkable conversation about which crime Tony Roach should commit. Should he testify and lie, or should he refuse to testify despite the immunity order and be guilty of contempt? Cutler reasoned that Rampino could testify falsely and get away with it, because he hadn't been under oath when he spoke to Hannah. Gotti instructed him to meet with DePetris to decide which road Rampino should take. Either way, Gotti said, in a reference to James Cardinale, tell him we don't need another phony junkie batting against us. Just in case Cutler's role in the family wasn't already clear, Gotti added another assignment. All communications to and from the Patriarca family, New England's La Cosa Nostra, would be made exclusively through Cutler. In the future, this Jack Cicilline, he said, referring to Raymond Patriarca Jr.'s lawyer, whatever the fuck his name is, I'm going to send him a message that if I ever want to get a message to them or from them, we'll do it through you. You'll call him or he'll call you. Cutler responded that he'd never heard of Cicilline. Gotti told him, he's a lawyer, not much of a lawyer, like you. On February 9th, our job got harder. Gotti was acquitted in state court on the charge that he'd ordered the shooting of John O'Connor. The jurors made short work of the case, which depended almost entirely on an inaudible snippet of recorded conversation. Most juries have made rounds of voting among themselves before reaching the required unanimous decision. This one took a single vote before announcing its verdict. The New York Times called Gotti an icon of the underworld and the nation's top mafia boss, adding, law enforcement officials conceded glumly that the acquittals would magnify Mr. Gotti's reputation for legal invincibility. The tabloids anointed him the Teflon Don. He'd faced criminal charges 3 times in 4 years. Our RICO case, the assault charge in Queens involving Rommel Piecyk, and now Morgenthau's case. And no one could get any of them to stick. Gotti had indeed become an icon of the underworld in the media. In the underworld itself, he enjoyed no such reputation. His insistence on celebrity status was unique and a finger in the eye of law enforcement, whose response was to up its game against all the families, not just Gotti's. The FBI had a squad for each family, and those squads got bigger and busier after Gotti became the Gambino boss. The other families, and even many members of his own family, were furious at his refusal to realize that he was a gangster, not a media star, and he was hurting the entire mafia as a result. Unlike most other bosses who'd been in charge for decades, Gotti had been in the position for only 4 years. In that time, he'd shown by his own flaws that there was more to running a Cosa Nostra than being a tough guy, a killer surrounded by killers. A mob boss had to run a conglomerate of businesses, and Gotti never had the requisite acumen. Within the mob, Gotti was perceived as a dangerous loser. Gotti was a media icon because the American public has always glorified outlaws. Robin Hood, Jesse James, Bonnie and Clyde, and in the mafia world, the Corleones and Tony Soprano. It doesn't matter that art hasn't done a good job of imitating mafia life. To pick one example, mob bosses don't listen patiently to disputes among people in the community and, Solomon-like, dispense justice. and the popular belief that they might have become CEOs if only they'd had the right upbringing is ridiculous. Their success has nothing to do with business acumen. It happens because the people they do business with know they'll get a bullet behind the ear if they resist. But the American public sees what it wants to see. A handsome gangster in a $1,000 suit thumbing his nose at authority is a surefire recipe for celebrity status. And that's what Gotti had achieved. In early March, Mike Coiro was sentenced. We hadn't overheard an apartment conversation since January, but we were still hopeful, and I didn't want to burn our bug. That meant I couldn't tell the sentencing judge that within an hour of the verdicts, Coiro was up in the apartment committing another crime. This didn't affect the sentence, because the judge gave him 15 years. Considering Coiro's age and physical condition, a big chunk of the rest of his life. After the sentencing, Cutler went across the river to report to Gotti. He did it in the club itself, on the first floor of 247 Mulberry. Gotti was surprised to learn that Coiro had refused to say anything when given the opportunity to address the judge. We didn't really need any more enterprise evidence, but Gotti gave us some anyway, this time about the oath of omerta. For a guy like me to get up and say something, Gotti explained to Cutler on the tape, it's like humbling yourself. Even when we're 100% innocent, we're sworn not to say nothing. And you sit there and take it on the chin. But he's not. Since I represented the government at the sentencing, the conversation drifted around to me. Gleason's the boss now, Cutler reported. Jack alone went to the subways, and Gleason's the boss. One of the many chilling conversations recorded in the apartment was about who would represent Gotti in the next case. Bruce Cutler had gotten him acquitted in our RICO case, had represented him